So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was raised by T'Challa in the Wakanda. So, T'Challa is a Black Panther. So yeah, this is a movie, and if you want more movies like this, then please make sure to leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos on this channel, so please do check out. Now without wasting any more time, let's jump right let's jump right into the video.
Harry Potter had discovered in the 2 weeks since Cedric Diggory died that grief made adults administrative. It did not make them kinder. It did not make them wiser. It merely made them organize things. There had been meetings. There had been whispered conferences that stopped the moment he entered a room. There had been trays of tea that appeared in front of him as if hot liquids were a recognized treatment for witnessing murder. Madame Pomfrey had fussed. Sirius, still forced into caution even after returning to Harry's life, had looked torn between hugging him and teaching him how to hex every living official in Britain. Dumbledore had watched him with those old, impossible eyes, as if searching for cracks in glass and finding instead a mirror. And through all of it, paperwork had bred in the corners. The ministry needed statements. The tournament committee needed signatures. The board of governors needed documentation. Gringotts, apparently, needed Harry Potter to present himself for a routine post-championship inheritance and fiduciary audit, which sounded to Harry like the sort of phrase invented specifically to discourage follow-up questions. He would have ignored the letter if it had not arrived under black seal. Not black wax, black seal. It had not gleamed, it had absorbed light. When Hedwig dropped it onto the breakfast table in the hospital wing, the room had grown perceptibly colder. Even Madame Pomfrey, who treated screaming first years and Quidditch concussions with the brisk authority of a battlefield surgeon, had stared at it and said, "Well, that seems unnecessary." Dumbledore had been the one to pick it up. He had not broken the seal. He had merely turned it over once in his hand, his expression becoming so still that Harry noticed it immediately. "Professor." "A Gringotts matter," Dumbledore had said, after a pause just slightly too long to be comfortable. "I think you should attend." Harry, who had become suspicious of adults using the phrase "I think you should" shortly after age 11, had narrowed his eyes. "Do I have a choice?" Dumbledore had given him one of those maddeningly gentle looks that meant the answer was no, but was being dressed for dinner. Very rarely, in matters involving goblins and inheritance. So 2 days later, under a sky the color of old pewter, Harry stood in the marble vastness of Gringotts Wizarding Bank and wished, not for the first time, that being famous came with fewer appointments. The bank was exactly as he remembered it, and entirely different. The white marble floors still shone hard enough to catch reflections like trapped ghosts. The counters still stretched in a gleaming row beneath chandeliers that looked sharp enough to wound. The goblins still moved with quick, economical intelligence, as if every gesture had been audited and cut down to only its most efficient form. But today the bank seemed to be listening. Harry felt it the moment he entered. Heads turned, quills paused. A cart screeched somewhere deep below the floor with the shrill cry of metal on metal, and 3 goblins at the nearest desk looked up at once. Not at his scar, as people usually did, but at his hands. That was new. Harry looked at his own hands. They appeared to be ordinary. Thin, pale, slightly calloused from Quidditch and more practical uses of wandwork. The right one still carried a faint stiffness from the graveyard duel. The left had a shallow white line where something sharp had once introduced itself improperly. Neither hand, in Harry's opinion, looked particularly worthy of scrutiny. The goblins disagreed. A severe goblin in silver-trimmed black robes approached him with the expression of someone escorting an unstable legal document. "Mr. Potter, Harry is fine." The goblin blinked once, very slowly. "No." Harry, who privately felt that this had been worth attempting, nodded. "Right. Follow." That was the entirety of the greeting. He was led past the public counters. Past the broad doors Harry had only glimpsed once before when he had first visited his own vault. and into a quieter section of the bank where the marble gave way to darker stone and the lamps burned lower. The goblins here were not less busy. They were merely more deliberate. Papers moved in neat stacks. Ledgers lay open across long tables. Chains of office glittered on several narrow chests. One goblin near a brazier was melting seals from a heap of documents, his face lit from beneath like a saint painted by someone with serious grudges. Harry's escort brought him to a circular chamber with no windows and a ceiling painted in constellations so old they no longer matched the sky. Another goblin waited inside. This one was older. Not frail, Harry suspected goblins did not approve of frailty, but old in the way of iron gates and buried coins. His ears were nicked along the edges, one eye clouded, and his fingers were laden not with jewels but with signet rings. He wore robes of deep green-black and carried himself with the composed gravity of a judge preparing to explain that history had become inconvenient. "Harry Potter," the goblin said. There was no question in it. "Yes." The goblin studied him for a long moment. His gaze drifted again to Harry's hands, then to his scar, then, disconcertingly, to the space just over Harry's left shoulder, as if checking whether someone had entered with him. The chamber was empty. Harry was beginning to wish it were not. "I am Ragnarok, senior adjudicator of inheritance claims, blood right disputes, dormant trusts, catastrophic survivorship allocations, and certain exceptional matters." "That seems like a lot." "It is," said Ragnarok. "Sit." Harry sat. A ledger lay on the table between them, closed. It was enormous, bound in something dark and smooth that was not leather and had opinions about being mistaken for leather. Silver clasps held it shut. Ragnarok placed one clawed hand upon it. This meeting was intended to be procedural. Never a good sign when people say that. One corner of the goblin's mouth twitched. Harry wasn't sure if that was amusement or a minor muscular rebellion. "The Triwizard Tournament," Ragnarok said, "has historically triggered a variety of legal reviews. Death exposure, inheritance acceleration, bloodline activation, contested champion rights, posthumous asset distribution, curse adhesion, curse what? Adhesion. That sounds bad. It often is." Harry considered that. "All right." Ragnarok opened the ledger. The pages inside were not parchment, but hammered metal sheets so thin they turned like paper. Names were etched into them in columns of neat, severe script. Harry recognized none of the language, though something about it made the back of his neck prickle. Ragnarok turned several pages, stopped, and tapped a line with one hooked nail. The letters on the page moved. Harry jerked. Not much. Just enough to feel annoyed with himself. The line rearranged itself, the unknown script flowing like mercury until it sharpened into English. Potter Harry James. Surviving claimant, primary bloodline, Potter, secondary, Peverell tertiary claim status, dormant/sealed/ withheld by precedent. Harry leaned forward. "Withheld by precedent?" Ragnarok did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned the page. The next sheet was blank except for one line, centered precisely in the middle. Volt 0, the air in the room altered. It did not get colder exactly. It got older. Harry had no better word for it. Something in the chamber settled into place with the weight of a crypt door closing. Even the painted constellations overhead seemed to dim. Ragnarok's good eye narrowed. "That vault has not been opened in 312 years. Why?" "Because no one qualified." Harry stared at him. "Qualified for what?" Ragnarok's expression suggested that the question was both obvious and tiresome. "To survive it." For a moment, the only sound in the chamber was the crackle of the brazier in the hall beyond. Harry sat very still. Since the graveyard, stillness had become easier. Not because he was calm, he wasn't, but because something inside him had gone quiet in a way he did not trust. Terror still came. Shock still came. Grief came in waves so sudden they made breathing feel optional. But underneath all of it, there was a curious, hollow patience, as if some part of him had stepped back from the noise and was waiting for the dead to finish speaking. It was not a comforting feeling. It was, however, useful. "What is Vault 0? He asked. Ragnarok looked at him for a long time. Then he said, That depends on whether you open it. Harry almost laughed, which was probably a sign that his emotional health had become abstract. And if I don't? Ragnar closed the ledger with a metallic sigh. Then Gringotts notes the anomaly, reseals the claim, and history continues to inconvenience your descendants. I'm 15. That has not, in my experience, prevented history from inconveniencing anyone. That, Harry thought, was unfortunately fair. He folded his hands together so the goblins would stop staring at them. They did not stop staring at them. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Cedric's face rose with cruel clarity, surprised, alive, laughing a few hours too early. Harry swallowed. Why now? Ragnar's voice lost what little formality it had carried and became something flatter, older. Because mass death leaves residue, because ancestral instruments respond to thresholds, because you stood in a graveyard built for resurrection while bearing the mark of a failed death, the blood of the third brother, and the legal status of a champion witness. He paused. Because 3 old things touched the same line, boy, and the line remembered its name. Harry's fingers tightened against one another. The words should have sounded absurd. In any other week of his life they would have. But absurdity had become less impressive to him recently. Voldemort had come back from the dead. Peter Pettigrew had cut off his own hand. A portkey had turned a trophy into an execution site. Compared to all that, an ancient goblin telling him his bloodline had remembered itself barely ranked. Fine, Harry said, because there seemed little else to say. Show me, Ragnar stood. The transport to the deepest vaults was worse than Harry remembered. The cart did not merely descend, it attacked the concept of direction. It shrieked around turns sharp enough to make thought slide sideways. It plunged through darkness veined with mineral glints and burst suddenly into caverns where underground waterfalls hurled themselves off black cliffs into bottomless space. Iron tracks divided and rejoined like arguments. Harry gripped the side of the cart until his knuckles hurt. Ragnar, opposite him, remained perfectly still. At one point they passed a vault door the size of a cathedral gate. At another, a dragon's breath rolled hot through a side tunnel, carrying the scent of scorched metal and old coins. Harry's eyes watered. They went deeper and deeper. At last the cart shuddered to a stop before a section of stone that did not look like a vault at all. There was no door. There was only a wall of black rock, polished until it reflected nothing. No keyhole, no handle, no number. Harry stepped out onto the narrow ledge and immediately wished the ground were wider. On one side rose the smooth wall. On the other yawned a drop so sheer that looking down felt like inviting gravity to become enthusiastic. Ragnar remained in the cart. Proceed! Harry turned. That's it! Ragnar folded his hands. If the vault acknowledges you, it will open. And if it doesn't, the goblin's face did not change, you will learn something. That sounded like a threat. It was phrased as a courtesy. Harry looked back at the wall. Up close, the stone wasn't perfectly black. Shapes moved within it, so faintly that he first thought it was only his own reflection failing to resolve. Then he realized the shapes were too many, too layered, too still. Hands, pressings of hands from the other side of stone. A chill ran across his shoulders. He did not step back. Again, that strange steadiness in him refused to make way for ordinary fear. Harry lifted his own hand. For a second he hesitated, not because he thought the wall might bite him, though he did think that, but because the posture was intimate somehow. Like knocking on a coffin and asking whether anyone was decent. Then he pressed his palm to the stone. The wall inhaled. No sound. No movement of air. Yet Harry felt it unmistakably, an intake vast and patient as if the mountain itself had just recognized him. The black stone went transparent. Not clear, never clear. Transparent in layers, like looking through deep water at things too long drowned, faces emerged, not in detail, not living. Suggestions only, profiles, brows, the curve of mouths half amused and half severe. A family portrait painted by someone who disliked certainty. Then the rock cracked down the middle with a sound like a church bell split underwater. The seam widened. The vault opened. Inside there was no gold. There were no towers of coins, no jeweled goblets, no glittering piles of treasure waiting to validate centuries of myth. There was, instead, a room furnished with the kind of deliberate taste that suggested wealth had long ago ceased to require performance. Black shelves lined the walls, holding boxes and cases and sealed parcels in neat ranks. Candles burned in silver stands, though no one had lit them. The floor was dark wood over stone, polished by either obsessive care or many generations of elegant haunting. At the room's center stood a long table of ebony, or something trying very hard to improve upon ebony. 3 objects rested upon it: a ledger, a brooch, a letter. Harry stepped forward slowly. The ledger was the first thing he saw clearly. It was bound in black, clasped in tarnished silver, and much smaller than the Gringotts record book, but it radiated a weight the larger ledger had only hinted at. Not magical power exactly. More like significance sharpened into an edge. Beside it lay a mourning brooch in the shape of an outstretched hand holding a sprig of something that might once have been laurel and was now probably grief. Its metal was dark, not quite silver, not quite iron. A black stone sat at its center. The letter rested underneath a paperweight shaped like a tiny skull wearing spectacles. Harry stared at the skull for a moment. Then, because apparently this was his life, he picked up the letter first. The envelope was thick cream paper gone faintly gray with age. Across the front, in extravagant script, were the words, "To the next one who smells like graveyards." Harry blinked. Then he laughed. It surprised him so much he nearly dropped the thing. The sound cracked out of him rough and brief, the first real laugh since the 3rd task, and in the silence of the vault, it seemed to land oddly, like a dropped glass that did not break. Behind him, in the doorway, Ragnarok made a noise that might have been alarm. Harry carefully broke the seal. The parchment inside was scented faintly of clove smoke and old roses. The handwriting was absurdly elegant and entirely incapable of restraint. "My dear unfortunate cousin, if you are reading this, then several regrettable and delightful things have happened in close succession. First, someone has died near you in sufficient dramatic quantity to wake the line. Second, you have survived it, which speaks well of your instincts, your stubbornness, or your talent for standing in the wrong place at exactly the right moment. Third, Gringotts has finally been forced to admit that our branch of the family remains legally inconvenient. Do enjoy that. It is one of our oldest hobbies. You will have questions. This is natural. We encourage questions in our family, particularly the kind that make polite institutions perspire. You are Peverell by blood, poor thing, which means death has always taken an interest in you. What the public histories fail to mention is that the Peverells were never merely students of death. They married it, dined with it, argued inheritance law over dessert with it, and on at least one memorable occasion taught it table manners. One branch of that line became us. The Addams talent, curse, gift, affliction, party trick, terminology remains contentious, is not darkness in the vulgar schoolboy sense. It is affinity. We are not destroyers. We are hosts. We set places where others bar doors. We understand that the dead are not absent. They are simply between invitations. If the ledger answers to you, you will find that the old business has resumed. Do not panic unless the furniture begins offering legal advice. Even then, only panic selectively. The Black Book is the family account of failures, which sounds morbid only because it is. Read it carefully. A family that remembers whom it failed is less likely to fail the same people twice, or at least less likely to do so without style. The brooch is for formal occasions, funerals, legal disputes, and evenings when you wish the room to understand that it is being evaluated. Above all, do not let the ministry define what this inheritance means. Ministries are temporary. Families, curses, and embarrassments are forever. Welcome home, cousin, set a place for everyone. With affection, professional pride, and a wholly reasonable amount of menace, Gomez Hieronymus Addams. Harry finished reading and did not move for several seconds. The words blurred. Not because he was crying, though his throat tightened abruptly enough to threaten it. It was something stranger. Something in the letter had found a part of him he had not known was listening. Welcome home. No one should have been allowed to write 2 words that cruelly. He had a home, nominally. A house on Privet Drive with a cupboard beneath the stairs, and a bedroom that had only become his once enough people noticed he might be worth keeping alive. Hogwarts, too, had become a kind of home, though even there his belonging often felt conditional, attached to heroics, prophecy, usefulness, the endless public appetite for what Harry Potter ought to mean. But this was a vault sealed for centuries and opened by his hand. A letter written before he was born, addressed not to his fame or his scar or some destiny-strangled title, but to the specific shape of him left by grief. The next one who smells like graveyards. It was mad. It was hideous. It was, in a way Harry had no defense against, personal. He set the letter down with care. Then he reached for the brooch. The moment his skin touched the metal, the black stone at its center hummed, not audibly. Through him, a vibration ran up his fingers and into his wrist, cold at first and then not cold at all, simply precise. Harry felt the edges of the room sharpen. The candles brightened without burning higher. The silence thickened. Behind him, Ragnarok inhaled sharply. Harry looked down. The brooch had fastened itself to his robes. He had not pinned it there. It sat over his heart as if it had always belonged. "That," said Ragnarok from the doorway, voice thin with something perilously close to superstition, "is usually considered conclusive." Harry glanced back. "Helpful." Ragnarok did not appear to appreciate sarcasm in the presence of ancestral artifacts, which Harry supposed was fair. Last came the ledger. He expected resistance when he touched it. A pulse of magic. A lock. Some melodramatic splash of blood, because magical inheritance rituals had an unfortunate tendency to become theatrical the moment no one sensible was supervising. Instead, the clasp simply opened. The cover lifted beneath his hand. The first page bore a single line in ink so dark it seemed wet. "This family does not end. It accumulates." Harry turned the page. Names? Rows and rows of names in differing hands and differing inks, some precise, some furious, some so elegant they appeared to be insulting the page. Beside each name was a note, sometimes one line, sometimes paragraphs. He read the first entry he saw. Eleanor Peverell Addams failed to prevent the drowning of Thomas Reed, age 8, despite clear atmospheric warning and 2 functioning eyes. Never again trust a cheerful pond. Harry blinked. The next, Septimus Addams, failed 3 tenants during the influenza winter by mistaking propriety for compassion. An error of style and substance. Bought the building afterward, keeps them all still, and then Lily Potter failed by too many to list on a single civil page. Account open. Harry's breath stopped. The letters did not move. They did not glow. They did not theatrically rearrange themselves to deepen the moment. They simply were. Dark ink on pale paper, Lily Potter, his mother. He stared at the line until the edges of his vision prickled. Below her name, space remained. Not blank. Waiting. Something brushed the back of his hand. Harry flinched and looked up. The vault was empty. Yet for one impossible moment he had been certain, absolutely certain, that someone had stood beside him, peering over his shoulder with quiet, terrible patience. He shut the ledger. Not hard. Just enough. Ragnarok entered fully now, though with the caution of a man approaching a sleeping predator that technically belonged to someone else. You claim the contents of Vault 0 under bloodright, survivorship activation, and lineal succession. Harry looked at the table, the letter, the brooch now resting against his chest, the black ledger beneath his hand. He thought of Cedric in the graveyard. He thought of Voldemort risen under moonlight. He thought of the way every adult in Britain had spent 2 weeks speaking about what had happened, as though truth were a delicate vase that might break if named too clearly. Then he thought of the line in the ledger, account open. "Yes," Harry said. The candles all lowered their flames at once, bowing. Ragnarok closed his eye briefly, like a man acknowledging a legal outcome he disliked but respected. So witnessed. The journey back to the surface felt shorter, though Harry suspected that was only because he no longer cared whether the cart killed him. It would have been inconvenient, certainly, but at least the paperwork would have been spectacular. He carried the ledger wrapped in black cloth provided by Gringotts. The letter rested inside it. The brooch remained fastened where it had chosen to be. No one attempted to remove it. At the last security gate, a younger goblin reached automatically for the bundle and then froze before touching it. Harry paused. "Problem?" The goblin stared at the cloth as if it might produce teeth. "No, Heir." Harry, who had not consented to being called that by anyone, let it pass out of sheer exhaustion. By the time he emerged into Diagon Alley, evening had begun to gather between the shop fronts. The cobblestones gleamed with recent rain. A witch carrying packages brushed by him and then, after 2 steps, turned and looked back with a startled expression, as though she had caught the scent of freshly turned earth where no garden stood. Harry pulled his cloak tighter and headed for the leaky cauldron. He was halfway there when the ledger whispered, not aloud, not exactly. The sensation began in his left ear like a draft and moved inward. A murmur of layered voices too soft to separate, too close to mistake for imagination. Harry stopped dead beneath a hanging sign for quality cauldrons. The whispers did not cease. They thickened. Some seemed distant, some intimate, some amused, some aching. None resolved into full words. Then one voice, clearer than the others, a woman's, calm and dry, said about time. Harry turned around. No one was there except passing shoppers and a cat sitting in a doorway with the expression of a moral witness. He swallowed, adjusted his grip on the bundle, and kept walking. By the time he returned to Hogwarts for the journey home aboard the Hogwarts Express, he had decided not to tell anyone about the whispers until he better understood whether they were a magical side effect or the opening stages of an interesting breakdown. The station was crowded with end-of-term noise, trunks and owls and farewells. Normally, Harry found comfort in the disorder. Today it seemed far away, a bright painting viewed through glass. Ron hailed him first, waving from a compartment window. Hermione appeared a second later, already looking suspicious. "Where have you been?" Ron called as Harry climbed aboard. "You vanished right after lunch." "Gringotts," Harry said. Ron pulled a face. "That sounds terrible." "It was educational." Hermione's eyes narrowed further. "That sounds worse." Harry might have answered. On another day, perhaps he would have. But the black-wrapped ledger in his arms felt unexpectedly heavy, and the brooch at his chest had gone cool and alert, like a held breath. He looked at them, Ron freckled and worried, Hermione sharp-eyed and relentless, both so alive it hurt, and found that the words sitting behind his teeth were not ready for daylight. "Later," he said. Hermione noticed the bundle at once. "What's that?" "An inheritance issue." Ron stared. "You say things that make normal lives sound made up." Harry almost smiled. Almost. Inside the compartment, as the train lurched into motion and London began to slide away, he chose the seat by the window. Ron and Hermione, sensing perhaps that something in him had come back altered and not yet settled, gave him more quiet than usual. Outside, the world turned green and gold and then gradually silver with evening. Fields unspooled. Trees leaned. Sheep became brief white blurs against darkening hills. Harry loosened the cloth around the ledger, just enough. The cover beneath was matte black, swallowing the compartment's dim reflection. He opened it carefully onto his knees. Names, so many names, he had meant only to look at the first pages again. To confirm that his mother's name was truly there, that Gomez Addams had not been a fever dream in formal handwriting, that the entire day had not been produced by a concussed mind seeking novelty. Instead, as his gaze moved down the first columns, the whispers returned. Not random now, responsive. Each name carried an impression, a brush of presence, faint but distinct, not full conversation, not apparition. Recognition. Like passing portraits in a corridor and feeling every painted eye follow you, only gentler and infinitely more unsettling, Harry touched one name with the tip of his finger. The whisper sharpened into a sigh. He touched another. A dry chuckle. A third. The distant sound of rain on old glass. He did not realize how still he had gone until Hermione said softly, "Harry!" He looked up. Ron was watching him with open concern. Hermione, leaning forward, had gone pale around the mouth. "What is that book?" she asked. Harry opened his mouth. From the page rose a whisper more distinct than any before, so clear that for one mad instant he thought his friends must hear it too. "Read properly," it said, mildly reproachful. "If you're going to inherit us, don't slouch." Harry stared at the ledger. Then, despite everything, despite Cedric, despite Voldemort, despite the strain pulling at him from directions he couldn't name, something in his chest loosened with the smallest, strangest thread of warmth. He looked back out the window. His reflection in the glass was not alone. For a heartbeat only, behind his shoulder stood several figures in dark formal clothes, half visible and entirely composed, like family attending a very solemn joke. Then the train rounded a bend, evening shifted, and the glass showed only Harry again. Thin, tired, 15, wearing a mourning brooch he had not owned that morning. He lowered his eyes to the ledger. The names waited, and when he read them now, one by one, the whispers answered back. Hermione Granger did not, as a rule, believe in atmospheres. She believed in causes. Cold rooms had drafts. Strange noises had sources. People behaved oddly for reasons that could be identified, organized, and ideally cross-referenced. Even ghosts, for all their transparent dramatics, were simply magical imprints with stubborn personalities. Hogwarts itself was irrational in so many daily, measurable ways that one either surrendered to permanent nervous collapse or learned to classify its absurdities by category and probable danger. Hermione had chosen classification. This had served her well. It had even served her during Harry's more spectacular years of catastrophe, because Harry, however dramatic his life became, had always remained essentially interpretable. Brave to the point of recklessness, secretive when frightened, sarcastic when cornered, stubborn when adults were wrong, and possessed of an almost supernatural talent for standing exactly where history planned to be unpleasant. Then Cedric Diggory died, and Harry came back from London after a Gringotts appointment with a black-wrapped bundle in his arms, a dark brooch pinned over his heart, and a stillness about him that did not behave like shock. Shock Hermione understood. Shock looked shattered. Shock looked like flinching at loud noises, losing track of conversations, going pale at the wrong word, failing to sleep, and then pretending one had. Harry had done some of that, yes. But beneath it, after the first train ride back and the final tense days before summer, she had glimpsed something else. Not damage, accommodation. At the time she had told herself that was only exhaustion speaking. By the time 5th year began, she was no longer telling herself anything at all. She was observing. The first change was color, not a dramatic renunciation. Harry did not arrive one morning dressed like a Victorian undertaker and announce a new philosophy. That would have been easier. Easier to mock, easier to challenge, easier to explain. Instead, he simply began forgetting brightness. His school robes, when not standard issue, were darker than before. Not black exactly, but the sort of deep charcoal and faded bottle green that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. His jumpers were plain. His scarves had lost any enthusiasm for being red and gold and seemed to have entered private negotiations with gray. Even his shirts, when Hermione caught sight of them beneath half-buttoned robes, were a careful white that made the rest of him look more deliberate. Maybe he's just depressed. Ron said the first week back, around a mouthful of toast. Hermione looked up from her schedule. That would be more reassuring if he looked less well-rested. Ron followed her gaze. Harry sat 3 seats down, listening to nearly headless Nick with the grave concentration of a barrister receiving expert testimony. He had a notebook open beside his plate, not his homework notebook. A smaller one, bound in black cloth. He was taking notes on a ghost on purpose. Nick, for his part, looked flattered in a brittle and almost terrified way. What most living people fail to appreciate, Nick was saying, one translucent hand adjusting his ruff, is that the first 6 months after death are administratively appalling. There are categories, Potter, boundaries, expectations. You would be astonished how many people arrive with no paperwork whatsoever. Harry wrote this down. Hermione lowered her fork very slowly. Ron squinted. That's weird. Yes, Hermione said. Thank you for the diagnostic precision. Ron turned back to his eggs. I'm just saying he's had a rough summer. Maybe this is how he's coping. How? Hermione asked carefully. Is interviewing the dead before breakfast a coping mechanism? Ron considered. Educational one? Hermione did not answer because Harry, as if hearing the shape of her silence from across the table, looked up. The thing that unsettled her most was not the clothes or the notebook or even the brooch, which he wore every day and which no one had been able to identify. It was that he looked better. Not happier, she would never have mistaken it for that, but better assembled. The frantic edge that had lived in him since the graveyard had not vanished. It had simply been banked into something quieter and more enduring. He still startled sometimes. Nightmares still left shadows beneath his eyes. There were moments, particularly when Cedric's name was spoken unexpectedly, when grief crossed his face so nakedly that Hermione had to look away out of sheer politeness. Yet there was also a steadiness to him now that had not existed before. It did not resemble peace. It resembled familiarity. Harry lifted a hand in vague acknowledgement of their scrutiny, then turned back to Nick and asked, with total seriousness, "When you say boundary etiquette, do you mean ritual law or social custom?" Nick seemed to swell with spectral importance. Both. Harry made another note. Ron muttered, "I miss it when our problems were Quidditch fouls and homework." Hermione, who privately missed those things too, returned to her timetable and told herself this remained observable, classifiable, and therefore survivable. It became less so by mid-September. The second change was Myrtle. Moaning Myrtle had always existed in the same category of Hogwarts problem as flooded corridors and Peeves with a vendetta. Tiresome, periodic, and best handled by avoidance. She cried in the girls' toilets. She complained. She wailed about old humiliations with the unwavering commitment of someone who had discovered martyrdom early and decided never to diversify. Then Harry started visiting her. At first Hermione only knew because he kept disappearing between classes and returning faintly damp, which at Hogwarts could mean almost anything but in Harry's case was usually ominous. When she asked where he had been, he said, "Talking." With whom? Myrtle. Hermione waited. He looked mildly surprised by the necessity of elaboration. She saw things. Myrtle, Hermione repeated, saw things. Yes, in the bathroom, Harry blinked. That is generally where she is. She stared at him. He almost smiled. It was not a full smile. Those had become rare enough to count as celestial events, but the edge of one appeared anyway, dry and fleeting. Then he tucked his books under one arm and headed for Charms. Hermione watched him go with the distinct sensation that some crucial piece of ordinary logic had packed a suitcase and slipped out through a side door. The rumors began 2 days later. You heard her, didn't you? Hermione looked up from her essay in the common room. Lavender Brown hovered at the end of the table with the bright, horrified delight of someone carrying fresh scandal. Heard who? Myrtle, Parvati beside her, shivered theatrically. Don't say it like that. Lavender leaned closer. She was laughing. Hermione put down her quill. Laughing. Ron repeated from the sofa, where he and Harry were pretending to play wizard chess while in fact only Ron was paying attention. Yes, laughing, Lavender said. Like properly laughing, not giggling or being hysterical or whatever she usually does, just, she broke off and made a face. It was awful. That seems unkind, Hermione said automatically. Lavender swung toward her. Hermione, I would rather hear someone being murdered. That, said Harry without looking up from the chessboard, is probably available by appointment if you ask the bloody Baron politely enough. The room went quiet. Ron stared at him. Harry moved a bishop. Lavender laughed because the alternative appeared to be leaving the room in alarm, and Parvati laughed because Lavender had. Hermione did neither. She watched Harry. He had said it lightly, not cruelly, not with some new taste for morbidity. Simply as one might comment on the weather in a country where weather happened to be unusually homicidal. That was the problem, Hermione thought. Nothing about Harry's changes felt theatrical. He was not trying to disturb anyone. He was not trying to become someone else. He was, impossibly, behaving as though he had always been this shape and only recently stopped apologizing for it. That evening, on the way to the library, Hermione took a detour past the second-floor girls' toilet. The corridor outside stood empty. A draft moved through it, carrying the faint scent of damp stone and old plumbing. She had nearly decided this was absurd when Myrtle's voice floated out through the door, not crying, not complaining, chattering. And then she said I was sulking, as if a girl can't have a profound spiritual attachment to plumbing. Myrtle said. Harry answered from within. People often react poorly when they discover they are not the central tragedy in a room. Myrtle gave a delighted cackle. Hermione stood frozen. There followed the unmistakable sound of someone splashing idly in water, then Myrtle's voice again, suddenly curious. "Do you really hear them all the time?" A pause. "No," Harry said, "not all the time." "When then? When they think I've missed something." "Oh, that sounds dreadful." Another pause, shorter this time. "Sometimes," Harry said. "It isn't." Myrtle made a thoughtful noise. Hermione should have left. Any decent person would have. Instead, she remained where she was, half hidden by the doorframe, because she had spent 4 years attached to Harry Potter, and this had permanently altered her relationship with what counted as a reasonable boundary. Inside, Harry spoke again. "You were overlooked." The words were quiet enough that Hermione almost missed them, so were a lot of people. Myrtle did not answer immediately. When she did, her voice had changed, not weepy, not dramatic, merely younger. "Yes," she said. Hermione backed away from the door and went to the library with a very bad feeling in her stomach. It worsened over the following weeks. The cold spot in Gryffindor Tower arrived with no announcement. People first noticed it as a nuisance. A patch of air near the windows that refused to warm. A chair that felt chilled even when pulled near the fire. A stretch of rug by the central table that gave first year's goose flesh. Then it began moving, not quickly, not obviously. No one entered the common room and saw a white mist slithering after Harry like some obedient curse. That, too, would have been simpler. Instead, the cold arranged itself around his habits. If Harry sat by the fire to read, the chair opposite him chilled until no one kept it long. If he worked at the far table after dinner, that corner of the room developed a quiet, crisp atmosphere like winter air before snow. If he stood by the portrait hole waiting for Ron, the space around him took on a coolness that made students passing through rub their arms and look back over their shoulders. By October, even Ron had stopped dismissing it. "All right," he said one night, dropping into an armchair with a shiver. "That's unnatural." Hermione glanced up from Hogwarts, a history 3rd edition, heavily annotated. "You live in a magical castle." "You know what I mean," she did. Harry, curled sideways on the sofa with the black ledger propped on one knee and an alarming number of tiny paper slips marking pages, did not appear especially interested in the conversation. Ron pointed at him. "See, he's not even cold." Harry turned a page. "I am not generally cold where I am expected." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. "That," Ron said slowly, "didn't sound like English." "It was English," Hermione murmured. "It just wasn't reassuring." Harry's attention moved from the ledger to them. The common room firelight sharpened the planes of his face, leaving his eyes darker than usual. For one absurd moment, Hermione understood why people in Gothic novels were forever marrying men in remote houses against all practical judgment. He looked like he belonged to shadows in a way that would have been ridiculous on anyone else and merely irritating on Malfoy. On Harry it was worse. It was sincere. "You can ask," he said. Neither of them answered at once. The invitation hung there. Ron scratched his ear. "Ask what?" "What you've both been trying very hard not to." Hermione closed her book. "When were you planning to tell us what happened at Gringotts?" Harry considered that with maddening honesty. "When I understood enough of it not to sound mad." Ron snorted. "Bit late for that." A faint smile touched Harry's mouth. Then it vanished. He shut the ledger, though one hand remained resting on its cover as if without thinking. "There was another vault." Hermione leaned forward despite herself. "What kind of vault?" "One no one had opened in centuries." He said this in the same tone Ron might have used for "there was another pudding." "It belonged to a branch of my family no one told me existed." "Whose branch?" Hermione asked. Harry's fingers tapped once against the black cover. "Peverell Addams." Ron frowned. "Addams?" "Yes." Hermione's mind leapt immediately to indices, obscure genealogies, preministry registries, half-remembered footnotes in books no child should have been reading for pleasure at 12. "I've heard the name," she said slowly. Harry nodded. "So had the goblins. They were very upset about it." "That's not encouraging," Ron muttered. "No," Harry agreed. "It wasn't." He spoke without melodrama. That was what made them listen. He told them about Vault Zero, about the letter, about the brooch that had fastened itself, about the ledger of names. He did not tell them everything. Hermione could hear the omissions as clearly as the facts. But he told them enough that silence grew dense around the three of them. When he finished, Ron said, "Right." Hermione said nothing because she was still trying to process the phrase "the ledger has already kept him," which Harry had repeated in the casual tone one used to mention train delays. Finally she asked, "The whispers, they're still happening?" Harry looked at her. "Yes." "How often?" "It depends." "On what?" "Whether I'm listening." Ron made a face. "I hate that answer." Harry looked almost apologetic. "It's the most accurate one I've got." Hermione should have pursued it, but something in his expression stopped her. Not fear, fatigue, perhaps. Or the fragile patience of someone trying very hard not to force other people into a reality they had not chosen. So instead she asked, "And the cold?" Harry glanced around the common room as if noticing it properly for the first time. "It's not meant to bother anyone." Ron gaped. "You say that as though it's doing you a favor." Harry thought for a moment. "I think," he said carefully, "it's keeping a perimeter." That was the sort of sentence after which most people demanded more detail. Hermione only sat back and thought. Oh, not because she understood it exactly. Because she believed he did. By the middle of October, the portraits joined in. Hogwarts portraits were famously temperamental, deeply nosy, and constitutionally opposed to remaining in frames if more interesting gossip existed elsewhere. But they possessed, by and large, a respect for visual consistency. The fat lady stayed the fat lady. Sir Cadogan remained irritating in a fixed and historically verified manner. Anonymous witches in hallways did not usually sprout cousins. Then shadowy extra figures began appearing in certain paintings. Hermione saw the first one outside the charms corridor. The portrait in question depicted a mildly smug wizard seated beside an ornamental urn, a composition so unremarkable she had passed it hundreds of times without memorizing it. On that morning, however, the wizard was no longer alone. A woman stood in the background near the curtain. Hermione stopped. The painted wizard noticed and adjusted his cuffs defensively. "What? There's someone else in your portrait," he sniffed. "Temporary visitor." Hermione stepped closer. The woman in the background was dressed entirely in dark formal clothes from no decade Hermione recognized. Her posture was elegant. One gloved hand rested on the curtain cord. Her face, though not fully detailed, carried the composed air of someone who could watch a hanging with perfect manners and then compliment the flowers afterward. "Who is she?" Hermione asked. The wizard muttered. "Relative of a relative of a relative, I'm told." "You don't know?" "I didn't invite her, did I?" The woman smiled at Hermione with the polite chill of moonlight on stone. Hermione went cold in a manner that had nothing to do with Harry's moving perimeter and hurried to class. By supper, 3 more paintings had acquired additional occupants. By the end of the week, the pattern was undeniable. Corridors Harry used often developed watchers, not living ones, not quite ghosts either. Painted presences. Figures in severe evening wear, black gloves, old-fashioned cravats, veils, and rings. Sometimes they leaned against painted mantles that had not existed the day before. Sometimes they stood at the backs of rooms with the patient attentiveness of family attending church out of affection rather than faith. Students noticed. Naturally, they made it worse. "There's a man in the 4th-floor landscape who wasn't there yesterday," Dean Thomas reported. "2 men," corrected Seamus. "One of them bowed at me." "That's called manners," said Harry absently from behind a copy of Magical Drafts and Potions. "Encourage it." Dean stared. "Mate." Harry lowered the book. "Yes. Why are the paintings haunted around you?" "They were already haunted. You know what I mean." Harry seemed about to answer, then paused and glanced toward the nearest portrait. A stern medieval abbess who in recent days had acquired a silent gentleman standing by her elbow. The gentleman raised one eyebrow at Harry. Harry sighed very slightly. "I appear," he said, "to have become legible to certain things." Nobody liked that answer. Hermione liked it least, because she suspected it was true. She went to the library. Of course she did. If Harry Potter developed an inherited resonance with death, if the architecture began paying attention, if background figures emerged in artwork, and a lavatory ghost discovered joy, one did not sit about wringing one's hands. One conducted research. Madame Pince saw her coming and closed her eyes briefly as if in prayer. Hermione ignored this and began with genealogies, then funeral customs, then pre-ministry household magic, then obscure references to the Peverells beyond the Hallows, which were sparse and annoyingly metaphorical. She searched indices under Addams, Addams, Ethelman, ancestral resonance, mortuary wards, conduit lineages, posthumous testimony, and one deeply promising volume called Old Families and Their Unfortunate Habits, which turned out to concern inbreeding and dragon pox. By the third evening, she had found precisely 4 useful references. The first described a mourning host line in the late 12th century, whose heirs were said to keep a seat for the dead until testimony be satisfied. The second referred to a legal dispute in 1431, in which an unnamed family challenged a ministry predecessor by producing binding witness from beyond natural departure at a banquet, causing 2 magistrates to resign, and one to marry into the family out of what the text called defensive admiration. The third mentioned a practice of consecrating domestic spaces so that the boundary becomes table rather than wall. Hermione copied that line twice. The fourth was worse. It was a footnote in a brittle legal digest, almost certainly omitted from modern editions on purpose. Peverell cadet branches, particularly the line later associated with the Addams household, demonstrate resistance to panic-inducing enchantment and fear-based coercive magic. Conventional intimidation is therefore ineffective and may provoke architectural sympathy. Hermione read that sentence 6 times. Then she closed the book, opened it again, and read it 6 more. Architectural sympathy. No wonder the common room seemed to rearrange itself around Harry's silences. She carried the books back to Gryffindor with the buzzing alertness of someone who had not solved a mystery but had located its preferred vocabulary. Ron was asleep by the fire, one sock half off. Several younger students whispered over cards. The room smelled of embers, old parchment, and wet wool drying too close to heat. Harry was nowhere visible. Hermione almost relaxed. Then the floorboard beneath her left foot creaked, not with the usual complaint of old wood, but with a distinct, conversational cadence. She froze. A second board, 2 paces ahead, answered. Hermione stared at the floor. One did not, under ordinary circumstances, interpret random wooden noises as language. Hogwarts had, over time, forced revisions to the phrase ordinary circumstances. Very slowly, she turned toward the staircase to the boys' dormitories. Nothing. No Harry, no ghost. No movement except firelight and sleeping shadows. She told herself she was tired. Then the portrait hole opened without password or ceremony, and Harry stepped through carrying a lantern he had no need for because the corridor behind him was already lit. He stopped when he saw her. For a moment neither spoke. Then Hermione, because she had abandoned good sense long ago in the service of knowing things, said, "Did the floor just answer me?" Harry glanced down at the boards. "They're curious," he said. Hermione held onto the nearest chair. "You say things," she told him. "That would get anyone else admitted to St. Mungo's." "Yes," Harry said, "but I'm usually right." She hated that he was. He crossed the room, light-footed despite exhaustion, and set the lantern on a side table. Up close, he looked younger again, the way he sometimes did when tiredness stripped the new composure down to bone and grief. Yet even now the comfort remained, that eerie lack of alienation from what should have horrified him. Hermione put her books down with deliberate care. I found references. Harry's attention sharpened immediately. Did you? One about household consecration, one about witness from beyond death, one about fear magic failing against this line. She hesitated, and one about architecture. That made him go still. Architecture, he repeated. Yes. The corner of his mouth moved, not quite into humor. That would explain a few things. Hogwarts likes you, Hermione said before she could stop herself. Harry blinked. That's not how most people phrase it. It's the best I've got. He looked around the common room then, really looked, and Hermione followed his gaze. The room seemed unchanged. Armchairs, rugs, sleeping students, red hangings, low fire. Yet the shadows along the ceiling beams held a density they had not once possessed. The tower no longer felt merely inhabited. It felt attentive. I don't think it's liking, Harry said at last. Not exactly. What then? He considered. Recognition. Hermione swallowed. That should have been the most alarming word of the night. It wasn't. The most alarming part came later. It was 3 in the morning when she woke. No nightmare, no disturbance, just the sharp, complete awareness of being needed by no one and summoned by something anyway. The girls' dormitory lay silent around her. Moonlight washed the canopy curtains in silver. Lavender snored faintly. Parvati had rolled entirely into her blankets and resembled an abandoned parcel. Hermione lay still, listening. There it was again, a creak, then another, not from the tower settling, not from random shifting timber. Patterned, measured. Like someone pacing downstairs in a room trying not to wake the house and discovering the house was already awake. She threw on a dressing gown and crept to the staircase. The common room below glowed with the low orange pulse of banked firelight. Chairs crouched in shadow. The windows were black mirrors. Every portrait appeared asleep, except for one old knight near the mantel, whose eyes were very much open and tracking the center of the room. Harry sat alone on the rug before the fire. He was not reading. The ledger lay closed beside him. His knees were drawn up, one arm resting across them, the other hand flat against the floorboards as if feeling for a pulse. He wore dark trousers and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled once at the forearms. The brooch at his chest gave off no visible light, and yet somehow remained the focus of the room. Hermione did not move. The floorboard beneath Harry's hand creaked. Another answered near the hearth. Then a soft knock came from somewhere under the nearest table leg. Harry tilted his head, listening. The hair rose on Hermione's arms. He was not speaking to ghosts. He was speaking to the room. The creaks came again, different now, crossing from one side of the common room to the other in small, careful signals. A beam overhead gave a low, settling groan. The fire clicked. Harry closed his eyes. When he spoke, his voice was quiet enough that Hermione had to lean forward to hear it. "I know," he said to the empty room. "I'm working on it." Silence followed, then the floor under the windows gave a series of rapid complaints, almost urgent. Harry opened his eyes and let out the smallest sigh. "No," he murmured. "Not yet." A pause. "I said not yet." The portrait knight by the mantel crossed himself. Hermione's fingers tightened on the banister. The room responded with a long, slow creak from the boards nearest the staircase, nearest her. Not hostile, merely aware. Harry's head turned. Their eyes met. For a heartbeat Hermione expected surprise, embarrassment, anger, something human and immediate. Instead, Harry looked exactly as though he had known she was there for several seconds and had merely been allowing her the dignity of deciding whether to admit it. "You should be asleep," he said softly. Hermione descended 3 steps before answering. "So should you." "That's true." She came the rest of the way down. No one else stirred. The common room held them in its dark attention like a witness box. Hermione stopped several feet away. "What were you talking to?" Harry glanced at the floor, then back at her. "Hogwarts." The answer was so straightforward that it circled all the way past absurdity into insult. "Hogwarts," she repeated. "Yes, the castle. Yes, the castle has opinions." Harry tilted his head. Strong ones, she stared. In the firelight, with the tower breathing quietly around them and the portrait knight pointedly pretending not to overhear, the entire thing might have been ludicrous. It was not ludicrous. It was intimate. That was worse. Hermione sat down opposite him because standing felt like conceding too much ground to unreality. "What does it want?" Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Acknowledgement." Her mouth went dry. "For what?" "For the dead." His gaze dropped to the ledger. "For what it keeps. For what happened here. For what people keep pretending is past because they don't know what else to do with it." The tower gave a low, satisfied creak. Hermione looked at the floor as though it might explain itself in subtitles. "And you can do that?" "I think so." "You think so?" "I'm working with incomplete instructions and several centuries of family commentary," Harry said, with a flicker of the dry humor she had been missing from him for months. "None of them agree on anything except table placement." Despite everything, Hermione laughed once, breathlessly. Harry's expression softened. It was slight, exhausted, real. And in that moment she understood what had been bothering her most. He was not descending into darkness. He was arriving somewhere. That should have reassured her. Instead, it filled her with a cold so precise it felt almost respectful. Because Harry had spent his entire life being made unwelcome by places that claimed him only when useful. Privet Drive, the Ministry, sometimes even Hogwarts itself. To watch the castle answer him now, to see the very boards lean toward his hand and hear him speak to them like a tired heir negotiating with elderly relatives, it made the world feel rearranged. "You're comfortable," she said before she meant to. Harry looked up sharply. The room went still. "Yes," he said at last. Hermione's throat tightened. "That," she whispered, "is the frightening part." He held her gaze. "I know." Neither moved. The fire settled in red folds. Outside the windows, the night pressed close to the glass. Somewhere in the girls' dormitory, a sleeper turned over and muttered. In the portrait by the mantel, the knight carefully closed his eyes as though to give them privacy he absolutely intended to discuss later. Harry rested his hand once more against the floor. This time the boards beneath his palm gave only the smallest answering creak, almost gentle. Hermione looked down at that sound, then back at him. For the first time since the graveyard, she saw the shape of what might come next, not in detail, not yet, but in direction. Harry was not being pulled apart by what had happened to him. He was learning its grammar. The difference between those two states was everything. And it terrified her more than any curse would have, because corrupted people could be rescued, broken things could be mended. But Harry, sitting calmly in the middle of a sleeping tower while the castle listened to him breathe, did not look broken at all. He looked, impossibly, like someone finally at home. Hermione did not sleep again that night. She sat with him until dawn silvered the windows and the common room slowly remembered itself as furniture rather than witness. They did not speak much. Sometimes Harry answered soft noises from the hearth or the beams with a word or two. Sometimes he simply listened. Once he opened the ledger and copied down a line while Hermione pretended not to notice his hand shake afterward. By breakfast, the tower was ordinary again. Or rather, ordinary by Hogwarts standards, which meant the porridge was lumpy. The post brought 3 minor panics and a howler, and Seamus insisted one of the corridor portraits had winked at him with hostile intent. Hermione took her seat at the Gryffindor table, accepted toast from Ginny, and watched Harry across the platters as he resumed his discussion with nearly headless Nick, as though nothing unusual had occurred between midnight and dawn. Ron arrived late, hair in catastrophic condition, and looked between them. "You both look awful," he observed. Hermione buttered her toast with absolute precision. "That's because you slept." Ron, wisely, did not ask further. Harry glanced at her over the rim of his tea. No smile this time. Just a quiet acknowledgement, almost solemn. A secret shared then. Not a pleasant one, not yet, but real. And as the ghosts drifted through the hall, and the candles smoked faintly above, and the old castle shifted around them with the hidden patience of stone that had seen too much and intended to remember all of it, Hermione realized she had crossed some invisible threshold during the night. She was no longer merely observing Harry's changes. She had been admitted to them, which meant, she thought with the grim clarity of someone who had chosen her friends long ago and far too deeply, that whatever this inheritance became, curse, gift, legal catastrophe, or the opening act of something much older than the ministry, she was in it now. Across the table, Harry touched the brooch at his chest absently, as if reassuring himself it remained there. The nearest windowpane flashed for a moment with reflected light. In it, just behind Harry's shoulder, Hermione thought she saw the outline of a woman in dark gloves standing with calm approval. When she looked directly, the glass reflected only morning. Hermione picked up her tea, discovered her hand had gone cold, and understood with complete certainty that the school year was about to become much stranger. There were, Hermione Granger believed, two kinds of dangerous knowledge. The first kind announced itself properly. It arrived in cursed tomes bound in suspicious materials, whispered promises, and warning labels written by librarians who had lost patience with history. It lurked in the restricted section and the backs of old family vaults and footnotes that said things like "consult no further without supervision." This kind of knowledge, at least, had the decency to behave like contraband. The second kind wore school robes and accepted toast. This was considerably less convenient. By the second week of October, Hermione had stopped trying to decide whether Harry's inheritance was real and started trying to determine what, precisely, it thought it was doing. This proved difficult, partly because magical genealogies were rarely honest and partly because Harry himself was an intolerably selective witness. He would answer direct questions. He would even answer them truthfully. He simply had an alarming ability to make the truth sound like a private joke between him and the architecture. For example, "Do you still hear the ledger?" "Yes." "How often?" "Often enough to remain literate." "What does that mean?" "It means some names disapprove of being skimmed." This sort of thing had become common. Hermione had taken, at first, to writing down every strange phrase Harry used in a notebook labeled Potter, currently worrying. This had ceased after 3 days, when she realized the notebook was filling faster than her homework planner and that, if left unchecked, she would have to begin indexing him by category. Ron thought this was funny. Hermione thought Ron's standards for what counted as sustainable had always been ruinously low. Still, he had adapted better than expected. Perhaps because Ron's emotional loyalties, unlike Hermione's curiosity, were fundamentally simple. Once he had determined that Harry was not under obvious mind control, not secretly dying, and not planning to summon anything with extra teeth into Gryffindor Tower before supper, Ron had settled into a practical stance of wary support. He watched Harry the way one watched a friend learning to ride an unfamiliar broom, ready to intervene if necessary, but aware that shouting directions usually made things worse. Hermione, unfortunately, had never possessed that sort of restraint. So on a Wednesday evening, after finishing arithmancy 2 hours early through the power of indignation and forward planning, she marched into the library, found Harry already seated at a remote table beneath a shaded lamp, and set down 6 books with the sort of impact usually reserved for legal accusations. Harry looked up. He wore dark robes as usual, though today the cuffs were buttoned neatly and the collar sat a fraction too formal for ordinary study. The mourning brooch at his chest was black against black, and therefore more noticeable than if it had sparkled. The ledger lay closed beside his elbow, not hidden, simply present, like a disconcerting relation who had learned table manners and therefore become more powerful. "You've brought artillery," Harry observed. "I've brought sources." "That is, for you, the same thing." Hermione sat. Around them the library breathed in its usual austere way, pages turning, quills scratching, the occasional cough from a student discovering that scholarly panic had consequences. Madame Pince prowled near the central aisle with the expression of a priestess guarding a temple no one entering deserved. Rain tapped lightly at the windows. Hermione pushed the top book toward him. "Mortuary traditions of the lesser noble houses," she said. useless for 300 pages, and then suddenly very interesting. Harry opened it obediently. She did the same with the second. Lines of inheritance and curse resonance in pre-ministry Britain. Terrible prose, unpleasant opinions about everyone. But it mentions a cadet Peverell branch associated with something called morning host practice. Harry turned a page in the first book, then paused. Morning host. Yes, that sounds like a title one ought to inherit with a house and a tax dispute. It may have done. Hermione lowered her voice. Listen. She opened her notes. By now they had developed a system. Hermione extracted facts from sources that were, as a rule, pompous, evasive, or actively malicious. Harry translated the ledger's marginalia, family commentary, and occasional audible disapproval into something resembling useful cross-reference. Between the two of them, a kind of coherence emerged, though it was not a coherence any sane institution would have approved. Hermione Reed, the branch later styled Addams by marriage and habit, demonstrated unusual funerary customs, including the maintenance of formal place settings for deceased kin during legal and seasonal observances. Harry, who had opened the ledger without either of them consciously deciding he would, glanced down and ran one finger along the page. Then he said, Septimus Addams notes that omitting the dead from supper makes them conversationally vindictive and leads to avoidable mildew. Hermione blinked. Is that an exact quote? He tilted the book so she could see a narrow line of slanting, elegant script in ink so black it nearly shone. If you neglect the departed at table, they will express themselves through weather, plumbing, and selective family memory. This is not haunting. It is etiquette. Hermione stared, against her will, something like laughter pressed at her ribs. It was absurd. That was the trouble. The ledger was monstrous in premise and somehow continually unserious in presentation. Beside the entries of grief, negligence, and inherited failure ran a stream of commentary so dry and self-aware that reading it felt uncomfortably like meeting a family determined to be charming at a funeral. Harry turned another page. There's more, he said. Hermione braced herself. He read, Do not let the ministry use the word unnatural in your hearing. The ministry believes umbrellas are a substitute for weather. Hermione laughed then. Not loudly. Madame Pince would have committed a stabbing, but enough that two Ravenclaws looked over in alarm. Harry's mouth twitched. It had become, Hermione had noticed, easier for him to do that while reading the ledger. Not because the book made him light-hearted, because it made him accompanied. The realization was troubling and not, she suspected, reversible. She leaned closer. Read the next part. He did. They worked for nearly 2 hours. Facts accumulated. The Peverell Addams curse, though the ledger rejected the word curse in several increasingly rude annotations, appeared in one heir per generation, not according to age or primogeniture, but according to proximity. Not physical proximity alone. Existential. The line chose the one who had passed closest to death without crossing into it, the one who had stood within the threshold and returned carrying its grammar. Which is appalling, Hermione said, after confirming the same principle in 3 separate sources, as a method of succession. Harry considered. It does prevent complacency. That is not a defense. It sounded faintly like one. She ignored him and continued sorting notes. It also grants resonance with ancestral memory, limited spatial consecration, and resistance to fear-based magical coercion. Harry looked up. Resistance? Hermione tapped the relevant passage. Not immunity in the broad sense, more refusal of purchase. He was quiet for a moment, then said, That sounds right. The words landed between them more heavily than the rest. Hermione knew why. The graveyard had not merely frightened Harry. It had altered the relationship between fear and function inside him. Everyone had seen that. Adults called it trauma when speaking kindly and instability when speaking politically. But these texts, old and blunt and uninterested in modern euphemism, suggested something else. That terror still existed for him, but no longer ruled him by natural right. He could still hurt. He could still grieve. He had simply stopped treating fear as sovereign. It was a deeply unsettling inheritance. Also, Hermione admitted privately, a useful one. She read aloud again, more quietly this time. Such heirs do not fail to feel dread, they merely cease to organize themselves around its expectations. Harry's fingers stilled on the page. Then, after a pause, he said, that one sounds less like scholarship and more like gossip. Hermione turned to the citation. It's from a 1612 ministry complaint. Harry actually smiled. Then gossip, he said. Official gossip. Across the table, Ron arrived carrying 3 cups of tea balanced with improbable optimism, and the expression of a person who had already lost one argument and expected to lose another. "You're both still here," he said. "We're studying," Hermione replied. Ron put down the cups. "This doesn't look like studying. This looks like the beginning of a cursed trial." Harry accepted his tea. "That's a comforting distinction." Ron sat anyway. He peered at Hermione's notes, then at the open ledger, then at a volume whose chapter headings included posthumous hospitality and boundary courtesy for reluctant relatives. "Right," he said. "So, any good news?" Hermione shuffled pages. "Depends how you define good." Ron made a pained face. "Never mind, that was a stupid opening." Harry took pity on him. "Apparently I'm unusually difficult to frighten by institutional means." "That," Ron said, "does sound useful." Hermione hesitated, then she added, "and he may be capable of consecrating spaces." Ron blinked. "What does that mean?" Neither answered at once, because the truthful answer was, they did not yet know they had references, yes, old ones, fractured ones, frightened ones, descriptions from people who disliked the family and therefore occasionally became accurate by accident. But no practical guide existed, at least not in anything Hermione had yet found, for what it looked like when a boy in a castle began claiming rooms from the inside out. Harry sipped his tea. "It means," he said finally, "that some places stop pretending they're neutral." Ron stared at him. "That explains absolutely nothing. It explains the correct amount." "No," said Hermione, "it explains the amount you prefer." Harry inclined his head in acknowledgement of the hit. Then, because he was either merciful or reckless, he opened the ledger wider and turned it so Ron could read the nearest annotation. Ron squinted. "Never consecrate a pantry in haste. The preserves become opinionated." There was a long silence. Ron looked from the page to Harry, then to Hermione, and back to the page. "I hate that I understand why this is funny," he said. Hermione folded her hands together. "Yes," Ron kept reading. "Wait. There's one here that says, 'Your Uncle Edgar attempted a house blessing while in a temper and accidentally improved the cellar into jurisprudence.' What does that mean?" Harry looked at the corresponding note. "Apparently the wine began settling disputes." Ron set down his tea with reverence. "Your family was mental." Hermione opened her mouth to correct the verb tense, then decided against it. Madame Pince descended on them shortly thereafter because Ron, weakened by contact with the ledger, laughed at a sentence involving a mausoleum, 3 ants, and avoidable enthusiasm. They were expelled from the main reading area under the accusation of socializing with grim intent, which Hermione considered unfairly specific. So they moved to a smaller side alcove near the restricted section entrance, where the light was poorer, and the air smelled pleasantly of dust and old vellum. Hermione secured access by means of Professor McGonagall's signature, a well-developed expression of academic injury and the strategic omission of several details. Harry, meanwhile, carried the ledger in both hands as one might carry a sleeping but sentient cat. The restricted section, once entered with purpose rather than adolescent excitement, turned out to be more disappointing and more disturbing than legend suggested. There were no screaming books, which Ron considered false advertising. There were, however, shelves of texts written by people who had looked at difficult truths and concluded the main problem was manners. Ministry manuals on suppression, case studies on magical bloodline deviation, sealed hearings, family registries with entire branches blotted out in judicial ink. Hermione found a volume titled On Those Houses Best Left Uninvited and sat down with the fierce satisfaction of a hunter discovering fresh tracks. Harry found a thin black book with no title at all. "Of course you did," Ron muttered. Harry opened it, then frowned. "It's blank." Hermione held out a hand. He passed it over. To her, the pages remained empty, creamy, innocuous. "Maybe invisible ink." Harry shook his head, took it back, and looked again. His expression shifted. "What?" Hermione asked. He turned the book around. Across the previously blank page, in a narrow, impatient hand, appeared a single sentence. "If Albus Dumbledore has let you read this unsupervised, he is either improving or in despair." Ron made a strangled sound. Hermione sat very still. "You can see that," she whispered. "Yes. Only that?" Harry turned the page. More writing bloomed beneath his gaze. He read silently for a few seconds, then exhaled through his nose in a way Hermione was beginning to recognize as his equivalent of shock. "What does it say?" He looked up. "Apparently," he said, "this is an instructional primer, or a family attempt at one." Ron looked toward the ceiling as if preparing a prayer to any power not currently related to Harry. Hermione leaned in. "Read!" And Harry did. Not the whole thing. Some passages were dense, some repetitive, and one chapter appeared to consist entirely of insults directed at a 17th-century bishop. But enough emerged to clarify the broad shape of the inheritance. The line did not summon the dead at will. That, the book insisted, was vulgar, imprecise, and usually the mark of amateurs with emotional deficits. Rather, it created conditions under which the dead could answer. The heir did not command testimony. He made room for it. Consecration, in this context, meant more than blessing. It meant establishing a space in which hospitality outranked denial. A place could be claimed not by domination, but by acknowledgement of grief, of memory, of unfinished account. Once consecrated properly, such a place resisted intimidation, falsehood, and several varieties of ministry procedure. Ron listened to this with the expression of a man learning his best friend had inherited a particularly articulate weather system. Hermione took notes so quickly her wrist began to ache. Harry read one final line and stopped. "What?" He hesitated. Then he said, "It says that spaces claimed by the line do not become haunted. They become honest." No one spoke. The quiet in the alcove altered. It was ridiculous, Hermione thought. Suggestion. Atmosphere. Too many hours spent knee-deep in funerary lore and ancestral sarcasm. Yet the air around them did seem to sharpen. The shadows under the shelves grew less like darkness and more like recesses awaiting occupancy. Somewhere deeper in the restricted section, a chain rustled as if a book had adjusted itself into greater comfort. Ron stood. "I'm going to get biscuits," he announced. "Not because I'm frightened, because I need to chew something ordinary before I start hearing furniture." He left with immense dignity considering the speed of his exit. Hermione watched him go, then looked back at Harry. He was reading the blank book again, more slowly now. The lamp lit one side of his face and left the other in thoughtful shadow. His posture had changed in the last hour. Less defensive. Less like a boy enduring strange magic, and more like someone learning a native language he had not heard since infancy. It made him look older and perversely much more like himself. "What are you thinking?" she asked. Harry did not answer immediately. At last he said, "That none of this feels foreign." Hermione felt, absurdly, as though the room had dropped an inch. "That should trouble you," she said. "It does?" He replied, then, after a beat, "A little," she almost objected. Instead she closed one of her books and said, with more calm than she felt, "All right. Then trouble me as well. Start from the beginning." So he did, not the official beginning, not Gringotts, not the letter. He began with what it felt like. The whispers in the ledger were not voices in the ordinary sense, he told her. Not hallucinations. Not a chorus muttering from every corner, more like pressures of attention. Some names remained quiet until touched. Others reacted to context. A page on negligence might stir when Umbridge passed in the corridor. An annotation concerning locked doors had apparently become very alert near Filch. Certain entries carried impressions: rain, perfume, the drag of a hem across old stone, tobacco, cold iron, lilies left too long in water. None of it overwhelmed him. None of it demanded. It simply accompanied. And Hogwarts? Hermione asked. Harry glanced toward the dark beyond the alcove. Hogwarts listens back. That was not, regrettably, new information. Does it answer in words? No, in feelings. Sometimes, in floorboards, often. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. Harry waited politely. "Do you understand?" she said after a moment. "How impossible it is to build a framework around sentences like that." "Yes," he said. "I've been trying not to enjoy it." That, at least, sounded normal. Before she could respond, a shadow crossed the end of the aisle. Both of them looked up. Dumbledore stood there. He had not approached loudly. He rarely needed to. The library, like most places, seemed to make way for him as a matter of long habit. Yet tonight the effect was different, not authority exactly, caution, as if even the shelves were unsure whether to welcome or withhold. "Miss Granger," he said mildly. "Mr. Potter." Hermione rose at once. Harry did not, which under ordinary circumstances would have been notable. Under these circumstances, it felt almost correct. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to the blank black book in Harry's hands, then to the ledger, then to Hermione's fortress of notes. Something passed through his expression, weariness, perhaps, or confirmation of a suspicion he would rather not have had vindicated. "Harry," he said, "would you walk with me?" Hermione opened her mouth. Harry shut the book and stood before she could. "Yes," he said, "no more than that." No defensiveness. No teenage hostility sharpened by secrecy. Just a measured courtesy so exact that Hermione, watching Dumbledore receive it, saw the headmaster grow fractionally more uncertain. That frightened her. She gathered the books while Harry followed Dumbledore from the alcove. Ron returned at the exact wrong moment, arms full of contraband biscuits, and nearly collided with Harry in the aisle. "Blimey," Ron said. "What happened?" "Meeting." "With?" Harry glanced toward Dumbledore's retreating back. "Institutional weather." Ron looked to Hermione for translation. Hermione, who had lost all patience with the limits of ordinary language, said "Dumbledore," and continued stacking texts. The headmaster's office smelled of citrus polish, ancient parchment, and secrets that had achieved tenure. Harry noticed, as he climbed the moving staircase, that the castle was unusually quiet around him, not silent. Hogwarts was never silent. Somewhere far below a door slammed, a portrait snored, pipes muttered. But the subtler attentions, the little shifts in wall and stair, the sidelong awareness he had begun to recognize in old stone, had drawn back. He suspected, not for the first time, that Hogwarts had opinions about this office. The gargoyle admitted him with an expression of carved disapproval. Inside, silver instruments spun and clicked on long-legged tables. Fawkes regarded Harry from his perch with the maddening serenity of a creature who had died, and returned enough times to find most mortal drama repetitive. Portraits of old headmasters pretended to sleep with varying levels of conviction. Dumbledore moved behind his desk and did not immediately sit. That, more than anything, told Harry this would be interesting. "Tea?" Dumbledore asked. "No, thank you." A pause. "Lemon drop?" Harry looked at him. "No, thank you." Dumbledore inclined his head and sat at last, his hands folded lightly atop the desk. Moonlight from the tall windows silvered his beard and left his eyes darker than usual. "I have been reading," he said. Harry glanced at the walls, then back. "So have I." "Yes." The faintest ghost of a smile touched Dumbledore's face and vanished. "I gathered as much." Harry waited. Dumbledore was accustomed, Harry knew, to structuring conversations by pace and omission. He let silence mature until others filled it. He posed gentleness like a lantern and allowed people to walk into its circle believing they had chosen the path themselves. Tonight, he seemed to discover that Harry had become unexpectedly difficult to shepherd by atmosphere alone. At length, Dumbledore said, "The Peverell Addams line has not appeared at Hogwarts in a very long time." "Was that deliberate?" Another pause. "Not on my part." That was not an answer. Harry did not say so. He merely continued to look at him. Dumbledore's fingers shifted slightly against one another. "What you have inherited," he said, "has historically been used unwisely." Harry considered the sentence, then asked with perfect politeness, "Would you like to be specific?" The portraits along the walls became, all at once, very interested in their own sleep. Dumbledore's gaze held his. "There have been occasions," he said carefully, "on which members of that line allowed grievance to become governance." Harry let that sit between them. It sounded precise enough to have been rehearsed. It also sounded partial enough to be a warning wearing gloves. "Which ancestor?" he asked. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Harry felt, not heard, but felt, a small tightening in the room. The office, for all its accumulated authority, disliked direct naming. Perhaps all institutions did. Finally, Dumbledore said, "Several. That isn't specific either." "No, no," Harry agreed. He did not raise his voice. He did not challenge. Yet the absence of adolescent heat seemed to unsettle Dumbledore more than anger would have done. Harry had spent years meeting adult manipulation with protest, sarcasm, bursts of temper. Those things could be managed, sorted into categories. Punished, soothed, redirected, measured courtesy was harder. Dumbledore sighed, and for a moment looked every year of his age. "The line is not evil," he said, "but it does not naturally trust mediation or delay or the comforting fictions on which civil systems often depend." Harry thought of the ledger's notes about ministries and umbrellas. "That sounds," he said, "as though it objects to lying politely." A flicker in Dumbledore's eyes, amusement, unwilling and brief. "Sometimes," he said, "polite lying has prevented chaos." Harry looked at the silver instruments, the sleeping portraits, the bird who had burned and returned and therefore never had to make peace with permanence. "Has it?" he asked. That landed. He had not planned it to. Not exactly. But the question entered the office and stayed there like a draft under a closed door. Dumbledore did not flinch. He only grew stiller. When he spoke again, the gentleness remained, but it had lost its professional smoothness. "You have every reason," he said, "to be angry with the adults who failed you." Harry thought of that phrasing, "failed you," singular, as though failure were an event and not an environment. "With me included," Dumbledore added. Harry met his eyes. "There are choices," he said. "You made that I intend to have a longer conversation about one day." Dumbledore inclined his head. "I would expect nothing less." And there it was, not apology, not defense. Recognition, perhaps, or the formal acknowledgement of a debt not yet collected. Something in Harry relaxed, not because he was satisfied, but because the conversation had finally become honest enough to endure. Dumbledore leaned back a fraction. "What concerns me," he said, "is not that you will use this inheritance cruelly. I do not think you will. What concerns me is that it may teach you to value justice above mercy." Harry considered that more seriously than Dumbledore perhaps expected. Outside the tall windows the night stretched over Hogwarts in layers of black and silver. Somewhere below, deep in the castle, a beam answered another beam in soft, settling conversation. At the moment, Harry said, justice would already be an improvement. Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. When they opened, something like sorrow had joined the uncertainty there. "Yes," he said. "That is precisely what I feared you might say." Harry left the office not feeling victorious. He felt catalogued, not by Dumbledore, by himself, as if the conversation had placed several truths on the table and invited him to decide later which were warnings and which were excuses. The castle greeted him on the staircase down with a quiet shift of stone underfoot, the architectural equivalent of a hand at the elbow. He found it oddly comforting. Hermione and Ron were waiting in the common room. Of course they were. Hermione had arranged herself in the armchair nearest the fire with all the severe patience of a magistrate pretending not to hold court. Ron occupied the sofa, one leg hanging off the side, a biscuit tin between his knees. 2 first years at the far table were whispering over gobstones until they noticed Harry and abruptly remembered homework. "What happened?" Hermione asked at once. Harry removed his robes, draped them over the back of a chair, and sat opposite them. "Dumbledore has been reading." Ron winced. "That sounds worse than normal." "It probably is." Hermione set down her quill. "What did he say?" Harry considered how to answer. The fire burned low and red. Shadows moved softly across the rug. The common room's familiar chill had gathered around his corner without troubling the rest. Somewhere in the tower above, pipes knocked twice in a way that meant nothing and yet not, perhaps, nothing. he said, Harry replied at last, that this inheritance has historically been used unwisely. Ron frowned. Did he say by who? No. Helpful, Hermione muttered. I asked. That got both their attention. And, Hermione said, Harry reached for one of Ron's biscuits, found it stale, and ate it anyway. He remained educationally unspecific. Ron made a strangled laugh. Hermione did not. She was watching Harry too closely. There's more, she said. Harry leaned back. The room listened. He's frightened, Harry said. Ron snorted. Of you? Harry thought about Dumbledore's face in the lamplight, the weariness under the composure, the care with which he had touched each sentence as though testing for fractures. Yes, he said. A little. Hermione went very still. That was, she knew, the wrong part of the sentence to focus on. The real substance lay in the warning about justice and mercy, in the implications of old family history, in Dumbledore's refusal to specify names. Yet what lodged itself in her mind was simpler and stranger. Dumbledore was uncertain, not performing uncertainty to instruct them, not withholding certainty to produce growth. Genuinely standing before an unfolding reality and finding that even he did not fully know where it led, that changed the air around everything. Ron, perhaps sensing the same thing, pushed the biscuit tin toward Harry without looking at him. Well, he said. Good. Harry took another biscuit. Good. Yeah, means he can't keep pretending he's got 12 moves planned. Hermione looked at Ron, surprised. He shrugged, suddenly awkward. What? He does. Harry, despite himself, smiled. It was brief, but it stayed long enough that both of them saw it. Later that night, after Ron had gone up and Hermione had finally allowed exhaustion to drag her toward bed, Harry remained by the fire with the ledger open on his knees and a sheet of thick parchment on the table beside him. The common room was nearly empty. A sixth-year girl slept in an armchair with a book on her face. The portrait hole had closed for the last time. The fire had settled into dignified embers. The tower around him breathed in little old-house murmurs, timber, stone, the distant complaint of stairs. Harry dipped his quill. The black ink he had taken from the library's stranger shelves moved differently from ordinary ink. He could not have said how. It clung to the nib with a kind of intention, as though writing were not merely what it did, but what it preferred. He hesitated over the parchment, then wrote the first line, not a spell, not a plea, an invitation. The wording arrived with unnerving ease, formal without stiffness, precise without sterility. It felt less like composition than recollection, as though some older branch of courtesy had risen in him and taken control of the wrist. He wrote slowly. The ledger beside him remained open to a page he had not selected consciously. An ancestor named Elinor, who had once, according to the notes, conducted a corrective supper for 3 magistrates and a bishop of regrettable flexibility, seemed to approve. When Harry finished, he sanded the ink, folded the parchment, and slid it into a heavy cream envelope. There was no address, not yet. He held the flap closed with one hand. The room had gone very quiet. Then, from somewhere within the walls, came a low, pleased creak. Warm wax dripped from no visible candle onto the seam. Harry watched it gather, dark and gleaming. A seal pressed itself into place as neatly as if an invisible hand had closed upon it. When he lifted the envelope, the wax bore the impression of an outstretched hand. Harry turned it over once in his fingers. He did not smile. But the expression on his face, had Hermione seen it, would have frightened her more than any grin, not because it was cruel, because it was calm. He slid the sealed envelope into the ledger. The brooch at his chest cooled, then warmed again. And somewhere deep in Hogwarts, beneath stone and stair and sleeping portraits, something old settled its weight more comfortably and waited for dinner. Dolores Jane Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts wearing pink. This was not, in itself, illegal. It should perhaps have been regulated. The woman entered the great hall at breakfast in a cardigan the color of an insulted blancmange, carrying a clipboard and a smile that looked as though it had been trained on smaller mammals. The entire room noticed at once, not because bright pink was rare in a Scottish castle, though it was, but because she moved with the distinct and nauseating confidence of someone who believed rules were most beautiful when applied to other people. Hermione saw her first and stopped buttering toast. Ron followed Hermione's stare and muttered, "Oh no." Harry looked up last. That, Hermione thought, was because Harry had become increasingly difficult to startle by the ordinary entry of human beings. A ministry official in offensive knitwear simply did not rank especially high anymore. He was halfway through a conversation with nearly headless Nick about posthumous election disputes, and seemed mildly inconvenienced at being recalled to breakfast. Professor McGonagall rose from the staff table with the expression of a woman who had just discovered a stain on history and intended to remove it by force of disapproval alone. Dumbledore, beside her, looked serene in exactly the way that suggested he had already identified 13 possible outcomes and liked none of them. Umbridge took the empty seat that had been prepared for the ministry's representative and folded her little hands. She beamed. The castle, very faintly, creaked. Harry heard it. He was becoming good at telling the difference between ordinary old-building complaint and the subtler sounds Hogwarts made when it had formed an opinion. This one came from somewhere high in the beams above the enchanted ceiling, not loud, not dramatic, merely a dry and unmistakable little adjustment, like an elderly aunt settling spectacles more firmly on the bridge of her nose. He looked up. Nothing visible. Yet the air over the hall felt newly specific. Ron leaned in. "Tell me that noise wasn't about her." Harry considered Umbridge, who was now smiling at the student body as if she had personally invented education and meant to invoice them for it. "Yes," he said. Hermione closed her eyes briefly. "Wonderful." Breakfast proceeded with all the fragile normality of a carriage ride over thin ice. Spoons clinked. Owls arrived. Somebody at the Ravenclaw table dropped marmalade in shock when Umbridge emitted her first high little laugh. The laugh did not resemble happiness. It resembled a teacup attempting extortion. By the time her official speech began, sweetly congratulatory, faintly patronizing, full of phrases like proper oversight and educational consistency. Most of the school had already decided to hate her on instinct. Harry did not hate her. That was the problem. Hatred was active. Hatred expended energy. Hatred acknowledged scale. Harry watched Dolores Umbridge with the same calm interest he might have devoted to a preserved specimen in a jar. Unpleasant, perhaps dangerous in quantity, but ultimately finite. It was not bravery. It was not defiance. It was something colder and far more unsettling. Umbridge finished speaking to scattered applause from the staff and no one else. She sat down. The hall gave another faint creak. This time Harry could have sworn it came from the direction of the long wall behind the staff table. Umbridge's eyes, small and bright and toad-like in a face determined to call itself grandmotherly, found him almost at once. Ah, Harry thought, there it is. He had expected it, of course. One did not become Harry Potter and then hope the ministry's newest instrument of institutional cruelty would overlook one out of modesty. The surprise, if there was one, lay only in how quickly she began. By lunch, she had observed 2 classes, interrupted Professor Flitwick mid-demonstration, smiled at Professor Trelawney as one smiles at decorative instability, and requested, in a voice sweet enough to rot the teeth of history, a private word with Harry after supper. Hermione's fork hit her plate. No, Harry beside her continued cutting shepherd's pie with maddening care. "Yes, no," Hermione repeated. "That wasn't a response. That was me vetoing the concept." Ron, caught between alarm and fascination, said, "Can she do that?" "Yes," said Hermione and Harry together, though with entirely different emotional temperatures. Hermione put down her fork. "Harry, she is not asking for a private word because she values adolescent nuance. I know. She's going to try to frighten you." At that Harry did look up, not mockingly, not even with that recent dry amusement he had begun to wear like a hidden cufflink. He simply looked at Hermione with the grave patience of someone trying not to point out that the weather could no longer drown him in the usual way. "I know," he said again. The thing was, Hermione realized with a sick twist under her ribs that he did. He knew exactly what Umbridge was. He just no longer organized himself around being vulnerable to her. That should have reassured her. Instead, it made her want to set the entire school on fire in a measured academic fashion. After supper, Harry went. Of course he did. Umbridge's temporary office had once belonged to an assistant professor of magical theory and still retained the faint structural dignity of a room designed for serious reading. Umbridge had improved upon this by making it unbearable. Lace curtains suffocated the windows. Decorative plates of kittens covered one wall, each moving with sticky little animations of paws and blinking eyes. The desk had been polished into moral aggression. Several potted plants looked as though they were considering death out of self-respect. Harry stood in the doorway and felt the room recoil, not from him, from itself. It was very slight. A tightening in the corners, a faint pressure in the paneling, the kind of discomfort one sensed when a decent coat had been forced onto the wrong body. Umbridge sat behind the desk, all pink softness and smiling malice. "Mr. Potter," she trilled, "do come in." Harry entered and closed the door behind him. The kitten plates turned their heads in unison to look at him. One of them, a fluffy white creature with a blue bow, hissed. Umbridge either did not notice or considered this atmosphere enhancing. "Sit down, dear." Harry sat. For several seconds Umbridge simply observed him. She had likely expected unease. Schoolchildren generally brought it with them as naturally as acne. Harry, however, sat neatly in the hard chair opposite her desk, with one hand resting on his knee and the other lightly against the armrest, his expression composed and almost courteous. To Umbridge, this did not read as serenity. It read as insolence in an unfamiliar dialect. "I have been hearing," she said, steepling her fingers, "that you have developed certain unusual habits this term." Harry considered his answer. "That depends on who has been reporting." "How arch," Umbridge said, smiling wider. "I refer, of course, to your unfortunate tendency to encourage disruption. Private conversations with ghosts, disturbing questions in class, a rather theatrical reputation for gloom." "Is gloom under ministry jurisdiction now?" The smile held. That depends how it is used." Harry let that sit between them. The office felt crowded with pink intent. The plates watched. The potted plants attempted not to. Somewhere in the walls, a soft, settling noise moved downward through the wood, like a house taking note. Umbridge leaned forward. "I think," she said with sugary intimacy, "that you have become accustomed to attention, Mr. Potter. Fame at your age can be so distorting. One begins to mistake melodrama for importance. I am here to help correct that." Harry looked at her. It was a perfectly ordinary look, which is to say it contained no fear, no bluster, no teenage heat, no wounded eagerness for adult approval, just attention. Exact and almost scholarly. It was, Umbridge realized without understanding why, the gaze of someone assessing the dimensions of a container before deciding what sort of insect could be preserved in it. She disliked this intensely. "So," she said lightly, "I think we shall begin with a little detention." Harry nodded once. "If you like." The answer disoriented her. Children were meant to protest, or gulp, or posture. Even the arrogant ones supplied some gratifying tension for authority to pluck. Compliance of this texture, mild, unbothered, almost hospitable, made her feel as though she had just threatened a well-set dining table. Umbridge opened a drawer and produced the quill. It was long, black, and elegantly cruel. Harry's gaze dropped to it, not alarmed. "Interested?" "Ah," thought the house behind the walls, "here we are." "This," Umbridge said, "is a very special quill. No childish excuses, no wasting ink, no tiresome theatrics. You will write a sentence for me until I am satisfied that you mean it." She slid a sheet of parchment across the desk. The words were already written at the top in careful pink script. "I must not tell lies." Harry looked at the parchment, then at the quill, then back to Umbridge. There was a pause just slightly too long to remain administrative. In that pause, several things happened at once. The castle drew a slow breath. The brooch over Harry's heart cooled. And somewhere very far below them, in the old stone where Hogwarts kept records of water, fire, feast, punishment, and the names of children who had not gone home, something ancient and domestic lifted its head. Harry took the quill. Its tip touched his skin. Nothing happened, no pain. No cut, no bright line opening across the back of his hand. Instead, the parchment drank. Black ink bloomed across the page in one smooth, decisive sentence, as though written by a hand more elegant and infinitely older than Umbridge's. I must not tell lies. The letters shone wetly. The ink smelled faintly of turned soil after rain. Harry looked down at his unmarked hand. Then at the page, across the desk, Dolores Umbridge stared. Harry wrote again. Again the words appeared only on the parchment, dark and rich and final, leaving his flesh untouched. A third time. A fourth. The office went very still. One of the kitten plates emitted a tiny, horrified squeak. Umbridge snatched the parchment. The lines remained. Her own pink heading at the top looked suddenly foolish above them, like frosting on a legal decree. "What?" she said, and lost the smile entirely. "Have you done?" Harry set the quill down carefully. "Nothing, I think." "That is impossible." "Yes," Harry said, "it often is." She rose. The room disliked that more than it had disliked the quill. A lace curtain twitched though the window was shut. One of the potted plants dropped a leaf in open disapproval. The painted kittens began pretending to sleep. Umbridge came around the desk. Up close, she smelled of violets and ambition and the sort of powder that tried to make cruelty look respectable. "Mr. Potter," she said, low and dangerous now, "I strongly advise you not to attempt." Harry looked at her. Just that, no movement, no challenge. No teenager's thrill at provoking a tyrant. Only the calm, clear regard of someone who had stood in a graveyard with the dead in his scar and found that this, by comparison, was administrative. Umbridge stopped speaking. She had meant to loom. Instead, she became aware, horribly aware, that looming required the other person to concede scale. Harry did not. He was not defiant. Defiance at least participated in the arrangement. He simply did not seem to recognize her methods as occupying the category of danger they had once held. For the first time in years, Dolores Umbridge felt herself become ridiculous in a room that knew it. "Return to your tower," she snapped. Harry stood, of course. He moved to the door. At the threshold he paused, not dramatically, but as if recollecting ordinary courtesy. "The sentence is accurate," he said. Then he left. Umbridge remained standing in the middle of the office with the parchment in her hand. The ink on it had dried to a deep matte black. When she lifted the page closer, the smell of damp soil rose again, unmistakable and intimate, like a garden turned by spade under moonlight. She shuddered. Then she marched directly to the flu connection reserved for ministry business and demanded Cornelius Fudge at once. Fudge appeared in green flame and irritation, his face forming within the grate in a swirl of soot and self-importance. "What is it now, Dolores? I'm in the middle of—" "There has been interference." Fudge sighed. "Potter?" "Yes, Potter. What's he done?" That, Umbridge discovered, was the difficulty. The boy had done so little it felt insulting. She thrust the parchment toward the fire anyway, as though evidence might improve by proximity to authority. "My disciplinary quill failed." Fudge blinked at the page. "In what sense?" "In the sense," Umbridge said tightly, "that it did not function as designed. The sentence appeared on the parchment instead, in black ink. No incision, no compliance imprint." Fudge stared a little longer, then made the fatal mistake of looking amused. A schoolboy trick. Dolores Umbridge went pale pink to dark rose. "It was not a trick." "My dear Dolores, Hogwarts is full of old enchantments, countercharms, temperamental wards, theatrical children. This was not theatrical." Fudge adjusted his hat in the flames, already half bored. "Then it was accidental." Potter's always causing accidental disturbances. The boy attracts exceptions the way a rubbish heap attracts cats. Umbridge's mouth thinned. "I am telling you the quill made no mark." "And I," said Fudge, "am telling you not to let him set the tone, confiscate something, assign more detentions. Make examples where necessary. The usual." The flames sank before she could answer. Umbridge stood very still behind her. One of the kitten plates turned its face to the wall. She had not told Fudge that part. She had not yet decided whether she was seeing things. Harry, meanwhile, went down. Not to Gryffindor Tower. Not to bed. Down. The castle had begun doing something curious when he walked with purpose toward places it approved. Doors forgot to resist him. Corridors arranged themselves into a kind of tacit guidance. Staircases that ordinarily delighted in mischief behaved with almost ecclesiastical solemnity. Tonight the route carried him through a side hall off the dungeons, down a narrow flight he had never previously noticed, past a locked iron gate that opened at his approach with the polite reluctance of an old servant who had decided the family resemblance was sufficient. He carried a lantern because darkness deserved ceremony, not because he required help seeing. Below the dungeons lay a sub-basement no student mentioned because almost none knew it existed. The air there was cool and dry, carrying the smell of vellum, old stone, iron shelves, and dust so ancient it had achieved respectability. The corridor ended in a round archive room lined with ledgers thicker than paving stones. No title marked the entrance. There did not need to be one. Harry knew what the place contained before he entered. The dead in a castle had to be kept somewhere, not their bodies. Hogwarts had always been less sentimental than that. But names, dates, causes, witness notes, unresolved circumstances, whether next of kin had been informed, whether protections had failed, whether doors had stuck, staircases slipped, wards delayed, adults hesitated. Every death the school remembered. There were more shelves than any school should have needed. Harry set the lantern down. He touched the nearest ledger. Its leather was cracked with age, the spine bearing a date from the 17th century. When he opened it, the script inside stood precise and merciless. Marion Thistlewhite, age 12. Fell from west stair during winter flood. Rail rot previously reported. Repair delayed pending term budget. Harry read that entry, then the next, and the next. Hours passed. The house did not interrupt him. It simply listened while he learned the shape of its grief. Some deaths were dramatic, some stupid, some preventable in ways so banal they became obscene, duels gone wrong, curses miscast, infirmary fevers, magical beasts, structural failures, political cowardice wearing the name of prudence. There were names from every century. Tiny notes in margins where staff had added mother informed, brother arrived from York, portrait commissioned. No remains recovered. By the third ledger, Harry stopped turning pages as a student and began doing so as an heir. Not to Hogwarts, to a count. When at last he closed the final volume for that night, the lantern flame had gone low and peculiar. The room seemed closer than before, not physically, but in the way silence becomes company once properly acknowledged. Harry rested one hand on the topmost ledger. "I know," he said quietly. The shelves answered with a small, collective settling sound, not grief, recognition. After that, the great hall began to change, very slowly. So slowly that no one would have noticed had they not been house elves, portraits, ghosts, or Hermione Granger. Harry did not march in with candles and proclamations. He knew better. Consecration, the black untitled primer had informed him in 3 separate annotations, was not imposed. It was established through repetition, courtesy, and correct memory, so he worked in gestures. A pause at the threshold before breakfast. 2 fingers resting briefly against the carved doorframe as if greeting a host. A line from the archive ledgers murmured under his breath while crossing from Gryffindor table to Slytherin side on an invented errand. The placement of a black candle stub beneath the staff dais, not lit, merely present, removed again before anyone but the house elves could see, the quiet speaking of names while the hall stood empty between meals. He did these things without hurry. The house elves noticed on the first night. Dobby noticed first, because Dobby noticed everything that involved Harry Potter and potentially feelings. But the others noticed too. The older elves especially, the ones whose ears had heard generations pass through the kitchen stones, and whose hands remembered table settings no living wizard had ordered in 100 years. They did not interrupt. They simply began appearing at the edges of Harry's path, at first 1 or 2. Then 3. Then, by the end of the week, a small, respectful procession keeping several yards back whenever he crossed the hall after hours. Hermione saw it by accident. She and Ron had been returning late from astronomy, half frozen and wholly resentful, when the great hall doors stood slightly ajar and a low amber light spilled across the corridor. Ron peered in first, then swore softly. Harry stood alone beneath the enchanted ceiling, or not alone, precisely. 5 house elves lined the wall behind him at a decorous distance, hands clasped, faces solemn with the peculiar concentration of staff observing a ritual they understood better than management. Harry had one hand resting against the nearest house table. He was not casting, he was listening. The hall, stripped of students and noise, looked enormous. Candlelight burned along its length in thin gold rivers. The night above showed stars, yet the space under those stars seemed denser than usual, as though invisible chairs had begun arriving 1 careful inch at a time. "What is he doing?" Ron whispered. Hermione answered without looking away. "I think," she said, "he's introducing himself." Ron made a face that suggested this explanation had somehow worsened matters. They did not interrupt, neither did the elves. After a minute, Harry lifted his hand from the table and said something too low to hear. Every candle in the hall bent its flame in the same direction, then straightened. Hermione backed away first. There were, she had decided recently, moments when understanding required distance rather than proximity. She was not abandoning the question. She was merely allowing the castle privacy while it considered whether to become legally significant. Umbridge, meanwhile, doubled down. This was her one reliable instinct. When confronted by phenomena she could not classify, Dolores Umbridge did not retreat. She invented more paperwork. Within days, she had issued 2 notices, 3 educational clarifications, and a memorandum on unauthorized murmuring in corridors. She increased Harry's detentions. She inspected Professor Binns with the expression of a woman trying to discipline Fogg. She accused the Bloody Baron of obstructive silence. None of it improved her standing. If anything, the school began rejecting her in small, exquisitely deniable ways. Chalk snapped in her fingers. Doors required 2 extra attempts before opening. Ink curdled in her inkwell and had to be replaced twice daily. The sugar in her tea developed an odd and persistent taste of dust. Filch, who normally admired any authority that made children miserable, lasted 5 days before deciding she was unnatural in a municipal way, and reducing his cooperation to the legal minimum. Most unsettling of all, the portraits under her jurisdiction became difficult. Portraits had always gossiped, of course. It was their principal academic contribution. But there were rules of mutual toleration. Adults in power ignored the painting's insolence, and the paintings in turn provided occasional information, corridor traffic, and aesthetic continuity. Umbridge broke this arrangement by speaking to them as though they were decorations. Portraits hated that. The first complaint reached her on a Thursday afternoon. A second-year sent to deliver forms reported that the wizard in the gilt frame above Umbridge's office fireplace had refused to answer directions and muttered, "Ask the wall, dear. It has more respect for you than I do." The second complaint came from Umbridge herself when she discovered the pink-cheeked witch by the filing cabinet covering her ears whenever ministry policy was discussed. By evening, the portraits were no longer merely rude. They were absent by posture. Every painting in Umbridge's office that could turn away had done so. The kittens on the decorative plates had stopped playing and now sat with their tails to the room, facing their painted backgrounds in unanimous feline contempt. Dolores Umbridge stood in the middle of this visual mutiny and felt something very close to panic tap politely at the base of her throat. She sent a second flu report to Fudge immediately. This time Fudge was at his hotel, half out of robes and deeply irritated at being required to witness her through firelight again. "Well," he said. "What emergency now?" Umbridge kept her voice clipped and dignified through force of malice alone. "The portraits. What about them?" She turned the grate so he could see. Frames lined the office walls in perfect rows. Every single occupant had rotated away. Some stared at painted windows, some at painted bookshelves. One large gentleman in robes of plum velvet had gone so far as to lean his forehead against the inside of the canvas in what appeared to be moral exhaustion. The kitten plates showed only tails. Fudge frowned. "Have they been hexed?" "By whom?" He hesitated. Neither of them said Potter's name. Yet it hovered there, damp and inevitable, like fog over a graveyard. From somewhere beyond the office door came the faint sound of Hogwarts settling for the night. Old beams, distant pipes, stone remembering weight. Underneath it, so low Umbridge almost missed it, came a single creak from the wall behind her desk, not random, not structural, approving. Fudge heard it too, his eyes narrowed in the flames. What was that? Umbridge turned very slowly toward the sound. The portraits remained with their backs to her. One of the kittens lifted its tail a little higher. And in the great hall, far away beneath the sleeping castle, Harry Potter stood with his hand on black wood and quietly spoke another name into the dark. Hermione Granger had always believed that a list, properly made, was one of civilization's highest achievements. A good list imposed sequence on panic. It converted dread into bullet points. It transformed impossible, shapeless disaster into tasks, and tasks, while not pleasant, could at least be underlined. Hermione trusted this system. She had survived first-year trolls, second-year basilisks, third-year time paradoxes, fourth-year dragons, and fifth-year educational policy, largely through the disciplined application of paper. This was why, when she realized Harry Potter was making a list of the dead, she felt something very close to betrayal. It happened on a Sunday afternoon under rain. The castle had one of its grayer moods. Windows half-misted, stone corridors smelling faintly of wet wool and old dust, firelight in the common room too orange against the weather to be comforting. Ron had gone down to watch a row in the entrance hall involving Peeves, 2 Hufflepuffs, and a crate of sausages of uncertain provenance. Hermione had remained upstairs under the entirely sensible intention of finishing her Transfiguration notes before supper. That intention died the moment she noticed Harry was not reading. He sat near the far window where the light was poorest and the cold most loyal, the black ledger open on the table before him, an ordinary sheet of parchment laid beside it. Not homework parchment. Not essay parchment. Thick, formal cream paper like the kind lawyers used when threatening inheritance disputes. Harry held a quill over it with the very specific stillness of someone deciding not what to write, but what could be born. Hermione watched for perhaps 10 seconds before abandoning all dignity. "What?" she asked, closing her textbook with more force than necessary. "Are you doing?" Harry looked up. Rain tapped the panes behind him. The common room fire gave a low pop. A first-year nearby decided, on instinct alone, to relocate 3 armchairs away. "Making arrangements," Harry said. Hermione came closer. On the page in Harry's very careful hand, she read the first 2 names. Agnes Bell, age 13, Edwin Crowell, age 16, no dates, no houses, just names. Hermione's stomach tightened. "These are from the archive." "Yes." She pulled out the chair opposite without being invited and sat down. "Why are you writing them here?" Harry glanced at the ledger, then at the page, then back to her. His expression remained calm, not evasive exactly, but operating on a track so much steadier than hers that she could never quite catch it in the same place twice. "Because they are owed notice," he said. Hermione stared at him. Rain hissed softly against the window. "No," she said at last. "That sentence needs expanding." Harry looked faintly resigned, which she considered encouraging. "All right," he said, "but you'll have to let me do it in the correct order." Hermione folded her arms. "I am listening in the most threatening way possible." Something almost like humor passed through his face. He lowered the quill. "The great hall is nearly ready." I had guessed. This was an understatement. Everyone had guessed, though most people did not yet know what they were guessing for. The hall had acquired a pressure lately, a sense of being occupied in advance. Candles burned differently there. The long walls seemed to hold their shadows more carefully. House elves had begun appearing at odd hours near the doors, whispering with the grave efficiency of staff expecting nobility. Harry continued, The consecration changes what the stone can do. Hermione's pulse jumped. She kept her voice very level. The resurrection stone! Yes, you have the resurrection stone. Harry blinked once as though she had commented that he possessed socks. I assumed you knew. I suspected. Hermione said through clenched teeth that you had something very old and very badly behaved. That is not the same as knowing you have one of the Deathly Hallows in your pocket while reorganizing the school spiritually. Harry considered that. That is fair. Hermione put both hands flat on the table to avoid doing anything dramatic with them. When, she asked carefully, were you planning to mention this? When it became necessary to the explanation. And apparently that is now. Yes. She closed her eyes for one brief, fervent second. When she opened them, Harry had not moved. Of course he hadn't. He waited with infuriating patience, the way old rooms waited for storms to finish announcing themselves. Explain, Hermione said. Harry drew the black, untitled primer from beneath the ledger and opened it to a page already marked with a strip of ribbon so dark it looked poured rather than woven. He rotated it toward her. To Hermione, the book remained mostly blank. Not entirely blank now. Perhaps the consecration was changing her relationship to it by proximity alone. Here and there she saw traces, words that flickered and withdrew, faint letters like impressions left on pages above. But where Harry looked, ink darkened properly into legibility. He touched a line with one finger. The stone, he said, isn't a grief instrument in an ancestral space, not properly. Outside resonance, it does what the stories say badly, gives the living something half there and half wanted. Inside a consecrated Addams space, he paused. It functions as summons. Hermione did not speak. Harry continued in the same quiet tone, not for comfort, not for consolation, not for closure. He glanced down at the words as though checking their exactness. For witness! The room felt suddenly very still, even the rain seemed farther away. Hermione looked from Harry to the ledger to the page with Agnes Bell and Edwin Crowell written neatly upon it and began to understand. It did not come all at once. Understanding almost never did. It assembled itself in clean, dreadful increments, the archive, the great hall, the invitation sealed with a hand in black wax, the legal language in the primer, the note cards Harry had begun cutting from heavy parchment in the library last Thursday. The way he had said, after Cedric died, someone has to say what happened properly. Hermione's throat went dry. You're not calling them, she said slowly, because you miss them? Harry looked at her. No, that answer, because it was so simple, hurt more than anything sentimental could have. You're calling them to testify. Yes. The fire cracked. A portrait above the mantel shifted as though settling in for the next hour. Hermione found her own voice again by force. You cannot be serious. Harry's eyebrows rose very slightly. I am being more serious than I've been in months. Harry, he let her say it. That is not a seance, she said. That is a tribunal. Yes, in the school dining hall. Yes, with the dead. That is the relevant demographic. She stared at him, furious and horrified, and against every instinct of self-preservation, fascinated. What exactly, she asked, makes you think this is possible? Harry opened the ledger. The whisper that rose from its pages was too soft to be called sound and too distinct to be ignored. Hermione had stopped startling at that. She was not pleased with herself for it. He turned to a section near the middle, where newer entries mingled with older annotations in different hands. This, he said. Hermione leaned in. The page heading read, on formal summons in consecrated space. Revised after the Norwich dinner incident. Below it, in the same elegant, merciless script she was beginning to associate with ancestral practicality, ran several points. Harry translated as he read, because some phrases only appeared fully to him. When the stone is used within a properly claimed chamber, no echo shall answer where testimony is owed. He paused. Those called do not appear as comforts to the summoner, but as themselves, retaining memory, temperament, grievance, and the right to speak. Hermione swallowed. The summoned are not guests of the ministry, nor bound by ministry decorum. nor dismissible by any office founded after the first charter unless they consent to withdrawal. The portrait above the mantel made a small, deeply interested hum. Hermione shut the ledger, not hard, just enough to interrupt the sensation that the room had begun leaning inward around the words. "No," she said. Harry waited. "No in the sense that this is impossible?" he asked. "Or no in the sense that it is possible and you dislike it?" Hermione hated him a little for phrasing it so accurately. "The second one." "That's more manageable." She rose, paced 3 steps toward the fire, and came back. The floorboards gave a faint creak under her heel, as though reminding her this was a room in which composure mattered. This would tear the school apart. Harry's gaze followed her once and returned to the parchment. "Perhaps it would provoke the ministry." "Yes, it could expose you to Hermione." She stopped. He was not interrupting harshly, not dismissing, merely asking her, by tone alone, to stop listing consequences as if he had not spent months arranging them like cutlery. "I know," he said. The quiet in those 2 words was unbearable. Of course he knew. That was the point. He was not rushing toward spectacle. He was building procedure. Hermione sat down again, more slowly this time. "All right," she said. "Then do it properly. Who is on the list?" Harry inclined his head as if accepting the shift in jurisdiction. He turned the parchment toward her. The page had grown since she first sat down. Names filled it in 3 tidy columns under separate headings Harry had inked with judicial neatness. Hogwarts dead. Negligence/cover-up/delay charter witnesses. Original protections ancestral presence. Host line Hermione read the first several names in silence. Some she recognized from the archive because Harry had mentioned them. Some she knew from school legends distorted by time into rumor. Some she did not know at all. Agnes Bell, 13, Winter Flood. Marion Thistlewhite, 12, West Stair Rail Rot. The unnamed second year from 1942 kept in school too long. A caretaker's wife whose death had been listed as incidental magical contamination in language so bureaucratic Hermione still wanted to set the file on fire. There were more. Too many more. Her eyes blurred for a moment. Harry let her read. When she reached the second heading, the names changed texture. Older. Heavier. Founder-era clerks and early Wisengamot members whose statutes Hermione had only encountered in appendices and abandoned legal essays. The people who had apparently once written protections the modern ministry had sanded away into convenience. And the third section, she looked up, your family, in a broad sense. There are 17 of them. 18, Harry said, and wrote another name at the bottom. Eleanor Peverell Addams. Hermione watched the ink dry. The room smelled faintly of rain and ash, and something older than either. An atmosphere of linens opened from cedar trunks, silver polished for a meal no one was entirely sure they deserved. "And Cedric?" she asked, before she could decide whether to. Harry's hand stopped. That single stillness frightened her more than anything else in the room. For a moment he did not answer. The air near the window seemed to draw a careful breath around him. Then Harry reached for a second page, one separate from the main list, and laid it beside the first. Only one name appeared there. Cedric Diggory. Hermione's chest tightened. Harry did not touch the letters. "He is not on the guest list in the same way," Harry said. She kept her voice low. "Explain." "The ledger makes a distinction." He glanced down, and his tone became even more exact, as if imprecision here would amount to sacrilege. "Some dead are called as persons. Some can be called only as legal echo. It depends on the nature of claim, the right of peace, and whether the summoner is entitled to disturb rest for feeling rather than record." Hermione listened very carefully. "Cedric deserves peace," Harry said. "He will not be pulled from it for me." There was no self-pity in the sentence. No performance, just rule. The fire made a soft, falling sound. Somewhere beyond the portrait hole, laughter from lower in the tower drifted up and vanished. Hermione looked at the name again. "So what does a legal echo mean?" Harry took a breath. "It means the fact of him may attend. The truth of what happened to him. The portion of witness that belongs to the event and not to my grief." That was one of the most terrible things Hermione had ever heard said calmly. It was also, she knew at once, the most merciful thing Harry could have chosen. Her eyes stung unexpectedly. She hated that. "You've thought about this a lot," she said. "Yes, you decided this before Umbridge?" "Yes, before Dumbledore spoke to you." Harry nodded. After the graveyard, this time he did not answer immediately. Then, on the train, perhaps not in words, but something like it. Hermione put one hand over her mouth. The black ledger sat between them like a patient court clerk. At last, she lowered her hand and asked, because she had to know, and because she was, in some deep and regrettable way, exactly the sort of person Harry would eventually need for this. "Who else?" Harry looked at the list. Then, very deliberately, he turned to a fresh section of parchment and wrote 2 more names, not with the larger hand he had used for the others. Smaller, more careful, as though neatness here were a form of reverence. James Potter, Lily Potter. He did not look at Hermione while he wrote them. When he finished, he set down the quill and closed the ledger. The sound it made was soft, almost mannerly, and final enough that Hermione did not speak for a long moment. The common room around them resumed itself in fragments, someone laughing by the stairs, a chair scraping, wind at the glass. Yet at their table there remained a little enclave of different weather, a silence laid as deliberately as linen over silver. When Hermione did find her voice, it came out thinner than intended. Would their testimony be admissible? Harry's eyes stayed on the ledger cover. Yes. The answer was worse than if he'd said he didn't know, and you would do that to yourself. Only after she asked did Hermione realize how badly phrased it was. Harry had been through years of adults speaking as if anything painful to him were automatically off the record, best postponed until safer times that never arrived. He did not rebuke her. He only looked up. "It isn't about doing something to myself," he said. "It's about whether they're owed a place." Hermione's throat closed around 3 different responses. One was practical, one was furious, one was so tender she refused to let it out where the portraits might overhear. Before she could choose among them, Ron returned. He entered the common room wet at the shoulders, flushed from corridor excitement, carrying half a sausage in a napkin and the exact expression of a man who was prepared for mischief and found necromantic governance instead. He slowed visibly when he saw them. "What happened?" Hermione, without looking away from Harry, said. "He's planning a legally binding dinner for the dead." Ron stood still. Then he said, with admirable restraint, "Right." He came closer, looked at the papers, and went pale in stages. "Blimey." Harry indicated the empty chair beside Hermione. "Sit down." Ron did, perhaps because no better option presented itself. For several minutes, no one spoke. Ron read with the increasing horror of someone who had expected haunted and discovered administratively haunted, which was always worse. At last he pointed at one heading. "Original protections," he said. "What's that?" "Old law," Hermione answered before Harry could. "Preministry charter statutes." Foundational protections for minors, school wards, emergency removal procedures, witness rights, things the ministry either repealed or buried. Ron squinted at the page. "And you're inviting the people who wrote them?" Harry nodded. "So they can say the ministry broke its own bones." Ron looked up sharply. Harry met his eyes. It took Hermione an instant to realize Ron had not meant it as poetry. He had said it because, for once, instinct had found the correct anatomy first. "Yes," Harry said. Ron's hand tightened on the napkin until the sausage bent dangerously. "Because of Cedric." It was not a question. Harry did not answer. He did not need to. Ron knew him too well for that. He sat back in the chair with the peculiar stricken expression of someone who has finally caught up to a friend's grief, not by words, but by architecture. Hermione saw the exact moment it happened. The moment Ron understood that all the black clothing, the ledger, the whispers, the great hall, the maddening serenity, none of it was adolescent theatrics, and none of it was a slide into darkness. It was Harry, with every tool newly available to him, refusing to let Cedric become a footnote. Ron stared at the list for a long time, then he said quietly, "You're trying to make it count." Harry looked at him. Something shifted in his face. Not surprise, perhaps relief at not having to translate himself for once. "Yes," he said. Ron swallowed. Hermione suddenly could not bear the room. She stood and crossed to the bookshelf, then back, then stood by the window with her arms wrapped around herself. Rain streamed down the glass, making the grounds beyond look submerged. The cold near Harry had followed only part way, lingering around the table like a perimeter of thought. She turned. "Is it legal?" Harry reached for the primer. Instead of handing it over immediately, he opened to another page and placed the book flat between them. Ink rose, darkening under his fingertips into words Hermione could now partially make out herself. "There," he said. Hermione bent over the page. The statute heading was archaic, naughty, and offensively pleased with itself. On host right, testimonial return, and the duties of the living in chambers properly claimed under First Charter authority below it. A key passage had been marked in the margin by what looked to be 3 separate ancestors, each with increasingly rude notes. Hermione read aloud. "Where a chamber be rightly held, and where harm done hath been obscured by office, convenience, or cowardice, the host may call for witness from those departed whose knowledge bears lawful relation to the matter under inquiry." She paused, then kept going. "Such testimony, once given within claimed bounds and witnessed by bread, salt, iron, and name, shall have binding force upon all institutions descended from the Charter, whether or not they approve the hospitality extended." Ron frowned. "Bread, salt, iron, and name?" Harry, without looking up, said, "Table settings." Hermione read the last clause twice more, then a 4th time, then she shut the book and sat very carefully. "Well," she said into the stunned quiet, "that is horrifying." Ron pointed at her. "Yes, thank you." Hermione ignored him. "Do you understand what this means?" Harry's expression suggested that he did. "No," she said. "I mean practically. If this is valid, if even half of this is valid, the ministry can't simply dismiss it as schoolboy melodrama. The testimony would enter into record through the Charter itself. It would be precedent older than the ministry. Yes, they would have to answer." "That is the idea." Hermione stared at him. "You have been planning a constitutional disaster." Harry thought for a moment. "I prefer dinner." Ron made a faint, choking noise. Hermione covered her face with both hands and laughed once, a short, helpless, incredulous sound. It escaped before she could stop it. The absurdity of it collided with the scale of it and became briefly unbearable. When she lowered her hands, Harry was watching her with that same terrible patience. "You're going to do it anyway," she said. "Yes, even if Dumbledore forbids it." Harry's gaze drifted toward the common room walls, toward the castle listening in its old, unembarrassed way. "I don't think," he said carefully, "that Hogwarts will permit him to be fully effective." Ron rubbed both hands over his face. "That is not comforting." "No," Harry said, "it generally isn't." For a while the 3 of them sat in silence around the papers. Hermione read the statute again. Ron read the list once more, slower this time. Harry added 2 small notations in the margin beside several names. "School records present, no next of kin surviving, speak first or later." Hermione noticed that. "Speak first or later," Harry nodded. "The order matters. Foundational witnesses first, probably, then the school dead. Then personal testimony if admissible." Ron looked up sharply. "Personal?" Harry's hand rested lightly on the closed ledger. "It affects the room." Hermione understood before Ron did. Oh, Ron understood a heartbeat later and went very quiet. The portraits above them, sensing the atmosphere deepen, became impeccably occupied with other matters. Finally, Hermione exhaled through her nose. "All right." Harry looked up. "All right," he repeated. She reached for the list. "If you are going to do this," she said, "you are not doing it badly." Harry blinked. Ron stared at her. "Hermione," she turned to him, "would you prefer he improvise a cross-century witness dinner?" Ron opened his mouth, then closed it. "That," he admitted, "does sound worse." "Exactly." She pulled the parchment toward herself, found a fresh quill, and drew 4 clean columns on a second sheet. Seat name, category evidentiary relevance. Harry looked at the headings, then at Hermione, then back at the headings. "You're helping." Hermione did not meet his eyes while she said it. "I am preventing catastrophe from being disorganized." Something in the silence changed, not in the castle. In Harry, He had been steady throughout, but now that steadiness warmed by a degree so small anyone else would have missed it. Hermione, unfortunately, was not anyone else. "Thank you," he said. She waved a hand to dismiss the sentiment before it could become sentimental. "You may regret that later. Start with the charter witnesses. If they speak first, the legal frame is established before the personal records arrive." Harry obeyed at once. Ron watched this happen with the baffled expression of someone seeing a dragon accept note-taking instruction. Then, because he had been their friend too long to remain outside any madness that mattered, he leaned over the table. "What about Fudge?" Hermione and Harry both looked at him. Ron shrugged, defensive now that he had their attention. "If this is a dinner and a tribunal and whatever else it is, where does Fudge sit?" Harry's eyes sharpened. "He doesn't choose his seat." "Right," said Ron, increasingly uneasy with himself. "But where is it?" That, Hermione realized, was the first proper practical question anyone had asked about the living. She turned a new sheet and began sketching the great hall from memory: high table, central aisle, host chair at the head, ghost positions if incorporated, access points, wand risk, visibility lines. Ron, seeing the sketch, groaned softly. No, this has gone too far. Maps mean commitment." "Maps mean clarity," Hermione snapped, already labeling the entrance doors. Harry rose, crossed to the fireplace, and stood looking into the flames while Hermione drew. His silhouette in the firelight no longer seemed strange to her. That was perhaps the strangest part. "Fudge and Umbridge," he said after a moment, "must be within the consecrated line, but not at the host end. So they can't interrupt without standing into attention." Hermione muttered, sketching chairs. "And the dead see them before they see anyone else." Ron looked between them. "You've both become terrifying." "Yes," said Hermione absently. "Pass me that quill." He did. In another 10 minutes, the seating chart had become a real thing. The first crude geometry of a banquet not yet visible to the school, but already forming in thought. Harry returned to the table and made corrections with unnerving confidence, as though he were not inventing an impossible event, but remembering one that his blood had hosted centuries earlier. "The Bloody Baron," he said, tapping the left side of the host chair. Ron blinked. "What about him?" "He should sit there." "Should," Hermione repeated. Harry shrugged one shoulder. "It seems correct." Hermione wrote it down. Nearly headless Nick, she suspected, would take offense until the rank was explained and then forgive everything for the sake of proper inclusion. They worked until supper bells rang and were ignored. A house elf appeared sometime after dusk, carrying a tray of sandwiches and hot tea. Not Dobby. An older elf Hermione had seen only twice before in the kitchens, with silvering ears and the air of someone who had professionally judged generations of table settings. The elf set down the tray without comment, then looked at the list, then at Harry. Then, with a tiny bow so grave it nearly stopped Hermione's heart, said, "Will the host require morning salt in the old measure or the school measure?" There was a long silence. Harry answered as if this question had, at some point in human history, been normal. "The old measure, I think." The elf nodded once. "Very good, Heir," and vanished. Ron dropped half his sandwich. Hermione stared at the empty space where the elf had been. Harry took a sip of tea. "The kitchens are ahead of us," he said. "No," Ron replied. "That sentence alone is enough to ruin a man." Night pressed against the windows. The common room emptied gradually around them until only a few sleepy students remained by the fire. Their table became an island of parchment, black ribbon markers, tea stains, names, categories, maps, and a future none of them would ever again be able to call ordinary. At some point, without remarking on it, Hermione moved James and Lily's names from the secondary witness margin to a separate card box of their own. Not because they mattered more, because they mattered differently. Harry noticed, but said nothing. Ron noticed Harry noticing and looked abruptly at the ceiling. Hours later, when the list had passed from impossible to inevitable, Ron pushed his chair back and stood. "I need to say something," he announced. Hermione looked up. Harry did too. Ron shoved his hands into his pockets and stared at the fire rather than either of them. "I don't like this." Hermione opened her mouth. Ron raised a hand. No, let me finish before you organize me. Hermione shut her mouth. Ron swallowed. I don't like any of it. I don't like the dead at dinner. I don't like Fudge being invited by ancient furniture. I really don't like the bit where you can apparently bring in centuries-old legal witnesses because the ministry forgot hospitality law or whatever this is. That is, Hermione said, unable to help herself. A reduction, but not an inaccurate one. Ron ignored her. He looked at Harry now. I'm not frightened of you, he said. I'm frightened for you. Harry did not move. Ron's ears had gone red. He kept going anyway, because this isn't just goth nonsense. He gestured helplessly at the parchment, which under the circumstances was unfairly accurate. It's not you trying to scare Umbridge. It's not showing off. It's not even revenge, really. It's you taking what happened to Cedric and refusing to let anybody smooth it over. And that means you're going to drag yourself through all of it properly, even the bits that hurt most, because you think if you do it right then, maybe it won't have happened for nothing. The common room was completely silent. Even the fire had the decency to settle. Ron looked miserable and angry and more honest than he liked being in public. And I hate that you have to be the one doing it, he finished. But if you're doing it, I'm not leaving you alone with it either. Hermione felt something deep in her chest go painfully warm. Harry sat very still. Then he nodded once. All right, he said. Ron let out a breath. That's all. Harry's mouth twitched barely. No, it's just the part I can say without making this strange. Ron pointed at the table. Too late. And just like that the air loosened, not much, enough. Hermione looked at the two of them and thought, with sudden certainty, that this was how many impossible things began, not with power, not with prophecy, but with three exhausted teenagers at a table deciding not to look away from the correct horror. She gathered the seating cards into stacks. Harry reopened the ledger. Ron stole another sandwich. Outside, the rain finally stopped. Inside, the names waited in neat order, not peaceful, not appeased, but acknowledged. Harry took up his quill again, and, at the very bottom of the master list, beneath the living witnesses, beneath the dead, beneath the charter names and school names and family names, he wrote one final heading in small, precise script. Those who must attend under it, he wrote, Cornelius Fudge, Dolores Umbridge, no titles, no honors, just names. The ink dried black. The common room gave a quiet, approving creak from somewhere in the beams. Hermione looked down at the seating chart, at the measurements, at the host chair and witness order, and the space reserved for truth to sit where schoolchildren usually ate porridge, and discovered that her fear had not lessened. It had merely become useful. She set James and Lily's separate cards beside the others and squared the stack. Tomorrow, she said, we start placement by evidentiary flow. Ron groaned. Harry inclined his head with the solemnity of a man accepting strategic command before battle. And somewhere beneath Hogwarts, in the old archive where the school kept the names it could not forget, dust shifted softly on closed ledgers as if 100 neglected records had just been informed, at last, that supper would be served. The night before the banquet began, Hogwarts stopped pretending it was a school, not publicly. Publicly, it remained a castle full of homework, petty feuds, badly concealed crushes, late essays, suspicious puddles, and a defense against the dark arts curriculum currently being strangled by Pink. Students still hurried between classes. Filch still glared at happiness in all its forms. Peeves still discovered new uses for gravity. If one looked only at the visible machinery of the place, nothing had changed at all. But beneath visibility, where institutions kept their old bones, Hogwarts had gone still in anticipation. Hermione noticed it first in the library, not the obvious sort of stillness. Not quiet, libraries were always quiet in the aspirational sense, even when half the population of Ravenclaw was having nervous collapses in whispers. This was something lower and broader. A pause in the castle's usual incidental mischief. Staircases led where they should, doors latched cleanly. Windows stopped rattling when people lied near them, and instead remained closed with the restraint of witnesses waiting to be called properly. By the time supper ended, Hermione's skin had developed that particular tightness it got before exams, arguments, and disasters of constitutional significance. Ron, who had long ago given up pretending he could categorize his life with Harry Potter under normal threat assessment, was trying very hard to eat enough mashed potatoes to remain anchored to reality. Harry, meanwhile, sat between them and appeared almost serene, not happy. Hermione had become increasingly annoyed by people confusing those things. Harry was not happy in any ordinary sense. He was still carrying Cedric's death like a blade under his ribs. He still woke too quickly from sleep. He still fell silent in a way that made the air around him feel preoccupied whenever a laugh sounded too much like one from last year. But he was aligned. That was worse. He had spent the last week with his sleeves rolled, ink on his fingers, old statutes in his head, and the black ledger moving beside his life like a second pulse. He had not once suggested postponing the banquet. He had not once asked whether they ought perhaps to choose a safer form of truth. He had simply refined the seating order, revised the invitation language, and spoken to the house elves in a tone of exact courtesy that made them look at him as if he had remembered a language the school had been starving to hear. Hermione set down her fork. "You're doing it tonight." Harry wiped his hands with the napkin and looked toward the enchanted ceiling where late evening cloud drifted like dark silk over invisible stars. "Yes," Ron swallowed. "Properly," Harry turned to him. There was always going to be a properly. That was, Ron thought, a perfectly terrible answer. Around them, the great hall clattered and murmured with ordinary supper sounds. Plates scraped. Chairs shifted. The Hufflepuff table laughed at something in a localized and wholesome way that now struck Hermione as wildly temporary. The Slytherins, who had developed excellent instincts for the movement of old power, even when they misunderstood it morally, were watching Harry with the cautious attention of people who suspected a private weather system was about to become public. At the staff table, Dumbledore's gaze crossed the hall and met Harry's for half a second. Neither nodded. Neither looked away immediately. Then Dumbledore returned to his soup with the patient expression of a man who had realized the night would happen whether he approved of it or not, and had therefore shifted his attention to surviving it with dignity. McGonagall, beside him, had the air of someone who disapproved of the universe on principle and intended to continue doing so until it apologized. Umbridge was absent. She had spent the day in a mood of pink administrative escalation, and rumor held had tried to question 3 portraits, a door, and a staircase with equally poor results. Harry stood. The movement was small, but half the hall noticed. Hermione hated that she noticed the way silence subtly made room for him now, not because people feared him, because the castle did, or rather respected him in a register that looked alarmingly similar from a distance. "You're going now?" she asked. Harry nodded. "The hall needs to be empty before midnight." Ron frowned. "What happens at midnight?" Harry considered the question, then said, "Timing becomes older." Ron stared. "That doesn't mean anything." "It means," Hermione said tightly, because she had spent too long learning how to translate him into sentences that remained technically English, "that some of the rites depend on pre-ministry calendrical boundaries." Ron looked from her to Harry. That was worse. Harry touched the ledger where it rested tucked beneath one arm, an unconscious gesture he made more and more often now, as if the book had become both companion and credential. "Come if you like," he said. "But after a point, it won't be helpful unless you're carrying something." Hermione stood at once. "I can carry things." Ron stood too, after one glance at both of them and the rapid realization that staying behind while they began reorganizing the moral atmosphere of the school would haunt him forever. "I can carry loads of things," he said. Harry's mouth moved, not quite into a smile. "Yes," he said. "I know. They began with the kitchens." This felt to Hermione simultaneously obvious and deeply ominous. If one intended to transform the great hall overnight into a black-lacquered banquet chamber for the living and the dead, one would of course require the cooperation of the beings who ran food, table settings, candles, and half the practical logistics of civilization beneath Hogwarts. Yet the reality of descending to the kitchens behind Harry while he carried a ledger full of names, and Ron muttered anxiously about being drafted into funerary catering, had a quality of dream logic that ordinary life did not improve. The pair on the fruit bowl portrait admitted them before Harry touched it. Hermione noticed. So did Ron. Neither commented because by now one could waste entire evenings naming irregularities that had begun following Harry around and achieve nothing except fatigue. Inside, the kitchens blazed with warmth and copper light. Fires glowed. Pots simmered. Knives flashed. The long work tables, usually scenes of controlled abundance and the occasional elf-level panic, had been cleared in the center as if awaiting inspection by nobility or executioners. Nearly 24 house elves stood waiting. Ron stopped so abruptly Hermione collided with his shoulder. "Oh," he said. The house elves bowed, not all equally low, not identically. This was not the generalized cheerfulness with which elves greeted headmasters or food emergencies. It had gradation. Age. The younger elves bowed with curiosity and deference, the middle-aged ones with efficient seriousness. 3 very old elves, ears silvering at the edges, bent with an exactness so formal Hermione felt her scalp prickle. Harry inclined his head in return. He did not beam. He did not say hello in the ordinary sense. He greeted them as though they had assembled for something too old to cheapen with surprise. "Thank you for waiting," he said. The eldest elf stepped forward. Hermione had seen him only once before, carrying a tray through the staff corridor with the composed haste of someone who had no need to introduce himself to history. He wore no tea towel, but a black work coat buttoned neatly at the throat and a narrow ring of tarnished silver around one wrist. His eyes, enormous and dark, studied Harry with no trace of servility. "House remembers," he said. The sentence seemed to move through the kitchen like a current. Harry's hand tightened once around the ledger's spine. "Yes," he said. "I thought it might." The elf glanced at the book, the brooch, Harry's face, then looked briefly above Harry's shoulder in the way goblins had once done, as though checking the quality of company now attached to him. Finally, he said, "Master Peverell was careful with thresholds. The kitchens have waited a long while for careful hands." Ron, behind Hermione, produced a very faint choking noise. Harry did not flinch at the name. That, perhaps more than anything else, explained why the elves were willing to follow him. He did not reach for inherited power like a starving person grabbing bread. He handled it like a duty that had arrived in formal clothes and expected to be seated properly. "We'll need the hall stripped and reset before dawn," Harry said. The eldest elf nodded. "Yes, the silver with no reflection. Yes, the black service, already polished, the morning salt in the old measure at each witness place." Harry inclined his head again. "And the menu?" At this, something subtle changed in the room. Several elves lifted their chins. One in the back looked almost eager. Another, smaller and younger, clutched a parchment card with the reverence of someone holding liturgy. The eldest elf held out a hand. An elf to his right placed the menu card upon it. He passed it to Harry. Harry read. Then, slowly, one corner of his mouth moved. Hermione, who had become distressingly tuned to minute changes in his expression, recognized the look instantly. It was the face he made when the black ledger managed to be both sincere and impossibly funny at once. "What?" she asked. Harry handed her the card. The handwriting was elegant and severe. "First service inheritance, broth widow's comfort, cold black root, with moon-pickled fennel, second service nightshade. Rendered civil, the last supper of House Mortem Ash pears in funeral wine, final service witness salt bread of return mercy." Served chilled. Hermione stared. Ron leaned over her shoulder, read all 3 courses, and whispered, "I'm going to die." "Not from the food," said the eldest elf, mildly offended. "We have tested everything." Hermione looked up. "Tested?" 5 elves nodded in professional solidarity. "The nightshade is only technically nightshade," said another elf, with the quiet pride of a true specialist. "And delicious," added a third. Ron closed his eyes. That is not helping. Harry handed the card back with absolute seriousness. It's perfect, he said. The effect on the elves was immediate and profound. Several drew themselves straighter. One actually put a hand to his chest. The youngest among them beamed with such force Hermione briefly worried he might levitate. The eldest elf gave one sharp nod, then turned. Everything began. House elves did not bustle. Humans called it bustling because they lacked vocabulary for high-order domestic warfare. What followed in the kitchens was not flurry but orchestration. Lids came off in unison. Long black serving platters emerged from cupboards that should not have held them. Silver appeared wrapped in velvet. Candle bundles were sorted by size and significance. One elf consulted a list of seating correspondences while another counted spoons with the air of a financier auditing souls. Harry moved among them without getting in the way. That, Hermione noticed, was important. He did not command the operation like a general. He entered it as host and inheritor, yes, but also as someone aware that other people knew more than he did about labor. The elves asked him questions where meaning mattered. They did not need instruction about plates. Witness salt at every place or only the primary testimonies? Asked one. Every place, Harry said, but heavier for charter witnesses. Ghost settings, asked another. At table proper, not peripheral. This produced a small ripple of satisfaction among the older elves. Silver cups or black crystal? Asked a third. Harry hesitated only a moment. Silver for the living, crystal for the dead. The eldest elf, who had been supervising a crate of candles that did not appear to obey geometry, nodded as if some internal test had been passed. Hermione found herself pressed into work almost immediately. Seating cards, table order, verification of spelling on names older than the ministry. She sat at a kitchen sideboard with ink, parchment, and a mounting sense that she had crossed the threshold from helping a friend with an insane idea into serving as junior clerk in a ritual banquet older than Parliament. Ron was given chairs. Not one chair, chairs. Apparently the Great Hall's transformation required the relocation of the 4 house tables. The staff dais settings, benches, reserve stools, and several bulky pieces of carved furniture from a locked chamber off the west corridor. Hogwarts, hearing Ron's internal protest, responded by ensuring that every chair he had to move was larger than seemed morally appropriate. This, Ron said, staggering through the kitchens with a carved black dining chair that looked like it should seat a duke or an undertaker, is slavery with friendship branding. No, said Hermione, not looking up from a witness card for Marion Thistlewhite, it's exercise. I already hate the dead, Ron said, and nearly walked into Dobby. Dobby, who was carrying 6 silver candelabra and looked transcendently happy about it, swerved with professional grace. The honored guests is not dead yet, sir, Dobby said brightly. Only expected. Ron made a noise Hermione decided not to classify. By 10 o'clock, the Great Hall doors had been closed to students under the authority of no decree anyone could locate, and every decree that mattered. Word spread in 3 contradictory forms at once, which was how Hogwarts processed impending legend. Some said Dumbledore had ordered renovations. Others said a ministry inspection had gone catastrophically wrong and half the room was cursed. The first years believed, with complete confidence, that a dragon was being smuggled through the kitchens. None of these explanations was strictly accurate. The truth entered the hall through service doors, cellar passages, and old routes the castle remembered better than any map. Hermione carried the first stack of name cards in just before midnight and stopped in the doorway. The house tables were gone, not moved to the sides. Gone. As if the room had quietly admitted it had been wearing school clothes over a more formal body all along. In their place ran a single long banquet table from one end of the hall nearly to the other, black as obsidian and polished so darkly that it seemed less to reflect candlelight than to swallow it and return shape. Silver had been laid at every setting. It did not gleam. That was the worst part. It was perfect silver, beautifully worked, exquisitely clean and devoid of reflection. Spoons curved like captured moonlight and held no image. Knives rested beside plates like conclusions. Goblets stood dark at the mouths, as if waiting not merely for drink but for declaration. Above them, the enchanted ceiling had changed, not stars. The negative of stars. Hermione did not know how else to name it. The sky above the hall looked as if night itself had been inverted. Patches of white darkness floated where blackness should have been, while points of absence marked the constellations like tiny holes pricked through a veil into something colder beyond. It was not frightening in the cheap sense. It was beautiful the way tomb sculpture was beautiful. Formal, exact, aware of endings, and unconcerned with whether the viewer found that reassuring. Candles burned the length of the table. None melted. The wax did not drip. The flames moved, breathed, tilted occasionally toward doors or names or the center chair. But the candles remained the same height, as if time had been informed politely that this service would not be using it in the usual manner. The chairs at the far end of the table were already set, empty. Name cards stood before them in Harry's careful hand. Hermione crossed the room slowly, as if sudden movement might be rude. "Good God," she whispered. "Probably not the guest list," said Harry from somewhere to her left. She turned. He stood near the host's chair, jacket off, shirt sleeves rolled, black ink smudged across 2 fingers and 1 wrist. The brooch at his chest looked almost invisible against the dark formal waistcoat he had changed into sometime during the labor. His hair was untidier than usual. His face was tired. Yet he belonged in the room with a completeness that made Hermione's heart lurch unpleasantly, not because he looked grand, because he looked recognized. "This is absurd," she said. "Yes, it's impossible. Yes, the ceiling is offensive." Harry glanced up. "I thought it needed ambition." "That is not a defense. It wasn't meant as one." Somewhere near the far end of the hall, Ron groaned. Hermione turned and found him standing with the Bloody Baron's chair in both hands, staring at the table layout with the spiritually battered expression of a man who had moved too much furniture for one lifetime and been rewarded with metaphysical upholstery. "I'm helping create a murder wedding," he said. "It's not a wedding," Hermione replied. Ron looked around. "That somehow makes it worse." The ghosts arrived just after midnight, not all at once. That would have been theatrical, and Hogwarts ghosts, for all their vanity, understood rank. They entered in order of self-importance, moderated by corridor geometry. Nearly headless Nick came first in a ruff so stiff and elaborate it appeared to have filed appeals against gravity. The fat friar followed in broad, contented folds, looking less alarmed than interested. The Grey Lady drifted with that quiet pallor she wore like a private language. The Bloody Baron came last, of course, gliding out of the far shadow near the wall as though the hall had produced him from older silver. All 4 stopped at the threshold. Harry, halfway through checking the placement of the secondary witness settings, looked up. For a moment no one spoke. Then nearly headless Nick, who had plainly spent at least an hour rehearsing this and intended everyone to suffer the benefits, placed one translucent hand over his chest and said, "It is not often, Mr. Potter, that one receives an invitation phrased with proper attention to posthumous dignity." Harry inclined his head. "I'm glad it was readable." "It was elegant," Nick corrected. The fat friar smiled at the table with the softened awe of someone meeting tradition where he had expected novelty. "They haven't laid for us in centuries." "That's criminal," said Ron. The Grey Lady's eyes moved slowly over the silver, the empty witness seats, the ceiling, the candles, and finally Harry himself. Her face gave almost nothing away. But when she spoke, her voice held a note Hermione had never heard there before, approval stripped too fine to become warmth. "You have remembered the difference," she said. Harry met her gaze. "Between exclusion and peace." The Grey Lady inclined her head once. The Bloody Baron said nothing. He moved to the left hand of the host's chair, looked down at the place laid there. Black crystal goblet, silver knife, witness salt, a name card in Harry's hand, and became, if possible, even more silent. Ron leaned slightly toward Hermione. "Is that good?" Hermione whispered back. I think he approves so hard it's becoming theological." The Baron remained where he was. No one asked him to sit, no one needed to, the place was his. The oldest elves entered next with linens, not white, deep matte black, falling over the table like water poured at midnight. They settled without wrinkle. Plates appeared atop them with a precision that made Hermione feel clumsy merely for having feet. Serving bowls followed, covered tureens, narrow dishes for salts, long black trays for breads and roots and cold carved things whose shapes implied cuisine with legal opinions. As the courses were arranged, the hall's smell changed. Ordinary school food carried warmth in broad, obvious waves. Roast meat, butter, sugar, soup, gravy, human appetite in hearty forms. This banquet did not smell hungry. It smelled deliberate, cold herbs, mineral broth, fruit steeped in wine and smoke, something bitter and floral that might indeed once have been nightshade before passing through several expert hands and emerging refined, civil, and technically safe. One elf lifted the lid of a shallow silver dish for Harry's inspection. Inside lay glossy black rounds garnished with pale crescents of fennel and a scattering of white petals that might have been harmless or merely beautiful enough to be trusted. "Nightshade, rendered civil," the elf announced. "Ron, from across the room, those are not words food should need." The elf ignored him with expert contempt. Harry leaned in, inhaled once, and nodded. "Excellent." Another elf carried over a tureen of something dark and clear enough to reflect the candle flames without reflecting faces. "Inheritance broth," she said. "It's perfect," Harry replied. A third set down a covered platter before Hermione, who looked under the lid and discovered pears darkened almost black in wine, laid over crushed ice and garnished with thin silver threads of candied peel. "What is this one?" "Ash pears in funeral wine," said the elf gravely. Hermione stared at the dish, then said, because at some point tonight her entire education had ceased being a reliable guide to speech, "Of course it is." The elf nodded and moved on. By 1 in the morning, the hall had ceased resembling the room where students ate breakfast and begun resembling a chamber waiting for testimony to discover it had a body. The long table ran like a black road through the center of the room. The staff dais had been altered too, not removed, but humbled. Fewer chairs, less elevation. The room's true focus now lay at the head of the great table, where Harry's host chair stood carved in plain dark wood beside the bloody Baron's place, and opposite the stretch reserved for witnesses, whose names no living schedule should ever have needed. Hermione began setting the cards. This task required more precision than she liked and less emotional insulation than she wanted. She placed Agnes Bell with hands steadier than she felt. Marion Thistlewhite, Edwin Crowell. Second year, 1942, name restored by archive correction. Each card stood against silver or crystal, depending on its category, and each time Hermione positioned one she felt as though she were not inventing places, but uncovering them. Harry handled the primary witness placements himself. Original charter witnesses went first, nearest the center line of the table opposite the host, then the school dead, then ancestral presence, then the living who must attend. Hermione had seen the chart. She knew the order by heart. Yet watching Harry set the names one by one with his own hands made the structure feel less like preparation and more like verdict waiting patiently in advance of speech. Ron, to his credit, stopped joking halfway through. He took the card for Cornelius Fudge, looked at the seat Harry had assigned it within the consecrated line, visible to both the dead and the living, far enough from the head that interruption would be its own public performance, and exhaled. "That's vicious." Harry looked at the chair, then at Ron. "It's accurate." Ron nodded once and set the card down. When it came time for Dolores Umbridge, the candles nearest that place guttered sharply and then stabilized into thin, deeply unimpressed flames. Hermione noticed. So did Harry. Neither commented. At 2 o'clock, Owls left. Harry had written the living invitations hours earlier in the same black ink he used for rites and witness names. The envelopes were heavy cream, the seal impressed with the outstretched hand. They went first through ministry channels in the ordinary way, which was to say the least effective. One owl was dispatched to the ministry office where Fudge and Umbridge were reviewing educational complaints and pretending that reality had not grown legal teeth. A second pair of invitations was sent to their hotel. The third set Harry did not send by owl at all. He stood at the edge of the hall, one envelope in either hand, and turned the resurrection stone once between his fingers beneath the table where no one but Hermione noticed. The air changed. Not violently, simply into a shape older than corridors and newer than rules. Then he said, very softly, "For them." The envelopes vanished, Ron swallowed. "Where did they go?" Harry put the stone away. "Where they'll have privacy enough to be unable to ignore them." Hermione, who understood instantly and wished she did not, said nothing. By 2:30, Fudge and Umbridge had received their invitations 3 times. The first found them in the ministry office. Cornelius Fudge was dictating a memorandum designed to sound reassuring while meaning nothing. Dolores Umbridge was amending a paragraph on disciplinary latitude, with the pleased concentration of a woman improving someone else's oxygen supply. Then a barn owl came down the office chimney, ignored the windows, ignored the clerk attempting to intercept it, and dropped 2 black-sealed envelopes directly onto the ministerial blotter, for Cornelius Fudge, for Dolores Jane Umbridge, not to 4. The distinction did not initially register. It registered more after the second delivery at the hotel, when a pair of tawny owls deposited identical envelopes onto the dinner table between the soup and the pudding, despite every window being shut. It registered fully after the third, when Dolores Umbridge entered her bathroom, turned toward the basin, and found the envelope already waiting under the door on the marble tile with no sign of entry, carrying the same patient black seal and the same addressing. For Dolores Jane Umbridge. In pre-ministry law, the old primer had explained with ancestral satisfaction, a summons addressed for a person carried a different force than one sent to them. To invited reply, for presumed conveyance. It was the language used for those whose attendance had ceased to be negotiable and entered the category of obligation witnessed by older offices than convenience. Umbridge understood this 5 seconds after opening the third envelope. Fudge understood it 8 seconds after she arrived at his hotel suite, white-faced and furious, carrying all 3 copies like proof of contamination. "This is harassment," he said first, because he was Cornelius Fudge and preferred naming over comprehension. Then he read the body. "You are required to attend dinner tomorrow evening in the Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Formal dress is encouraged. Evasion will be interpreted as testimony. By host right, witness claim, and the surviving authority of the first charter, your places are set." HJPA, Fudge read it twice, then a third time, and went pale beneath ministerial pink. "What," he asked the room at large, "does the hyphen stand for?" No one answered. Because there are moments in the lives of powerful men when irrelevance arrives with perfect clarity, and no one in the room wishes to be the first to explain it. Back in the hall, time had stopped behaving like hours and become instead a series of completed arrangements. 3 o'clock. The final candles were placed. 3:15. The ghost settings were adjusted at nearly Headless Nick's request by exactly half an inch to preserve dignity of drift. 3:30. Hermione discovered that witness salt was black, fine, and glittered faintly as if ground from old promises. 4. The last course was covered. The hall, complete but not yet activated, stood waiting in magnificent restraint. And then, because Hogwarts had apparently decided that full completion required one final act of public theater, the doors sealed themselves. Not slammed, not locked with spectacle. They simply shut with a sound of final oak intention and remained so. By breakfast, every student in the castle knew something had happened. They discovered it not through alarm, but through refusal. The great hall doors would not open, not for prefects. Not for professors below a certain category of permission. Not for a Hufflepuff third year who believed strongly in breakfast as a human right. A note had appeared pinned at eye level on the right-hand door in Harry's careful hand. "Dinner tonight. Dress appropriately. HJPA." Pandemonium followed in disciplined, house-specific forms. Gryffindor responded first with noise. Outrage, delight, speculation, exaggerated offense at breakfast delays, and at least one immediate attempt to interpret appropriately as dramatically. Ravenclaw responded with analysis. 3 theories on historical precedent circulated within 20 minutes, one involving funeral law, one a foundress's right, and one ludicrously insisting Harry had discovered a lost branch of ceremonial astronomy. Hufflepuff responded with practical concern over meals, and then, once reassured that food was still forthcoming elsewhere, with increasingly heartfelt curiosity. Slytherin responded by going back to their dormitories to select better clothes. Hermione, watching this unfold over emergency pastries in a side chamber McGonagall had commandeered as temporary breakfast distribution, thought, of course they did. Ron, mouth full of scone, muttered, "Malfoy's going to have a field day." "He already looks smug," said Hermione. Across the room, Draco Malfoy indeed looked as though history had finally remembered its manners. He said something low to Blaise Zabini while adjusting immaculate cuffs, and then glanced once at Harry with an expression so carefully blank it amounted to respect in a private dialect. Harry ignored him, or rather, appeared to. Hermione had noticed that Harry's new stillness allowed him to ignore people with a thoroughness bordering on supernatural while still registering every shift around him. He stood by the window in plain dark robes, tired from the night's labor and somehow more composed because of it, fielding questions from a cluster of younger students with grave courtesy and no useful information whatsoever. "Do we have to wear dress robes?" asked one terrified second year. "That depends how attached you are to being underdressed," Harry replied. The boy fled. Professor McGonagall appeared 10 minutes later with the exact posture of a woman who had spent the dawn arguing with architecture and lost on a technicality. "Mr. Potter," she said. Harry turned. "Professor." "The great hall doors will not admit me." "Yes." McGonagall closed her eyes. When she opened them, she had achieved the expression of someone choosing professionalism over homicide by habit alone. "Would you care," she asked with exquisite restraint, "to explain why my school is refusing my authority at breakfast?" Harry considered, then said, very politely, "Only temporarily." Somewhere behind Hermione, Ron made a wounded sound of admiration. McGonagall stared at Harry for several seconds, saw that whatever answer lay behind that one would not become shorter by force, and exhaled. "Tonight," she said, "you will ensure there is no physical danger to students? Yes, no consumption of anything poisonous." There was a pause. Harry said, "Only technically." McGonagall's nostrils flared. Hermione stepped in immediately. "Everything is safe, Professor. The house elves taste-tested." McGonagall turned her stare upon Hermione. This did not improve matters. At last she said, "I shall regard that as the sentence I deserve for continuing to teach here," and moved on. The rest of the day passed like weather before a storm that intended to dress for dinner. Students speculated, professors recalculated. Umbridge tried twice to have the note removed, and once to compel the doors open by decree, only to discover that paper tacked to a school door under host right had developed the moral weight of treaty law. The decree curled, blackened, and dropped ash on her shoes. By late afternoon, everyone had chosen clothes. This, more than anything else, persuaded Hermione that the banquet had already won some preliminary victory. Hogwarts could withstand panic, lies, and public scandal with incredible stamina. But give it formal instructions and the promise of old significance, and it remembered being a castle before it remembered being a school. Evening descended slowly, candles lit in corridors. Dress robes emerged from trunks. Shoes were polished. Hair was attempted. Ron fought with his collar for so long that Hermione nearly strangled him with it out of mercy. Ginny, already dressed and terrifyingly efficient, fixed 3 people in under 10 minutes, and informed a 4th that no, Blood-red velvet did not count as subtle merely because one was feeling emotional. Harry dressed alone. He came down when the corridor clocks had just struck the hour and found the common room waiting for him without admitting it was doing so. Conversation thinned. Heads turned. He wore dark formal robes, yes, but not school dress robes. These had a different line to them. Cleaner, older, fitted without ornament except for the faint pattern worked into the fabric at cuff and hem. Interlinked hands, so dark they appeared only when candlelight moved across them. The mourning brooch sat at his lapel. His hair remained obstinately his own, which somehow made the rest of him more convincing. He carried the black ledger under one arm. For the first time since Hermione had met him, Harry Potter looked not like a boy wearing strange clothes, but like the correct inhabitant of his own outline. That more than the robes made the room go quiet. Ron came down the last stair, saw him properly, and swore under his breath. "That's not fair." Hermione did not ask what he meant, she understood. It was not fairness of beauty, though Harry had never understood what his face did when not apologizing for itself. It was fairness of narrative. Harry, who had belonged nowhere he was sent, and only conditionally where he chose, now looked like a person arriving at a role the world had been late in acknowledging. Ginny whistled once. Blimey! Harry looked mildly uncomfortable with all of them staring. This reassured Hermione more than it should have. "Ready?" she asked. Harry glanced at the ledger, then at the portrait hole, then toward the invisible line where the hall waited beneath the school. "Almost," he said. When he reached the great hall at last, he entered alone. That had always been part of it, not for loneliness, for finality. The hall admitted him with no sound beyond the small, respectful shift of old doors accepting family. Inside, everything stood finished. Black table, silver without reflection, candles that would not die, the negative stars above. Ghost places set, living places compelled. The menu cards rested beside each setting in elegant, merciless script. At the far end of the table waited the witness seats, empty and exact. Harry crossed the room slowly. He did not look hurried now. After a night of labor and a day of rumor, the hall had passed beyond preparation into presence. It no longer needed arranging. It needed acknowledgement. He stopped at the head of the table. The bloody Baron was already there. Of course he was. The ghost stood to Harry's left in full stillness, silver-slashed and silent, every inch of him communicating satisfaction so profound it bordered on ecclesiastical vindication. Harry rested the ledger on the table and opened it to the marked page. For a moment he only stood there. Then he said to the room, to the hall, to the names already seated in absence and the institutions about to be made to listen, almost. The word went nowhere and everywhere. The candles bent once. At the bottom of the ledger lay two final cards. Face down, Harry took them up with both hands. Not hurriedly, not ceremonially in the grand sense. More like a son handling fragile evidence. He crossed to the secondary witness places reserved apart from the broader dead and just shy of the full line of charter testimony. The room seemed to narrow around him in attention. He placed the first card, then the second, both face down, no names visible, no summons spoken, not yet. His hand rested on them for a fraction of a second longer than on the others. Then he withdrew it. The hall remained perfectly still, not gentle, not cruel. Ready, Harry closed the ledger, turned and walked out, leaving the finished banquet behind him with its empty places, compelled chairs, deathless candles, and the waiting silence of a room that had finally been arranged to tell the truth. The doors opened at 7 precisely, not before, not after. Hogwarts, Hermione had learned over the last month, possessed a very sophisticated understanding of drama, and considered clocks a form of choreography when sufficiently motivated. So when the great oak doors of the hall unsealed themselves with a smooth, grave swing, and the first line of students was finally admitted, the effect was not of access restored. It was of audience permitted. They entered uncertainly. That uncertainty did not last long. Because the great hall no longer resembled a place where anyone ought to speak loudly without earning the room's contempt. The black banquet table ran the length of the chamber like a polished verdict. Candles burned above it without diminishing. Silver lay beside each plate in elegant lines that reflected nothing at all. The ceiling still held its impossible negative stars. White darkness, black light, a celestial arrangement that made ordinary or feel provincial. Menu cards stood at every setting in severe cream and black. Name cards marked the witness seats at the far end with a quiet exactness so unnerving that most people looked away after reading 3. No music played. None was necessary. The room carried its own formality the way old blood carried memory, without announcement and with complete confidence that everything present would either conform or become instructional. The first years faltered. The second years whispered. By the time the older students entered, however, the atmosphere had done what atmosphere in castles occasionally did best. It had chosen the correct version of everyone and invited it forward. Several Slytherins understood immediately. Hermione saw it happen almost in sequence. Nott glanced once at the table and lost the impulse to speak. Zabini's expression smoothed into something nearly courtly. Malfoy, whose instincts for inherited menace were admittedly excellent when not obstructed by personality, took in the silver, the ghost settings, the head of the table, and adjusted his cuffs as if arriving late to a family matter that was not his but which he would dishonor himself by misunderstanding. He sat without fuss. That, more than anything, told the rest of the school what sort of evening this was. Several Gryffindors followed at once out of pure pride. Dean Thomas sat like a man refusing to be shown up by expensive breeding. Seamus did the same 5 seconds later, though his expression suggested he expected the cutlery to judge him personally. Lavender and Parvati, dressed beautifully and looking as though they had been promised either romance or a haunting and were prepared for both, chose seats halfway down the living stretch and arranged themselves with determined elegance. The Ravenclaws, as predicted, were reading the menu cards. Hermione watched Anthony Goldstein hold his candle closer to Nightshade, rendered civil, and look faintly offended by the phrase on intellectual grounds. Padma was already comparing the menu titles to funerary symbolism from 2 unrelated cultural traditions. A fourth-year Hermione vaguely recognized from arithmancy had reached Mercy, served chilled, and now looked like someone whose worldview had just developed architecture. Hufflepuff entered as a body and then broke into individual reactions. Polite alarm, practical assessment of portion sizes, concern over whether one was allowed to eat before a headmaster spoke, and a palpable, aching stillness when several of them noticed the secondary witness seats and guessed, perhaps not consciously, what one of those empty places might mean. The Hogwarts ghosts took their places before any professor did. That caused a visible stir. Nearly headless Nick drifted to his chair in a ruff so magnificent it had ceased being a collar and become jurisdiction. The fat friar settled with hands folded and a kindly expression turned solemn by context rather than diminished by it. The Grey Lady arrived like moonlight, entering late and requiring no apology. The Bloody Baron did not so much appear as become visible at the left hand of the host's chair, which was somehow worse. No one spoke to them. No one, Hermione thought with a flicker of strange satisfaction, tried to edge them politely aside into the category of decorative afterlife. They had settings, they had been placed, and Hogwarts, by the expression on every ghostly face, had not done this for them in a very long time. The staff entered in a different silence. Dumbledore came first, not because rank required it, but because any other arrangement tonight would have looked like evasion. McGonagall walked beside him wearing emerald dress robes severe enough to pass sentence. Snape followed in black that managed, astonishingly, to look less funereal than the table itself. Flitwick wore plum and visible fascination. Sprout had flowers on her sleeves that seemed to have chosen restraint out of respect. Trelawney looked thrilled in the way of a woman who had accidentally wandered into her own preferred metaphor and would never emotionally recover. Binns drifted in late, and looked offended to discover an event concerning the dead had proceeded far enough to become fashionable without consulting him. There were fewer seats for the staff than usual. Again, no one commented. They simply understood or failed to understand that tonight the school was not arranged for governance. It was arranged for witness. Fudge and Umbridge arrived 5 minutes later under escort, not Aura escort, not ministry escort. 2 suits of Hogwarts armor walked them in. This would have been absurd in any ordinary place. Hogwarts had not been an ordinary place in centuries, and had fully lost interest in pretending over the last 3 days. The armor moved with slow, impeccable courtesy. One walked ahead, one behind, neither touching their charges, and both making it unmistakably clear that direction had become a matter not open to interpretation. The metal gauntlets were polished dark. Their visors remained lowered. Each footfall rang once against stone, and then left silence more formal behind it. Cornelius Fudge entered with the pinched dignity of a man who had spent the afternoon attempting to argue with compulsion phrased as hospitality, and lost to grammar. He wore formal robes in ministerial green, a hat that had somehow become less convincing since Sirius Black mocked it in absentia through Ron's paraphrase, and the expression of someone still clinging to the belief that officialdom remained a kind of magic stronger than old law. Dolores Umbridge entered in pink, not bright pink this time. Darker, plum rose, something she had clearly selected under the impression that solemnity could be imitated through shade rather than soul. It did not help. If anything, it made her look like a sugared bruise. The students watched them with such collective intensity that the room seemed momentarily made of eyes. Umbridge attempted to smile. The effort landed halfway between charm and prey response. The armor escorted them to their assigned places and stepped back. Fudge looked at the seat card before him and went visibly rigid. No title, no minister for magic, just Cornelius Fudge in Harry's careful black hand. Umbridge, 1 seat down, found the same treatment awaiting her, no titles, no deference, a name and a chair. That, Hermione thought, was the first real humiliation of the evening. Not magical, structural. The brutal democracy of being seated as a person when one had grown accustomed to entering every room as an office. Fudge reached instinctively for his wand. His fingers brushed the holster, stopped. He frowned. Tried again with the tiny covert movement of a politician who has built an entire career on acting as though impropriety only existed when observed. His hand slid to his sleeve instead, adjusted the cuff, and withdrew. 3 seats away, Hermione watched his face change. Not alarm yet. Confusion. He had not been prevented from drawing his wand. No invisible force had slapped his hand aside. No dramatic binding had appeared. Rather, the intention itself had failed to become natural. In this room, beneath this consecration, a wand no longer presented itself to thought as the first answer to discomfort. The impulse toward magical coercion arrived at the threshold of action and discovered with bureaucratic horror that the threshold had opinions. Umbridge made the attempt next. It was subtler with her, hidden beneath a rustle of sleeve and a decorative adjustment to her cardigan cuff. She, too, found her hand drifting elsewhere, to the napkin, the edge of the menu card, the little dish of witness salt placed beside her plate. Her fingers touched the salt. She jerked them back as if it had been cold. The bloody Baron turned his head. Umbridge went very still. That, Hermione thought, was the second real humiliation of the evening. The room filled, the seats settled. The candles burned, unchanged and impossible, and still Harry had not entered. This became, over the course of 3 increasingly stretched minutes, the central fact of the whole. No one said so. The students whispered, yes, but always down table or into sleeves or behind goblets that reflected nothing. The staff remained decorously silent. The ghosts waited with posthumous patience sharpened by actual expectation. Even the armor at the doors held themselves in a stance best translated as ongoing attendance. The empty host's chair at the head of the table turned the entire hall into an inhalation not yet completed. Then the doors opened once more. Harry entered last. The effect had nothing to do with grandeur. It had almost nothing to do with clothing, though the clothing helped. He wore the dark formal robes from earlier, their cut clean and old without being ornate, the subtle pattern of interlinked hands visible only when the candles shifted across cuff and hem. The mourning brooch sat at his lapel. His hair remained untidy in precisely the human way needed to prevent the rest of him from becoming unbearable. He carried the black ledger in both hands and did not hurry. Yet what changed the room was simpler. He looked, for the first time, entirely himself, not elevated, not transformed. Recognized, as if the last 6 years had been a prolonged administrative era regarding placement and someone in authority older than the ministry had finally corrected the seating chart. Hermione saw the instant, everyone else felt it too. Ron, already in his place and trying not to fidget with his collar, forgot to breathe. Ginny's expression sharpened from amused readiness into something like fierce pride. Draco Malfoy went from composed to alert in a way so small only Hermione, who had spent years studying schoolboys as if they were unpredictable weather fronts, would have noticed. Dumbledore watched Harry approach with an unreadable face and hands folded once together on the table before him. Not unlike a man receiving the arrival of a future he had foreseen in outline and still disliked in detail. Harry reached the head of the table. He set the ledger down before the host's place. Then he sat. The hall settled around him, not metaphorically, actually. A long, old house murmur ran through beam, wall, and stone beneath the feet of everyone present. The architectural equivalent of a servant announcing that dinner would now begin, and all who were not ready should have prepared better. Harry rested one hand lightly on the ledger. With the other, he lifted a goblet filled with something dark enough to be wine or ink or ceremony pretending to be drink. The motion drew every eye. His voice, when he spoke, carried easily, not because he shouted. Because the hall had ceased requiring projection and become interested in listening. "Welcome," Harry said. The word crossed the room like a candle being lit in a church that disapproved of churches but respected tone. No one moved. Harry's gaze passed down the table once, taking in students, staff, ghosts, ministry officials, the black silver, the negative stars above, the witness places at the far end still empty and more occupied by absence than most rooms were by people. "Thank you for dressing appropriately," he added. A tiny, involuntary ripple moved through the students, not laughter, not quite, recognition, perhaps, that the host was still himself and that this made the evening somehow far less safe. Harry lifted the goblet a fraction higher. "Before we eat," he said, "I'd like to introduce you to some people you've been pretending don't exist." The hall went very quiet, not silent. Silence was absence. This was attention condensed so fully that it sounded like the moment before glass breaks or vows begin. Fudge's face changed. Not much. Enough. Umbridge's hand closed around the stem of her untouched silver goblet so tightly Hermione expected it to bend. It did not. The silver, like the room, had better manners than she did. Harry set the goblet down. His right hand disappeared briefly into the inner fold of his robes. When it emerged, he held a stone, small, dark, utterly unadorned. No theatrical glow leapt from it. No thunder rolled. No wind tore through the room to flatter the moment. It was a stone and looked like one, until one understood that its plainness was not humility but confidence, the kind possessed only by things too old to require introduction. Hermione's pulse began to pound so hard she could feel it in her fingertips. Across from her, Ron had gone white. Dumbledore did not move. The staff table seemed to have forgotten collective breathing as a concept. Harry turned the stone once between his fingers. That was all. The candles bent, not wildly, not toward him exactly. Toward the witness end of the table, where the empty chairs waited under their names like pages left blank for a reason. Then the dead began to arrive, not theatrically. That would have cheapened them. No thunder. No shrieking cold. No curtains of spectral light or melodramatic moaning for the benefit of the very stupid. They simply were there. One moment chairs stood empty beneath cards written in Harry's hand. The next, those chairs contained people, not transparent at first glance, not solid in the ordinary sense, present in the exact wrongness that belonged to memory rendered lawful rather than imagined. Some wore formal robes of centuries that had died with their tailors. Some wore school clothes. One woman still had wet hair braided over one shoulder, as though death had interrupted a practical mourning and not sought consent for timing. An old man in ink-stained cuffs appeared with spectacles low on his nose and a sheaf of papers in his lap, as if he had expected administrative work and chosen to continue it out of spite. They did not materialize in sequence from air. They took their places, as if the living had simply been slow to see who had already been seated. A sound moved through the hall, not a scream, not even a gasp exactly. More like the entire school remembering, all at once, that history was made of persons and not summaries. The first group sat nearest the center line opposite Harry, the charter witnesses. Hermione knew them at once by the quality of their attention. They looked not tragic but devastatingly alert. Old law-given faces. Witches and wizards from the first generations of formal magical governance, their robes varying by century, taste, and moral flexibility, but their expressions united by one clear principle. They had not crossed whatever lay beyond death merely to be decor. One of them, a woman with iron-gray hair braided like rope and rings on every finger, glanced at the menu card before her and said dryly to the man on her right, "At least the service has improved." The man, whose portrait Hermione had once seen misattributed in a legal compendium, replied, "The ministry lowered standards. They had voices. That was somehow worse than apparition. Along the next stretch of table came the Hogwarts dead, not all children. That was, in its way, more terrible. A student of 12, yes, collar crooked and hands folded too neatly in front of a place setting she should never have needed. A 7th year in old Quidditch colors with a scar along one temple and the exhausted posture of someone who had died very much aware of how preventable it was. A matron. A caretaker's wife. A professor from 2 wars ago with half-moon spectacles and a face so patient that Hermione immediately wanted to apologize on behalf of living institutions. They looked not ravenous for justice, nor peacefully resigned, but interested. Interested the way witnesses were interested when proceedings at last began after a ruinous delay. The students had stopped whispering altogether. Even the Slytherins, so good at elegant composure, now sat with the stillness of young predators realizing they had wandered into an ecosystem older than appetite. Then came the ancestral presence. Hermione had expected them to be the most disturbing. In a visual sense, they were. The Addams line, Peverell Addams, Cadet Branch, Host line, whatever exact legal phrasing one preferred, occupied their seats with an ease that bordered on insolence. Black formalwear from multiple centuries, veils, gloves, rings, severe collars. One woman in mourning lace who looked capable of dining through an inquest and complimenting the floral arrangements afterward. They were beautiful in the sharp, cold sense of antique weapons kept polished out of respect rather than use. None of them looked surprised to be there. Several looked amused. One gentleman with a clipped beard, silver cufflinks, and the exact air of a barrister who had once cross-examined God for sport glanced at Harry and gave him the smallest nod. Harry returned it without visible strain. Hermione, watching him, understood with a fresh and miserable clarity that the dead did not make him feel alienated. They made him legible. At the far side of the room, Professor Flitwick let out a breath so quiet it would have gone unheard anywhere but here. Binns, affronted beyond death, whispered, "No one consulted me." Professor McGonagall did not react at all, which was reaction enough. She sat with her back so straight it had become doctrine and her gaze fixed on the witnesses, as if memorizing them for future defense of the school against everyone, including possibly the school. Fudge had gone the color of library paste. He looked from one end of the witness stretch to the other and kept failing to find the edge of what had just happened. It would have been easier for him, Hermione thought, had the dead come screaming. He knew how to dismiss spectacle, knew how to reclassify panic into rumor, hysteria, adolescent fabrication, magical accident. But this was order. This was seating arrangement and witness relevance and legal continuity dressed for dinner. That was what Cornelius Fudge had never understood about danger. Not that it was noisy. That sometimes it arrived punctual, well set, and fully documented. Umbridge tried to speak. The Bloody Baron turned his head. She closed her mouth so quickly her teeth clicked. Harry remained seated. That, too, was awful. He did not rise in triumph. He did not play master of ceremonies for terror. He sat at the head of the table with the ledger before him and one hand resting lightly atop it, as though what had happened was not conquest but procedure. Then one more seat filled. Hermione saw it happen out of the corner of her eye and turned too late to catch the moment of arrival, only the afterward. Cedric Diggory's place, not among the broader dead, not with the charter witnesses. At the secondary witness seat, Harry had marked separately and approached with such care. Cedric sat there, not a speaking witness. Not, Harry had told them, a person to be pulled from peace for the sake of grief. An echo, then. But the word did not do justice to the fact of him. He did not flicker. He did not shine. He simply occupied the chair with unbearable ordinariness. School robes, hands loosely set beside the plate, face calm in the way sleep sometimes calmed the dead for other people and made them impossible for the ones who loved them. He did not look at Harry. He did not look at anyone. He existed. That was enough. A sound escaped someone at the Hufflepuff stretch of the living table, small, torn, involuntary. Hermione thought it might have been Hannah Abbott. Justin Finch-Fletchley had gone rigid as wire. Ernie Macmillan, for once in his life, had no speech ready. Fudge saw Cedric, and could not look away. Hermione watched it happen. His gaze found the boy and stuck there as if some final little mechanism in the consecration had turned precisely at that moment and decided the minister's evening would now become educational. Fudge's face changed by degrees. Denial first, the mind's fumbling insistence that it had misseen, misinterpreted, been placed under some theatrical illusion by an out-of-control child and a school too pleased with itself. Then anger. Then something much worse, recognition. Because this was Cedric Diggory, not a newspaper complication, not a regrettable incident, not the name attached to an unpleasant rumor the ministry had spent months smoothing into administrative language. A boy, dead, at dinner. And Fudge, despite all the distance office had tried to put between himself and consequence, now sat across a table from the exact fact of him. Cedric did not speak. He did not need to. The hall held the silence for him. Harry's fingers tightened once on the ledger. It was the first crack Hermione had seen all evening, small enough most people would have missed it. A single brief pressure, as if he had steadied himself not against terror, but against the intimate violence of having been right. Cedric mattered. Cedric was here. Cedric would not be smoothed over into policy because Harry had dragged the world, chair by chair, to a table where absence no longer passed as convenience. Ron stared at Cedric with wet eyes and the expression of someone too loyal to cry where everyone could see and too human not to want to. Ginny looked away first, not out of rejection, mercy. Harry did not look away. Across from him, one of the charter witches took up her goblet. The sound it made against the table, silver lifted from black wood, was as clear as the first strike of a gavel. Only then did the room seem to remember that the banquet had not, in fact, reached its worst point. This was merely the introduction. Harry stood. The dead remained seated. The living, by instinct rather than instruction, stayed where they were. At the far end of the table, Cedric Diggory's echo sat in composed silence, while Cornelius Fudge stared at him with the face of a man finding out too late that denial had a witness chair. Harry opened the ledger, and the candles leaned closer. Harry opened the ledger. The pages did not flare. They did not glow with theatrical malice or spit fire, or otherwise assist the living in mistaking solemnity for spectacle. The black book simply opened beneath his hands with the quiet finality of a court record being unsealed after a delay so long it had curdled into insult. The candles leaned closer, that was all. Yet the change in the hall was immediate and absolute. Until that moment, dinner had still possessed the possibility of being remembered as an event. Extraordinary, impossible, socially fatal for several careers, yes, but still an event. A gathering. A grotesque and magnificent disturbance in school routine. With the opening of the ledger, it ceased to be an event and became proceedings. Fudge felt it before he understood it. He sat straighter, then realized with a small pulse of alarm that he had not chosen to. His hands, which had been resting on either side of his untouched plate in the posture of a man hoping to appear temporarily in command of his own evening, drew inward by half an inch and folded themselves. Across from him, Cedric Diggory's echo sat with that unbearable composedness peculiar to the dead who no longer needed performance. Fudge looked away from Cedric and found, with the sick inevitability of punishment arriving exactly on time, that Harry was looking at him, not triumphantly, not vengefully, not even with teenage hatred, which Fudge would have understood and therefore survived. Harry looked at him the way a clerk looks at a file that has been mislaid too long and finally returned to the proper desk. That was worse. Harry turned one page. The crisp metallic whisper of paper moving echoed farther than paper should. Then he spoke. Before any individual witness is heard, he said, voice steady in the black, candle-held hush, the hall recognizes its legal frame. No one had briefed the hall on procedure. This did not stop it from understanding. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall's eyes narrowed by a fraction. Nothing anyone else would have noticed, but enough for Hermione to identify the instant she abandoned hope of interrupting and moved instead into documentation. She reached for the duplicate note parchment she had hidden in her lap and uncapped her ink. Beside her, Ron glanced at the movement, then at Harry, then at Cedric, and made the expression of a man accepting that events had now progressed beyond the rescue range of common sense. Harry rested one hand over the open ledger and said, "The first witnesses are called under charter right." The witches and wizards nearest the center line of the table looked up, not dramatically. They had already been present after all. That was one of the worst features of this entire evening. The dead did not behave like invaders into the living world. They behaved like overdue participants whose patience had nearly run out. The woman with iron-gray hair and rings on every finger set down her goblet. The sound of silver touching black wood struck the hall with the clean clarity of a bell. "My name," she said, "is Aveline Marchbanks of the First Deliberative Bench, drafter of the Minor Protections for Young Practitioners, co-author of the original school ward clauses and reluctant witness to what followed." Her voice was not loud. It did not need to be. The room received it the way old stone received rain. With recognition rather than surprise, Fudge blinked. He knew the name. Of course he did. Or rather, he knew it in the diluted modern way ministry's new founders and framers, stripped to portrait labels, exam questions. Citations no longer read in full. To hear the woman herself introduce her offices not as dead history, but as still-held competence, altered the weight of all such knowledge at once. Aveline Marchbanks reached for the menu card, glanced at it, and said, "This is a better arrangement than my last hearing." The man beside her snorted. He was spare, sharp-faced, and dressed in robes so old their style had passed through fashion, antiquity, and dignity into something like private law. "Your last hearing involved 6 ministers, 2 bishops, and a decorative ferret." "Yes," she said, "the ferret was the most principled." A ripple passed through the hall, not laughter. That would have been indecorous, but recognition again, and perhaps the first collective realization that the dead were not here to speak in enlarged capital letters about fate and doom. They were here, maddeningly, as people. Old, exact, intelligent people with intact grievances and no incentive to flatter anyone living. Harry inclined his head. State the first breach. Marchbanks folded her hands before her plate. Certainly. She turned, not to Harry, but to the hall itself, and by extension to the institution built within it. Under the first charter, she said, a school with warded minors under magical care is obligated to suspend term proceedings under any of the following conditions. Confirmed large-scale infiltration risk, internal predatory manifestation, ministerial interference with witness reporting, or known corruption of appointed oversight. Hermione's quill began moving at once. Marchbanks continued. These clauses were not suggestions. They were binding provisions, established after the Withern School collapse and ratified by blood oath, ward seal, and interhouse assent. Her gaze slid, very slightly, to Fudge. They stood for 186 years. A second charter witness, the sharp-faced man, took up the thread without invitation. Then, he said, they were amended. He did not say repealed with outrage. He said it with the dry disgust of a man noting that a fine bridge had once been dismantled for firewood by idiots with titles. Amended first in wording, he said, to permit administrative delay. Then in scope, to narrow the category of threat. Then in force, to route final authority through central office rather than local ward holder. He lifted one translucent hand. In it appeared, quite without flourish, a roll of parchment bound in dark ribbon. Several students gasped. The man looked mildly irritated by this. You are all educated in a castle, he said. Compose yourselves. Then he flicked the roll open. The parchment stretched impossibly long between his hands, thick with signatures, seals, and marginal notes. The first weakening was signed on April 3rd, 1819, he said, by Minister Dorian Fletwold, in exchange for a coalition guarantee from 3 county blocks and access to confiscated Welsh silver reserves redirected through private channels. Fudge stared. The man's mouth thinned. The second was executed in 1871 under the language of efficiency. The third in 1924 under the language of national consistency. The most offensive modern revisions were signed during wartime by men who had convinced themselves that paperwork could substitute for courage. No one in the hall moved. It occurred to Hermione, somewhere between the second statute and the mention of confiscated silver, that terror became more effective when cited properly. Marchbanks nodded once to the witness beside her. Enter the dates. At the far end of the witness stretch, a chair Hermione was certain had been empty a moment earlier was no longer so. A spectral court recorder sat there. No one had called him. This was immediately obvious for 2 reasons. First, Harry did not react with recognition. He reacted with the tiny stiffening of a host discovering that procedure had arrived with more precedent than he had personally arranged. Second, the recorder looked deeply annoyed to be perceived, which suggested strong professional standards. He was a narrow, severe wizard in clerk's black with a pale face and hands stained faintly blue at the fingertips, as though ink had, over the course of death, become a moral quality. He wore half-moon spectacles low on his nose and had already produced 3 quills, none of which appeared to be made from birds anyone wanted to discuss. Without looking up, he said, I came because the filing had become disgraceful. Then he began writing. The sound of those quills on the page was the most terrifying thing Hermione had heard all evening. Not because it was loud, because it was administrative. This, every nerve in her body now understood, was no longer a strange school banquet with ghosts and constitutional malice. This was the creation of record. Fudge heard it too. The color drained from his face in such clean stages Hermione wondered if all politicians had a set of emergency shades reserved for institutional collapse. This, he began. The bloody baron turned his head. Fudge stopped. It was not compulsion in the ordinary sense. No magical gag closed his throat. No force pinned him in place. Rather, the baron's regard landed on him with the full weight of an old execution, and the room politely offered him the opportunity to reconsider whether interruption improved his circumstances. Fudge reconsidered. Harry turned another page. Continue, he said. So they did. The charter witnesses were devastating not because they raged, but because they cited. They named each clause weakened over the last 2 centuries, named the ministerial committees that had recommended repeal, named the justifications offered: cost, efficiency, administrative clarity, public confidence. Named with precise distaste what had been received in exchange: appointments, patronage guarantees, estate protections, discreet absolutions for families already too comfortable to fear consequences. At one point, Marchbanks lifted her goblet, took a measured sip of whatever dark thing filled it, and said, "When living governments begin using the phrase public calm, what they usually mean is private convenience." The recorder wrote this down. At another point, the sharp-faced witness remarked, "No protection is ever abolished by someone willing to stand where its absence will matter." The recorder wrote that down too. Hermione wrote everything. So did 3 Ravenclaws before she could glare them into moral hesitation. One of them, to his credit, had the decency to look ashamed while continuing to copy at speed. Umbridge tried to speak the first time when Marchbanks reached the date of the last major school safety reduction. That is a gross mischaracterization of— the Bloody Baron looked at her. She stopped so abruptly, the end of the sentence remained hanging in the air like a snapped ribbon. She tried again 11 minutes later when another witness, an elderly wizard with a face like a disappointed hawk, began naming the formal obligations of school oversight under conditions of internal threat. These regulations are no longer in effect. The Baron turned his head. The candles nearest Umbridge guttered sideways. She closed her mouth. By the 3rd attempt, she had begun to anticipate failure. Her lips parted, the instinct toward bureaucratic correction rose, and then she caught the Baron's profile before he even looked directly at her and thought better of it. The effect was not merely silencing, it was revelation. For perhaps the first time in Dolores Umbridge's adult life, she had discovered that authority exercised in the wrong room did not merely fail. It became embarrassing. Harry did not once glance at her during these interruptions. This, somehow, made them crueler. When the charter witnesses had finished laying the legal frame, when the repeals had been named, the dates recorded, and the ministry's lineage of convenience drawn so cleanly it might as well have been cut into the table itself, Harry closed that section of the ledger. The candles eased by a fraction, not dimmer, only less intent. Then he said, "The hall now hears the dead of Hogwarts." A stillness passed over the room so complete even the ghosts stopped their habitual half-movements. The difference in atmosphere was immediate. The charter witnesses had been devastating in the abstracted, terrifying way of old law discovering teeth. The Hogwarts dead were worse, because they spoke in the scale of human lives and did not allow anyone the refuge of abstraction. The first was the girl with the crooked collar. She could not have been more than 12. Her hair had been braided once, badly, perhaps by herself. One ribbon sat lower than the other. She placed both hands on the table with extreme neatness, looked not at Harry but down the line toward the living students, and said, in a voice so ordinary Hermione felt her chest go tight, "My name is Marian Thistlewhite. I fell from the west stair in winter because the rail had rotted and the repair was delayed until spring." No one moved. Marian continued. "I reported the wobble twice. My prefect reported it once. The housekeeper wrote it in a maintenance ledger. The ledger was passed upward and returned with the word defer." She paused. "When I fell, they told my mother it was an unfortunate accident caused by improper footwear." The court recorder wrote, "The scratching of his quills sounded like insult." Marian looked at her plate, then at Harry, then back across the hall to the living again. "It was not my shoes," she said. At the Hufflepuff stretch, a second-year girl put both hands over her mouth. Harry inclined his head. Entered. The next witness was the older Quidditch boy, Edwin Crowell, who spoke with the practiced bitterness of someone who had spent many years after death arranging his anger into legible form. The school was kept open during an internal threat classification because closure would have reflected poorly on ministry confidence, he said. "That is the official language. The unofficial language is that no one wanted to look alarmed before they were sure someone important had already died. Several professors went very still. Binns, for once, did not drift or mutter. Edwin's gaze went to Fudge without mercy. "You are not the first ministerial coward, merely the least original." Ron inhaled sharply through his nose. Hermione, without looking at him, slid one foot against his under the table. A pressure. "Hold still. Don't be the only living witness to snort at the wrong sentence," Edwin continued. "When danger lies in a school, the children know first. They always do. The adults know second. The administration knows third and writes memoranda about tone." He leaned back slightly. "By the time the ministry knows, it is usually already preparing its excuses." The recorder wrote every word. Then came the second year from 1942. The hall knew who she was before she spoke. That was not sentimentality. It was the quality of silence that accompanied her. A silence full of old corridors, whispers, bathroom mirrors, fear mistaken for mischief, and adults who had seen enough to suspect pattern, yet not enough to act at once with the authority required. She was small. That, Hermione thought, made it nearly unendurable. The girl sat with her hands folded in her lap and said, very quietly, "My name is Myrtle Elizabeth Warren." A visible shudder ran down one side of the living table, not from cruelty, recognition. The living knew moaning Myrtle as inconvenience, lament, corridor nuisance, comic dampness in the plumbing of school life. They had not, until that moment, been made to see the girl before the ghost. Myrtle looked straight ahead. The school remained open after the first attack because closure was considered politically inflammatory. Her voice did not rise. Students were told to stay calm, travel in groups, and avoid hysteria. I died in a lavatory where I had gone to cry because someone had mocked my glasses. The sentence landed in the hall with such sharp human indignity that Hermione's hand shook for the first time all evening. Myrtle went on. "My death was investigated as singular because admitting pattern would have required action greater than reassurance." She paused. The man later praised for resolving the matter did not, in fact, resolve it. At the staff table, Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. Harry did not look at him. Myrtle's gaze shifted then, not to Fudge, not to Umbridge, but to the students. Her old schoolmates in all their modern forms, robes, ties, awkwardness, polish, ambition, sleep deprivation, adolescent cruelty, loyalty, fear. "I was not ridiculous when I died," she said. No one in the hall could have borne to answer even if invited. The recorder wrote. Harry said, quieter than before, "Entered." Witness followed witness. A caretaker's wife who died because protective wards were redirected during a ministry visit, so the visiting officials would not be inconvenienced by corridor closures. A matron who had warned of fever spread and been told that public knowledge would damage school confidence. A Hufflepuff boy from the First War whose family home burned while paperwork reclassified the district from urgent to unstable, and therefore, somehow, less deserving of prompt defense. None of them raged. That was the thing. They had had time beyond rage. They had been waiting long enough to become exact. By the fourth witness, several students were crying silently. By the fifth, even Snape looked as though he had developed a private opinion about murdering half the civil service and would prefer no one distract him while he ranked candidates. Only when the last of the Hogwarts dead had spoken did Harry lift his hand over the ledger again. The hall exhaled. A real breath this time. A collective release so faint it might have been mistaken for candle movement by anyone not inside it. Then Harry looked down at the final marked section. His fingers rested on the page. Stopped. Hermione saw it before anyone else because she had been watching him too long and at too close a range for her own emotional safety. The change was tiny. No collapse. No dramatic shiver. No visible fracture broad enough for the room to name, just a pause. That was all. A pause in the immaculate machinery of him. He had been prepared for legal witnesses, for school records, for the dead of his house line, and the dead of the school, and the dead made relevant by negligence. He had arranged them all with the grave, practical competence of a boy who had discovered, too late and too perfectly, the form grief preferred to take when denied softness. But now his hand rested over two names he had written smaller than the others. Hermione's own breath caught. Harry said nothing for several seconds. The hall did not rush him. Then, very quietly, "The next witnesses are admitted under personal claim and admissible relation." The recorder's quills stilled. Even he, it seemed, understood the difference. Harry did not look up from the page when he said their names. James Potter. He turned the stone once beneath the table. Lily Potter. The two face-down cards near the secondary witness line lifted, turned, and settled face up with no hand touching them. And where there had been empty chairs, there were now his parents. James Potter looked so much like Harry that the first sensation in the hall was not recognition, but shock at resemblance rendered alive from the wrong direction. He was not older in death. Death had not dignified him into saintliness or blurred him into paternity. He looked young, dark-haired, sharp-faced, untidily handsome, wearing formal robes with the collar slightly wrong as though he had dressed in a hurry out of habit and intention, and furious with a concentration so complete it made him almost luminous. Lily Potter was quieter. That did not make her gentler. Her hair fell exactly the wrong shade of red for imagination, because imagination always chose wrong when competing with reality. Her green eyes did not widen with maternal wonder on seeing Harry. They did not dissolve into tears. They took him in all at once. The brooch, the ledger, the robes, the impossible table, the years she had not had and became terribly, piercingly knowing. Harry's composure cracked, not publicly, not enough for spectacle. But Hermione saw the exact instant he understood what the outline of them had never conveyed, how ordinary they were, how alive they looked, how James carried himself like someone Harry might have laughed with at 15, how Lily looked not mythic, not tragic, but like a woman he would have known, argued with, trusted. That more than their deaths, more than their absence, more than the years, that undid something in him. Harry remained standing. He had never looked less theatrical in his life. James saw it. Something in the fury of his face shifted, not softened. No, never that, re-aimed. When James spoke, it was not to Harry. That mercy, Hermione thought, would hurt later. "For the record," James Potter said, voice perfectly controlled and therefore devastating, "I object to the phrase unavoidable casualties." The court recorder, without lifting his head, resumed writing. James leaned back in his chair, one hand flat on the table. "My wife and I were not killed because Lord Voldemort was omnipotent. We were killed because specific people in specific offices made predictable failures and called them wartime necessity afterward." Fudge made a small sound of protest. The bloody Baron looked at him. Fudge closed his mouth. James continued. "Peter Pettigrew was made secret keeper under conditions no competent war office should have permitted without layered verification. Bartemius Crouch presided over a legal culture so hungry for expedient conviction that innocence became administratively burdensome. Security reports regarding informant vulnerability were buried because exposing the depth of infiltration would have embarrassed the ministry during an already unstable period." He paused, mouth hard. "Embarrassment, I note, remains your department's favorite substitute for action." Ron let out one tiny, helpless noise that might, under more forgiving circumstances, have become laughter. James heard it. One corner of his mouth moved. "I appreciate," he said, not looking in Ron's direction, "that my son has surrounded himself with people of at least partial sense." Harry shut his eyes for one single fraction of a second. When he opened them, he had not recovered so much as chosen not to move around the injury too quickly. James was worse than the legal witnesses because he was articulate in the shape Harry himself might one day take if rage learned to wear charm as a knife. "He named Pettigrew," James said, turning now toward Fudge with an ease that made the minister seem to shrink inside his robes. "He named him to us. He named him by implication, by pattern, by the simple fact of disappearing competence dressed as frightened loyalty. He was noted in multiple internal circles as emotionally unstable, status-seeking, and unusually vulnerable to coercion. No action followed because admitting the weakness of internal trust networks would have damaged morale. The recorder wrote. James went on, "Every institution that fails eventually discovers a favorite sentence. Yours appears to have been, 'We cannot afford the appearance of alarm.'" He leaned back, and his smile at that moment was brief, bright, and more cutting than anger. "And then we died anyway, which is the great inconvenience of reality. It so rarely respects appearances." Several Slytherins lowered their eyes, not out of shame, out of respect. Lily spoke next. If James had come armed with fury sharpened into wit, Lily came armed with patience sharpened into inevitability. She did not rush. She did not need to. "I have been waiting," she said, "for someone to ask the correct questions in the correct order." Her voice was calm, almost conversational. The whole hall leaned toward it. "The Ministry's account of our deaths has always centered the wrong man." Her gaze went, not to Harry, but to the court recorder, as if addressing herself properly to record and trusting others to keep up. "Lord Voldemort was the killer. He was not the mechanism." "Mechanisms are quieter." The recorder's quills sped up. "Mechanism 1, Lily said. "Failure to isolate likely informant compromise in the Order's outer circles despite multiple pattern deviations. Mechanism 2, Central War Administration rewarding visible confidence over responsive caution. Mechanism 3, Bartemius Crouch authorizing procedural shortcuts that normalized treating suspicion as governance and governance as spectacle. Mechanism 4, the refusal to admit, publicly or privately, how thoroughly the Ministry had already been penetrated." She looked at Fudge at last. "It is the particular vice of frightened governments to believe that if they do not write danger down, danger will cease demanding stationery." The recorder's head lifted at that, just enough to suggest professional admiration before he resumed writing. Lily folded her hands. "Peter Pettigrew did not betray us in a vacuum. He betrayed us in a system that had already taught smaller men that cowardice, if attached to the right office, would likely survive review." Fudge went white again. Umbridge, perhaps forgetting herself under the pressure of language too exact to wriggle through, said, "That is conjecture." The bloody Baron turned, but it was not the Baron who answered. It was Lily. She turned her head slowly and regarded Dolores Umbridge for the first time as one might regard a stain on a teacup one has no intention of using again. "No," Lily said. "Conjecture is what the living call pattern before it becomes impossible to survive politely." Umbridge, for all her training in small cruelties and social pressure, had apparently never in her life been looked at by a dead woman whose courtesy had survived death but whose patience had not. She made a tiny strangled noise and looked down at her plate. Harry stood very still. His hands were steady again. That was not the same as unharmed. Hermione could see the cost in the space around his shoulders, in the careful economy with which he moved, in the fact that he had not once addressed James or Lily as Mum or Dad because to do so here, now, in this room, under this structure, would break something open too publicly to survive. And then, because the universe had perhaps decided that there were only so many ways to injure Harry Potter in a single evening before aesthetic variety became necessary, a laugh sounded from the back of the hall, not loud, not polite, utterly unmistakable. It came from near the doors, where the shadows gathered between the standing suits of armor and the candles spilled from the walls. Heads turned in a wave. Even the recorder paused with all 3 quills above the page. A figure detached itself from the dark and sauntered forward as if late to a dinner he had never technically been invited to, and considered this the fault of everyone else. Sirius Black wore black formal robes with the collar open slightly too far, an expression of bright, predatory amusement, and the effortless insolence of a man who had once broken curfew, family expectation, and prison in different orders, and retained opinions about all 3. He looked more alive than some of the living and more dangerous than several of the dead. The slash of his grin when he saw Fudge bordered on art. "Sorry I'm late," Sirius said. "I came by way of outrage. At the staff table, Snape went so still he became a public health concern." James made a short sound halfway between a laugh and a curse. Lily closed her eyes. Harry smiled. It was the first real smile of the evening. Quick, startled, unwilling, and entirely genuine, like sunlight committing a procedural error through old cloud. Hermione saw it. So did Ron. So did Ginny, who exhaled sharply through her nose and looked at the table as if daring anyone present to misunderstand the importance of that moment. Sirius slid into an unassigned chair that immediately, with the hallucinatory good manners of the consecrated hall, produced a place setting for him out of shadow and silver. "Uninvited arrival," the recorder muttered. Sirius glanced down the table. "Put self-motivated witness if it helps your filing." The recorder, to Hermione's surprise, appeared to consider this legitimate. Sirius folded one leg over the other and looked directly at Cornelius Fudge. "Good evening, Minister," he said. "Your hat still looks like a compromise drafted by timid wallpaper." Ron made a choking sound. This time he could not suppress it, and half the hall, students, two ghosts, Professor Flitwick and, infuriatingly, James Potter, nearly followed. Fudge flushed purple. "This is intolerable." The Bloody Baron turned. Fudge stopped. Sirius smiled with visible delight. "Oh, excellent," he said. "He's even more useful dead." Lily gave him a look. Sirius raised both hands. "What? I'm being formal." James scrubbed one hand over his mouth and failed to hide the edge of a grin. Then Sirius leaned forward, and with no loss of humor at all, became suddenly lethal. "You want my testimony?" he said. "Here it is. The Ministry built a war machine so eager for the appearance of control that it preferred imprisoning the convenient to investigating the credible. I was sent to Azkaban without trial because your institutions had already decided process was decorative if the headline looked strong enough." The recorder's quills flew. Sirius kept speaking. "Peter Pettigrew was taken for dead because the scene was useful. I was taken for guilty because the story was useful. Bartemius Crouch had by that point so thoroughly normalized legal theater that an untried imprisonment of a pure-blood war veteran became administratively efficient." His eyes never left Fudge. "And when inconvenient truth later surfaced, your government's first instinct was not correction. It was embarrassment." He flicked invisible dust from his cuff. "I don't know if you've noticed, Minister, but the dead have become increasingly unimpressed by embarrassment as a governing strategy." The recorder wrote that down too. Sirius sat back. Then, almost as an afterthought, added, "Also, I cannot stress this enough. Your hat is an act of aggression." This time the laugh that rippled through the hall was real, small, disbelieving, fractured by grief and horror, and the fact that Harry's dead godfather had just entered a constitutional haunting and bullied the Minister of Magic's hat into the record. Even the Grey Lady's mouth moved by a fraction. Harry's smile lingered a second longer, not long, just enough. Then he looked back down at the ledger, and whatever warmth that smile had let into the room remained behind as ache rather than comfort. The court recorder finished the last line of Sirius's testimony and sanded the page with fastidious contempt. Then he looked up for the first time at Harry and said, "The record is established." A silence followed, not empty, full, stuffed with statutes, deaths, names, mechanisms, the shape of institutional cowardice rendered in human sequence, and the unbearable fact that the room now knew too much to return cleanly to school routine afterward. Harry closed the ledger halfway, not shut, and lifted his gaze. Down one side of the table sat the living, pale and silent, and arranged by houses that had never felt less important. Down the other sat the dead, each in their places, no longer excluded, no longer smoothed into legend or rumor or acceptable margin. At the far end, Cedric Diggory's echo remained quietly, intolerably present. Across from him, Cornelius Fudge looked as if he had discovered too late that denial, when outnumbered by witnesses, developed a chair of its own. Harry placed one hand flat on the table. "The record," he said, "is not complete." The candles leaned closer, and from somewhere beyond the sealed doors of the hall came the unmistakable sound of something small, living, and panicked being dragged rapidly toward dinner. The sound came again. It had begun, at the very end of testimony, as a small panicked scrabble somewhere beyond the sealed doors of the great hall. At first it might have been mistaken for a rat or an owl in distress, or the castle deciding to produce one final atmospheric contribution because the evening had not yet reached full legal absurdity. Then it became unmistakably human, not in language in desperation. A thudding impact against wood, a sliding drag, the scuffle of shoes or feet or knees or some humiliating combination of all three failing to find purchase on old stone while something with more authority than panic continued pulling. Every living person in the hall turned. The dead did not. That was the first terrible thing. They did not startle. They did not tense. They did not whisper among themselves or lean toward one another in speculative unrest. The dead remained as they were, hands folded, goblets set near unmoving fingers, expressions ranging from grave patience to dry interest. As though what approached was neither surprise nor interruption, but merely the next correct course. At the head of the table, Harry did not sit back down. His hand remained on the ledger. The other rested lightly against the black wood beside it. He looked toward the doors with the composure of someone who had spent the last several months constructing this moment from architecture, statute, grief, and a patience most 15-year-olds had no business possessing. Hermione, 3 seats down and already ink-stained to the wrist from her own notes, felt her throat tighten. This, she knew with the awful clarity that came only to people too intelligent to be comforted by denial, was the line between the dead and the living. The dead had spoken. The dead had testified. The dead had produced law, grief, sequence, mechanism, names, and now the living would have to answer back. The sound at the door turned into a muffled yelp. One of the suits of armor moved, only slightly. It raised one gauntleted hand, not to strike, but to unlatch the door with the same impeccable courtesy it had earlier used to escort the Minister of Magic to his own humiliation. The doors opened inward. Peter Pettigrew came through them in a heap, not elegantly, not as a villain ought. If villains were granted the theatrical standards, they so often imagined themselves deserving. He did not stride in under guard or sneer through chains or cast his gaze about the hall in some pathetic attempt to reclaim dignity by volume. He arrived exactly as the outline of his life had always suggested he might when stripped of every lie and given over at last to plain physics. Tangled, breathless, terrified, and smaller than anyone remembered. He hit the stone floor on one shoulder, rolled badly, lost a shoe, and ended on his knees with both hands splayed in front of him as if the castle itself had spat him onto the threshold and declined to chew. A sound escaped the students, not one sound. Several. Gasps, a choked swear from somewhere near the Gryffindor section, a low and involuntary "Oh, God!" from a Hufflepuff whose name Hermione did not catch because she was too busy staring. Pettigrew looked worse than the posters, worse than memory. Sirius had described him often enough in the year since his escape, rat-like, cringing, soft with opportunism, all the ordinary disgust of betrayal wearing skin. Yet those descriptions, however accurate, had still carried the glamour of narrative. Peter Pettigrew the traitor. Peter Pettigrew the hidden servant. Peter Pettigrew the rat in the walls of history. The man on the floor was only a man, a small one, a balding one with damp hair stuck to a sweating forehead and a face already collapsing inward around fear. His clothes did not match. One cuff was torn. There was dirt on one knee, soot on his collar, and the disoriented look of someone hauled across impossible distance without explanation, and delivered not into a battlefield or prison cell, but into a room already full of the people he had most hoped never to face in any condition involving chairs. He saw the dead. That happened before he saw Harry. His eyes landed first on James Potter. Peter made a sound Hermione would later remember in embarrassing detail, because there are some noises the mind refuses to edit into anything more flattering than truth. It was not a scream, not quite. Too thin for that, too broken. The noise a man makes when recognition reaches him before language, and both are equally useless. Then Lily. Then Sirius. Then the rest of them. The charter witnesses, the school dead, the ghosts with seats of honor, the living students staring in frozen rows, and at the far end Cedric Diggory's silent echo seated with composed, unbearable dignity. Only then did Peter look at Harry. And that, Hermione thought, was when he understood he was finished. Not because Harry looked cruel, because he did not. Cruelty would have offered a familiar map. Threats, rage, vengeance, some hot, ugly force to push against and perhaps negotiate around. Peter Pettigrew understood those things. He had spent his life arranging himself beneath larger men's anger like a toad under carts, always ready to dart where the wheel might miss. Harry stood at the head of the table wearing black formal robes, one hand resting on a ledger, and looked at Peter with the quiet, deliberate attention of a host whose final guest had arrived disgracefully late. It was not mercy. That was what made it so lethal. "Peter," Harry said. His voice crossed the hall without effort. No one else moved. Peter tried. He scrabbled backward on hands and heel, one bare sock sliding across stone until his shoulders struck the door. For one moment he looked around wildly, perhaps still hoping some ministerial authority, some frantic spell, some ingrained instinct of cowardice attached to other people's offices might save him from context. He found Fudge. Fudge looked away. Peter found Umbridge. Umbridge looked at her plate. Peter found Sirius. Sirius smiled. It was not a nice smile. Peter swallowed so hard the sound carried. Aye, his voice broke. Harry waited. That was the whole room's method tonight, Hermione realized with a cold admiration she would later resent. No one hurried the guilty. The dead, of all beings, had had time to learn what pressure truly was. A shouted confession could be denied later, reframed as coercion, madness, spectacle. A silence held correctly became something else. A silence invited the guilty to discover which parts of themselves were weak enough to fill it. Harry stepped down from the head of the table, not quickly, not like a hunter approaching prey. He came the length of the black floor at an even pace until he stood several feet from Peter and no closer. The candles tracked him. So, Hermione suspected, did half the stone in the room. Then Harry looked to the nearest empty seat along the living witness side. It pulled back on its own with a soft scrape. The sound made Peter flinch like a whipped animal. "You're expected," Harry said. "Sit down." Peter stared at the chair, then at Harry, then at James, who had not moved at all except that one hand now lay flat on the table as though restraining force through etiquette alone. Peter's gaze skittered off him at once. "I can explain," Peter whispered. Sirius laughed. It was a terrible sound because it contained almost no humor. "Oh, splendid," he said. "He thinks this is still that sort of room." "Quiet, Sirius," said Lily, not sharply. He obeyed at once. That frightened Hermione almost as much as anything else tonight. Peter, shaking visibly now, tried to rise with dignity and failed halfway through. He got one foot under him, remembered the missing shoe, stumbled, and would have fallen again if the chair had not slid 1 inch farther forward as if to meet him with grim domestic efficiency. He sat, or rather collapsed downward into sitting, hands clasped too tightly together between his knees, one socked foot tucked back, one shoe half hanging from the other. An elf appeared at Harry's elbow. Hermione had not seen him enter. None of them had. He was one of the older kitchen elves, silvering at the ears, dressed in formal black service, and carrying a tray with the composure of a butler arriving at the correct moment in a very old house that disapproved of lateness but respected sequence. On the tray sat a bowl of soup. Dark, fragrant, steaming faintly in elegant spirals. Widow's comfort, the elf held it out. Harry took the bowl in both hands and placed it before Peter Pettigrew. Peter stared down into it as if expecting poison. There was none. That, perhaps, was the worst blow of all. The soup smelled rich and deep, herbs, root vegetables, slow broth, something faintly bitter underneath it all that made comfort feel like it had signed a legal disclaimer before entering the room. The surface shone darkly in the candlelight. A spoon rested beside it. Harry set that down too. Then he returned to his place at the head of the table. Only when he had resumed his chair did he say, "You've had a difficult journey." Ron made a strangled noise into his sleeve. Hermione kicked him under the table without taking her eyes off Peter. Peter looked up, bewildered. There are kinds of terror the human mind is not built to manage. Pain, yes. Pursuit, yes. Threat, certainly. But hospitality, measured, unmistakable, impeccably formal hospitality, extended by the son of the man you betrayed while that man sat not 10 feet away and watched you with dead, furious calm? Peter had no defenses for that. He licked his lips. "I don't." His eyes flicked down to the bowl again. Steam curled upward in small gray ribbons. On the surface of the broth, very faintly, letters began to appear. Hermione leaned forward before she could stop herself. The letters formed not words spoken yet, but dates, names, record lines, as if the soup, because of course the soup, had elected to become an evidentiary instrument merely because ordinary utensils had proven insufficiently Gothic for the evening. Peter saw it too, his face crumpled. "No," he whispered. Harry folded his hands beside the open ledger. "Eat," he said, "and then answer." No threat, no raised voice, no wand. Peter looked around again, desperate now for an authority more familiar than Harry's patience. Fudge remained very interested in his napkin. Umbridge had gone the color of old chalk. Dumbledore sat with both hands clasped before him, and an expression so composed it took Hermione 3 full seconds to recognize the strain underneath. Snape looked like someone carefully preserving the structural integrity of a lifetime's loathing for future use. McGonagall was not looking at Peter at all. She was looking at Harry, which somehow made it more serious. Then Peter's gaze found Cedric Diggory's silent echo. He recoiled as if slapped. Cedric did nothing. He only sat. That was the room's genius, Hermione thought with a sick twist of admiration. The dead were not being made theatrical. They were being made undeniable. Every living person present had long since developed defenses against stories, rumors, headlines, propaganda, ministry phrasing. Even grief in time could be turned from a person into a narrative shape, but not this. Not a boy at a table. Not a dead schoolgirl quietly telling you it had not been her shoes. Not James Potter's face. Not Cedric Diggory's unarguable stillness. Peter's hand shook as he lifted the spoon. He took one sip. The soup darkened. Words rose across its surface in a fine shimmering script and then sank again into the broth as though recorded somewhere beneath. The recorder at the far end of the witness stretch paused, looked up and said, professionally interested, "Adaptive medium. Excellent." Hermione wrote that down too. Peter set the spoon down with a clatter. "I don't know what you want," he said. Harry regarded him. "The truth," he said. "In order." Peter laughed once, weakly and terribly. "The truth." Sirius's chair scraped. James put out one hand without looking at him. Sirius went still. Peter saw that, and for a heartbeat some old pattern of his face reasserted itself. The miserable, darting cunning of a man who had once relied on larger friends to define the borders of his world and had spent the years since learning how to survive in their absences by attaching himself to worse masters. "I was frightened," Peter said. The words rushed out now, too fast, as though speed might somehow make them less weighable. "You have to understand, I was frightened. Everyone was frightened. It was war. No one knew who to trust, and they were stronger than us. They were everywhere, and no one was safe, and I thought—" James spoke without raising his voice. "You thought you should live at our expense." Peter stopped. That was what precision did. It cut the fat away from excuses so cleanly that one could see the trembling organ beneath. Peter's face twitched. The soup darkened again. Across its surface appeared, in neat writing, "I was frightened." Then, beneath it, a moment later, without anyone's visible intervention, "Fear is not sequence. Continue." The hall drew one collective breath. Peter stared at the bowl as if it had betrayed him personally. Harry said, "Begin with the order." Peter shut his eyes. He was not a dramatic man, too small for it, too eager to merge with circumstance. Yet in that instant Hermione saw, very plainly, the thing that made him dangerous in ordinary life. He wanted the nearest path of least damage more badly than other men wanted honor. That was the center of him, not grand malice, not ideology, just the obscene flexibility of a person who could always discover a reason to preserve himself first and call that reason reality. They knew, Peter whispered. Who? The ministry, some of them. Not everything, not names, not all of it, but enough to know we were compromised. His eyes opened again, unfocused now, fixed on some place in the soup beyond reflection. There were reports, patterns, missing owls, wrong passwords being guessed too quickly, safe houses checked too near to when they were named. Moody said it was a leak. Dumbledore said we had to tighten the circle, but the ministry, he swallowed. The ministry didn't want panic, the recorder wrote, so did Hermione. Peter licked his lips. Crouch knew or guessed enough. He kept saying wartime discipline mattered more than rumor, that if the public believed the ministry couldn't protect its own channels, then recruitment, compliance, all of it would get worse. He wanted strength, appearances. A little hysterical edge entered his voice. Everyone wanted appearances. James did not move. Lily watched Peter with a face stripped clean of anything he might once have called friendship. Harry said, "When did you speak to Voldemort's side directly?" Peter's head jerked. "I didn't want the date," Harry said. "It was not loud. It was not cruel. But it carried something the room itself approved of, sequence, not emotion, not drama, record." Peter bent over the bowl, his shoulders trembled once. Then he said, "Late August." The soup wrote it down, late August. Who approached whom? Harry asked. Peter made a sound like a sob embarrassed by its own existence. "They approached me first, not him, one of the others, someone low, someone who knew I mattered only because of who I stood beside." His hands twisted together so tightly Hermione thought he might break a finger. "They said I was clever. They said everyone underestimated me. They said when the Dark Lord won, people like me would be rewarded instead of laughed at." Sirius shut his eyes. For one instant, his face became unendurably young. James looked away from Peter for the first time all evening. Only for a second. Then he looked back. Peter continued in a rush. They already knew things. Small things. Not enough to ruin anyone alone, but enough that I understood they had other sources. They said it didn't matter whether I helped because the order was already rotting from the edges. They said I could die loyal and anonymous or live useful and seen. He laughed again, wetly. And I wanted not to be the one left out. The silence that followed that was worse than any condemnation, because there it was, no noble corruption, no tragic seduction. Not even primarily fear, though fear had done its part. Peter Pettigrew had sold them because he wanted to matter. James spoke very quietly. "You wanted to be chosen." Peter flinched. The soup wrote, "I wanted to be chosen," then beneath it, "accepted." Peter stared at that second word as if it had been torn out of him with a finer tool than pain. Harry asked, "When were my parents named?" No one in the hall moved. Even the candles seemed to withdraw their little flickers and hold perfectly straight. Peter's mouth worked. I didn't say it first. They suspected, you have to know that. They suspected from the beginning that if there was a child in prophecy, then the Potters would be drawn in somehow. But his eyes darted toward James and immediately away. The moment it became real was when the Fidelius was decided. Lily's hands tightened once together on the table. "What moment?" Harry asked. Peter whispered. "When they changed it." Sirius went perfectly still. Dumbledore at the staff table did not move at all. Peter kept staring at the bowl. Everyone thought it would be serious. That was the point. That was what made the change clever. He gave a horrible little laugh. Too clever. Clever enough that when Sirius told James the switch was safer because no one would ever think of me, I could hardly believe it. His voice cracked. He handed it to me. Sirius stood so abruptly his chair fell backward with a crash that rang through the hall like a struck blade. "I did not hand you anything," he said. The bloody Baron turned his head. Lily rose half an inch and laid one pale hand on James's wrist. James remained seated. Sirius breathed once, hard, then with visible violence sat back down. Peter had gone gray. Harry did not look at Sirius. That, Hermione thought, was what allowed the room to continue existing as law rather than fracture into grief and old blame. When did you inform Voldemort? Harry asked. Peter answered at once now, as though the worst piece once begun demanded completion. The next day. A collective shudder passed through the hall, not from horror exactly, from the obscene banality of the timeline, the terrible smallness of the interval between trust and sale. Not months, not some long winding decay. One day, one ordinary turning of the earth, and then betrayal, the recorder wrote. Hermione's duplicate parchment wrote with him now, quills charmed to mirror each line as fast as human hand could manage. She had 3 stacks going, one for personal record, one for publication, one for legal forwarding. At the corner of the third she had written in small, efficient letters, Geneva. Ron glanced at it and swallowed. He had stopped even pretending this evening might be containable. Peter went on. I gave the location, the protections, the habits, not all at once. I said I needed guarantees. He laughed at himself again, and this time even he seemed disgusted by the sound. Guarantees from him! He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. I thought if I was useful enough, if I made myself necessary enough, there'd be a place for me when it was over. James said. There was. Peter froze. James's face had lost fury now. That was worse. There is always a place, James said, for the man who teaches monsters how little he costs. Peter's shoulders folded inward like wet paper. The soup wrote it down, not James's words. Peter's answer, though he had not spoken it yet. Very little. Hermione stared at the bowl, Harry said. And after? Peter lowered his hands. His face was wet. No one mistook it for nobility. After they died. He said, voice ragged. Afterward I had to live. What do you want me to say? I had to live. Lily regarded him with that same terrible patience she had brought to the whole evening. No, she said. You had to continue. Peter looked at her as if she had reached into his chest and adjusted a hinge. Lily's voice remained calm. Living was what you told yourself while continuing to betray everyone left. The bowl wrote, I had to continue. Peter broke, not loudly. That, perhaps, is the thing most people misunderstand about confessions. They imagine the breaking as dramatic. A shout, a collapse. Tears that purify by volume. Peter Pettigrew only got smaller. That was all. He sat bent over a bowl of soup at a formal black table while every person he had spent years avoiding sat arranged around him in exact and patient witness, and he became visibly less able to carry the weight of his own evasions. Yes, he whispered. The word was barely there. Harry said nothing. Neither did anyone else, so Peter kept going. Yes, he had met them more than once. Yes, he had passed information in pieces. Yes, he had known enough by then to understand what Lord Voldemort intended to do if the prophecy child proved to be Harry Potter. Yes, he had delayed once or twice, not out of conscience, but because fear made him slow. Yes, he had resumed because terror of Voldemort and hunger for relevance made a stronger pair than remorse. Yes, he had framed Sirius as a matter of practicality once the Potters were dead. Yes, he had believed that if he survived the war, history would eventually simplify things enough for him to hide in the simplification. Every answer went into the bowl. Every answer rose, dark and neat, then sank. The recorder wrote, Hermione copied. At one point, Peter looked up, wild and desperate, and said directly to Harry, I never meant for you. Harry interrupted him for the first time. You meant what you did. The sentence landed so cleanly that even Sirius went still under it. Peter opened his mouth, closed it, then nodded once. The bowl wrote, I meant what I did. No one in the hall breathed for several heartbeats. It was not, Hermione thought, the most emotionally devastating line of the night. That honor belonged elsewhere, to Myrtle, to Lily, to James's bright dead rage, to Cedric's silent body at a chair. But it was the line that removed the last sentimental refuge from the room. No mistake. No tragic spiral too complicated for accountability. No war as abstract machine. Peter Pettigrew had meant what he did. That was all. Fudge moved then. Perhaps because confession, once complete enough, begins to resemble evidence in a way ministers can smell. Perhaps because he had heard enough names, Crouch, repeals, delays, school failures, war failures, to understand that the proceedings were no longer embarrassing but prosecutable. Perhaps because panic finally found him wearing institutional shoes. His hand went to his wand. This time he got as far as touching the holster. The two suits of armor at the far wall shifted, only shifted, a fraction each, a metal foot angled. A gauntlet settled more comfortably on a hilt. The sound was almost nothing. Fudge removed his hand at once. No one addressed it. That was what made it perfect. Hermione turned a page in her notes and with slightly frightening neatness wrote, "Minister attempted wand access during active testimony. Prevented by posture alone." Beside her, Ron leaned close enough to whisper without being heard by the whole hall. "How many copies are you actually making?" "3 confirmed," Hermione murmured. "Confirmed?" "1 for every major wizarding newspaper. 1 for the International Wizarding Court in Geneva. 1 going somewhere else." Ron glanced sideways at her. "Where?" Hermione did not look up from her notes. "I declined to specify." Ron stared, then, after a beat, "That's the most frightening thing anyone has said tonight." "I know," she replied. At the head of the table, Harry closed the ledger fully. The sound of it seemed to release the hall from some suspended angle of attention, though none of the tension left. It merely changed flavor. Peter still sat hunched over the bowl of widow's comfort, staring into the last lines of his own confession. James looked at him without triumph. Lily looked at Harry. Sirius looked like a man being held together by style, rage, and the narrow fact that James was still within speaking distance. Cedric's echo remained exactly as before, quiet, composed, irrefutable. Harry stood. His chair did not scrape. It simply ceased being occupied and therefore became again what it had been built to be. The head of a table from which truth had been served course by course until the living lost their appetite for pretense. He looked first at Peter, not with hatred. Hermione thought suddenly and sickeningly of what he had told Dumbledore weeks ago. At the moment, justice would already be an improvement. Harry's face now held that same devastating calm. "Thank you," he said to Peter. Peter recoiled. The gratitude was not warm, it was clerical. The thanks one gives when a document is finally signed after intolerable delay. Harry turned to Hermione. "Is the record sufficient?" Hermione looked down at pages and duplicate pages, moving ink and drying sand, cross notes, mirrored transcripts, the recorder's corresponding marks, the soup bowl lines now still and legible as text beneath a dark surface. She swallowed. "Yes." Harry nodded once. Then he looked to the court recorder. The spectral clerk adjusted one set of spectacles and said, with immense professional satisfaction, "Abundantly." Only then did Harry look to the living, to Fudge first, then Umbridge, then the staff, then the students. His gaze did not skip anyone. Tonight had not been built for selective knowledge. "Good," Harry said. The word crossed the room like a blade laid flat on linen, because that was the real horror Hermione realized. Not ghosts, not death, not banquets in old lore and compelled attendance. The real horror was that Harry had managed to create a night in which truth, once properly seeded, no longer required anyone's permission to matter. Peter Pettigrew began to cry, not nobly, not cathartically. He wept the way cowards do when the structure protecting them has finally dissolved. Wet-faced, breath snagging, miserable not at what they have done, but at the terrible discovery that what they have done will now remain attached to their names in public, orderly, legible form. The dead did not comfort him. The living did not either. Widow's comfort steamed faintly between his hands and reflected, in elegant black lines, the last thing he had admitted. "I meant what I did." And because some cruelties are so exact they become art, the soup did not let the words fade. Harry stood. That was all. After everything, the testimonies, the old laws dragged into the light, the dead seated at table like patients given bodies, Peter Pettigrew bent over a bowl of soup that now held the neat black lines of his own ruin. You might have expected thunder. A wand raised. A curse. A sentence hurled across the hall with the satisfying violence of fiction. Instead, Harry Potter simply stood up. The quiet that followed was not empty, it was occupied by record. Peter remained in his chair, staring down at "I meant what I did," as though the words might change if he concentrated hard enough, or hated himself with sufficient speed. Cedric Diggory's echo sat a short way off, still composed, still silent, still more damaging than any shouted accusation. The court recorder at the witness stretch had arranged his parchments into 3 exact stacks and was sanding the last line with the grave devotion of a priest concluding Mass. The dead were still present. That was the thing. Nothing had dispersed when the confession ended. No witness had faded. No summoned face had softened into mist and legend. James still sat with his jaw set in the clean, hard line of anger properly educated by grief. Lily remained upright and calm and terrible in the way truths became terrible when they had finally been made patient enough to speak. Sirius lounged in his unassigned chair like an anarchic footnote that had somehow entered canonical law. The Hogwarts dead watched with their different ages, injuries, dignities, and unfinished exactitudes. The charter witnesses waited with the air of people, prepared to hear whether the host intended to embarrass himself now that the difficult part had been completed. And the living had the color of old chalk. Hermione, glancing once down the table before fixing her eyes back on Harry, saw it almost mathematically. Fudge had gone beyond pale into the brittle, dust-dry hue of a man discovering there were outcomes for which office had never supplied usable language. Umbridge looked powdered by fright. Several students were white around the mouth. Snape had the expression of someone whose blood pressure had transcended medicine. McGonagall's face had become so controlled it looked carved. Ron had one hand flat against the table as if reminding himself the wood beneath his fingers remained ordinary material, and not, as tonight repeatedly suggested, an opinionated legal witness in its own right. Harry placed one hand on the black ledger. Its cover did not pulse. It did not gleam. It simply received his hand the way the hall received his voice, as something already decided upon. "I am not interested," Harry said, "in Azkaban." The words crossed the hall with quiet precision. Fudge flinched before he could stop himself, a very small movement. The kind people made when a name found the exact place in them where dread had already started furnishing a room. Harry continued. "Azkaban is the Ministry's tool." He paused. "The Ministry has demonstrated, repeatedly and in public, that it uses its tools poorly." No one interrupted. Not even Umbridge, especially not Umbridge. She sat with both hands clasped too tightly around the stem of her silver goblet and watched Harry with the dreadful concentration of a person realizing, too late, that she has entered not merely someone else's territory, but someone else's language. Harry's tone did not sharpen. That was, Hermione thought, why everyone listened so hard. Rage could be answered, defied, reframed as adolescence, trauma, melodrama, instability. Harry had once terrified adults by shouting truth at them, because shouted truth still allowed them to reduce him to a boy with damaged nerves and inconvenient timing. Measured truth denied them that comfort. "I have no wish," Harry said, "to send anyone to a prison built to consume the soul and then pretend that constitutes justice because paperwork is involved afterward." His fingers rested lightly against the ledger's edge. "Azkaban does not correct. It hides. It is where the Ministry puts outcomes it does not wish to examine closely." At this, one of the charter witnesses gave the faintest approving sound into her goblet. Not agreement exactly, recognition. Harry looked down the table at Fudge. The minister did not look away quickly enough. For 1 second their eyes held. Harry was 15. Thin, black-clad, dark-haired, visibly tired from the labor of the night and the greater labor beneath it. Fudge was an adult, a minister, an office-holder dressed in expensive green, with all the accumulated entitlement of years spent entering rooms already obeyed. Only one of them, at this moment, looked appointed. "I have a different sentence," Harry said. The candles leaned not toward him, toward the room itself, as if eager not to miss phrasing. Peter made a tiny, involuntary sound. Harry did not look at him. Instead, he opened the ledger, not to the testimony pages. Farther back, toward the older entries, the ones that smelled faintly of cedar and iron and a kind of domestic patience so old it no longer resembled ordinary mercy. The pages turned once, stopped. Harry rested his fingertips against a passage written in one of the narrower, more elegant hands. "The consecration of the great hall," he said, "is permanent." A wave passed through the living side of the table, small, nearly invisible. The physical reflex of minds trying at once to understand and reject a sentence before it became architecture. Hermione felt the hall's answer before she saw anyone else register it. A soft old house murmur ran through the beams overhead. Not loud, not threatening, merely confirming that permanence, in this case, had already been negotiated with stone and found acceptable. Harry lifted his gaze again. "From this point forward," he said, "every person who lied, who concealed, who delayed, who chose political comfort over a child's life, who called convenience wisdom and cowardice policy, is entered into the record." Fudge opened his mouth. The bloody Baron turned his head. Fudge closed it. The motion was almost weary now. He had discovered, after enough failed attempts, that silence imposed by another could feel humiliating. Silence chosen under the expectation of being stopped again felt worse. It made the whole evening not a contest of power, but an extended lesson in scale. Harry laid one hand flat against the page. The black ledger adds names when they are earned. And then the book began to write. Hermione heard the intake of breath pass down the tables in stages, different in each house and no less unanimous for that. Ravenclaw first, the sharp little inhale of minds observing something unprecedented and already trying to classify it fast enough to avoid being emotionally affected. Gryffindor next, a more human catch, half or and half the body's refusal to remain sensible in the face of correct dread. Hufflepuff's came low and pained. Slytherin's was almost inaudible, but Hermione saw enough widened eyes and stilled hands to know that even there, among the well-bred children of old families who prided themselves on recognizing dangerous heritage when it entered a room, tonight had crossed a line into genuine scale. Ink rose through the paper. No quill touched it. No hand guided it. Names formed in dark, deliberate strokes across a fresh page, each line taking itself down with the smooth efficiency of a clerk who had waited years to be permitted back to work. The recorder at the far end glanced up. Then, to Hermione's astonishment and faint professional offense, gave a small nod of appreciation. The first name to write itself was Cornelius Oswald Fudge below it. A second, Dolores Jane Umbridge, then more. Not the names of those already condemned by history in grand operatic fashion. Not Voldemort, not Bellatrix, not men or women whose evil had always announced itself with enough flamboyance to keep the decent comfortably opposed. These names were worse, because they belonged to administrators, committee chairs, undersecretaries, department heads, quiet signatories. The little gray machinery of institutional negligence taking human shape line by line. Hermione recognized some from the testimonies, others only from statute margins or old reform pamphlets. Still others she knew with a shock from current ministry correspondence. Harry did not read them aloud. He did not need to. The living who recognized them went still in private places. "The dead," Harry said while the ledger wrote, "will know where they are." It took a moment for the sentence to settle, not because it was unclear, because it was too clear. Harry's voice remained even. "Not haunting them," he said. "Not tormenting them, not following them through walls or mirrors or dreams with melodramatic hostility." One corner of his mouth moved very slightly. "That would be exhausting, and some of the dead have standards." A terrible, almost helpless ripple of laughter touched the students and vanished. Harry went on. "They will simply know." The ink continued to move. "The way old houses know the families who have wronged them," Harry said. "The way some places remember who buried lies in them and who left children unprotected in their corridors." He lifted his hand from the page, and the writing stopped at once, the last dark line settling dry and permanent. "You will never again be wholly unobserved by the consequences you chose." For the first time that evening, fear in the room changed species. Until now it had been fear of spectacle, fear of law, fear of testimony, fear of old truths becoming newly usable. But this was intimate. This was not prison, not fines, not removal from office, not formal punishment in structures the ministry already knew how to navigate or manipulate. This was memory made continuous, attention without sleep, record without forgetting, a world in which every lie brought not escape but company. Cornelius Fudge stared at his own name on the page, his lips parted, closed, then parted again. "You cannot," he began and stopped. The interesting thing, Hermione thought with exhausted clarity, was that he did not know how to finish the sentence. "You cannot do this" had clearly occurred to him first. But the whole, the dead, the recorder, the testimonies, Pettigrew's confession, and the ledger itself had by now rendered that phrasing a child's tantrum in a courtroom. "You cannot be allowed to do this" came second, but died in his throat because everyone present had just spent hours learning how catastrophically badly the people nominally allowed to do things had handled their permissions. So what remained? Harry looked at him. No triumph. No smile. No cruelty. "You should have thought of that earlier," Harry said. Fudge's face collapsed. Not dramatically. It did not become tragic, merely smaller. Hermione had spent the better part of a year watching adults, ministry adults especially, fail upward, deflect outward, and preserve themselves through tone even in the face of disaster. She had never before seen one arrive, in public, at the exact point where the habits of office stopped producing usable selfhood. He looked suddenly like a man in too many layers of robes and not enough of himself. Harry turned then, not to the minister, to Umbridge. It was, somehow, worse. Because Harry gave Cornelius Fudge the dignity of having addressed him first as a larger problem, before moving to the smaller cruelty that had, for months, operated in bright cardigans and detentions with sugary contempt. Dolores Umbridge had been preparing all evening in some buried worm of herself to be ignored as secondary, to be handled by fallout, to be contained in Fudge's shadow or some later committee, to be administrative residue. Harry denied her that hope by looking directly at her. She froze. Every person in the hall who had ever been made small by her, every child cut by her phrases, every student punished in the polished pink rooms of her invented righteousness, saw it happen. "You," Harry said quietly, "are a collector." Umbridge's mouth trembled. "I beg your pardon." It came out brittle and airy and useless. Harry regarded her for a moment as if deciding how much precision she deserved. "You collect discomfort," he said. "You prefer pain when it can be made tidy. You prefer cruelty when it can be phrased as instruction." His gaze did not leave her. "You prefer children most when they are frightened enough to become well-behaved." A silence fell so specific that even Sirius did not move in it. Harry touched the ledger again. "When I first met you," he said, "you attempted to carve obedience into my hand." Umbridge went visibly colder. The room remembered the story, or parts of it. Rumor had circulated since September, mutating through houses and corridor versions until it had become one more strange detail in the years-growing legend of Harry Potter and ministry incompatibility. But rumor had always softened her in the telling, made her faintly absurd. A pink toad with a cruel pen, certainly, but still comic in the Broadway tyrants often looked from far enough off. Harry was not speaking about a comic woman now, he was speaking about a collector. "Every child you harmed," Harry said, "has a name." No one breathed. "You will remember those names." Umbridge made a thin, choked sound and shook her head before the sentence had fully landed, which meant it had landed very well indeed. "I cannot make you remember them," Harry said. And then the line from the outline in the exact place it had been building toward all along. "But the ledger can." Something moved in Umbridge's pocket. She shrieked, not elegantly, not in control. A bright, ripping scream tore out of her as the pocket of her cardigan bulged sharply outward and then split at the seam. A long black quill shot into the air between her and Harry like an arrow, reconsidering its life choices too late to correct them. Her blood quill. The sight of it brought an almost physical recoil from half the hall. Harry did not flinch. The quill hung for one suspended second over the table, then turned, not toward Harry, toward Umbridge. She threw up both hands too late. The quill darted down with exquisite speed and caught the inside of her wrist. She screamed again. The cut was swift, not deep, not theatrical, merely exact. The quill moved over her skin, writing. Not in long, tearing strokes, not the old punishment she had intended for schoolchildren, but a brief, concentrated inscription. The blood welled. The letters formed. Then, before anyone but the nearest few could read them properly, the wound sealed, healed at once. The quill fell to the table with a soft, satisfied tick. Umbridge clutched her wrist to her chest and stared at it. No one in the hall could yet see the words. She could. Her face changed. That was how everyone knew. She looked down at the pale, healed skin and went utterly still. Not the rigidity of offense, not the trembling stillness of panic held together by decorum, but the rigid vacancy of a person reading her own future written back at her in a language she cannot argue with. "What does it say?" asked Ron, far too loudly, because Ron under stress had always regarded decorum as something for richer families. Umbridge did not answer. Harry did not either. But the quill, still lying black and slender between the silver, gave one tiny jerk and scratched the tablecloth of its own accord. "Begin with Lee Jordan." A collective sound moved through the Gryffindor end of the living table. Shock, fury, savage satisfaction, the sick thrill of hearing private school cruelty recognized by something older than headmasters and prefects. Hermione thought, with a burst of exhausted vindication so strong it nearly made her laugh, that if Dolores Umbridge had spent more time fearing stationery and less time weaponizing it, her career might have survived this year. The quill went still again. Umbridge looked as though she might faint. The house elves, Hermione noticed, did not move to help. Harry closed the ledger. The sound of it this time felt different, not an opening. Not a proceeding, a verdict entered. And because a room cannot hold that much truth indefinitely without something in the living giving way, Cornelius Fudge suddenly stood up. His chair went backward with a crack. Every head turned. Fudge swayed slightly, one hand on the table, staring not at Harry but at the ledger, as if the small black book had somehow condensed in itself every polite disaster he had spent years promoting outward. Every signature made in preference to courage. Every compromise defended as necessity until it became character. "I will," he said, and stopped. His voice had gone dry. He swallowed, tried again. "I will be submitting my resignation." The sentence landed in the hall like a spoon dropped in an empty crypt. No one cheered. That was what made it real. The students stared. The staff did not move. The dead watched with the utterly pitiless calm of those to whom office had always been a temporary costume on soft people who hoped it might count as bone. Fudge kept speaking because now that he had said the first impossible thing, the rest came with the dreadful momentum of a slope finally acknowledged. "Before dawn," he said. "The full record, copies, will be delivered to the Wisengamot and—" His eyes flicked once, involuntarily, toward Hermione's duplicate piles and then away. "And to the appropriate legal authorities." Sirius spoke into his goblet without bothering to hide the amusement in his voice. "Look at that. Consequences in the wild." Fudge ignored him because he had become, in the last few minutes, a man beyond the reach of sarcasm and very much within the reach of collapse. "I will also," he said, "recommend the immediate suspension of Dolores Umbridge from educational oversight pending—" "No," said Harry. The single syllable stopped him. Fudge blinked. Harry remained seated. The quiet around him had settled into something deeper than command. Not domination, not even authority in the ordinary sense. Merely the fact that tonight had shifted the room's reference point, and some motions would no longer feel natural unless they moved through him first. "Do not protect yourself by sacrificing her neatly," Harry said. Fudge's mouth opened, closed. Harry's gaze stayed on him. "You built the room she thrived in," he said. "You handed her corridors and language and children to practice on. Do not pretend she was weather." Fudge's shoulders dropped by a degree so small it might have escaped anyone not already watching for failure in detail. It did not escape the dead. Marchbanks lifted one brow. The recorder wrote something in a side margin and looked deeply pleased with himself. Harry turned the ledger slightly toward himself and rested his fingers on the cover. "Umbridge does not resign tonight," he said. Umbridge made a tiny raw sound. Half plea, half protest. Harry looked at her one last time. "The ledger has other plans for you," she stared. And Hermione, seeing the exact shape of that stare, understood something awful and elegant all at once. Resignation would have been relief. Escape into bureaucratic afterlife. Transfer, committee shielding, the soft, muffled burial by paperwork that swallowed so many ugly little careers before the victims were even old enough to vote. Harry was denying her that too, not by torment, by memory. The dead began to rise. It happened without announcement. No spell marked it. No music. No great collapse of candlelight or parting of the enchanted sky. They simply reached, one by one, the moment at which witness was complete and departure became the next proper courtesy. Marchbanks rose first, gathering her robes with the efficient dignity of a woman leaving a hearing that had finally, after centuries of foolishness, managed to produce usable minutes. She looked to Harry and inclined her head. "Well hosted," she said. Harry stood at once. The gesture was instinctive and exact. "Thank you for attending." At that, one corner of Marchbanks's mouth moved, not into kindness, something better, approval stripped of sentiment. She turned and was gone, not vanished, not theatrically dispersed, simply no longer visible in the chair where she had been, as if the air had closed around an absence already familiar with its own boundaries. The others followed. A charter witness with a hawk face bowed from the shoulders, crisp and formal. A professor dead 2 wars ago paused beside Harry's chair and laid ghost-cool fingers for one heartbeat on the wood behind it, like a benediction given to the furniture that had held the evening together. Myrtle Warren, before leaving, glanced toward the living students and lifted her chin a fraction, the movement small and proud and young enough to hurt. One by one, the Hogwarts dead acknowledged him, not worshipfully. That would have cheapened everything. With the grave courtesy owed a host who had not called them for comfort, but had called them correctly. At one point Hermione saw a hand, she could not have said whose, only that it wore a dark sleeve and rings, rest briefly against Harry's shoulder from just behind him. He did not turn. His posture changed by almost nothing. Yet something in the line of his face softened with the knowledge that the touch had occurred. Cedric remained longer than the others. Of course he did. He sat at his place while the witness line thinned and the living tried not to stare and failed utterly. He did not speak. He had never been meant to. Yet as the hall emptied of its dead in dignified increments, the fact of him became, if anything, more unbearable, not less alive, more specific. A boy who should have been complaining about homework, or smirking after a Quidditch match, or letting Hufflepuff exult in him for another year and another and another. Harry looked at Cedric then, only once, and Cedric's echo, silent still, gave the smallest nod. It might have been an artifact of candlelight, a shift in the consecration. The room itself choosing kindness in a form precise enough not to violate the rules Harry had kept so carefully all evening. But Hermione saw it, so did Ron. And the next time the candles bent, Cedric's chair was empty. The Hufflepuff's down table did not cry until after that. Sirius lingered indecently, naturally. He remained lounging in his unassigned place, while respectable centuries departed around him, and the hall gradually became less crowded by the dead, and more bruised by the living who had just learned what kind of night they would have to remember forever. At last, Lily said, with the tone of a woman who had spent years loving chaos but had never mistaken it for discipline, "Sirius." He looked toward her, then toward Harry, then, with visible reluctance, stood. He crossed the narrow space behind Harry's chair and stopped there just long enough that Ron visibly braced for something absurd, and Hermione braced for something devastating. Sirius leaned down. For a second his hand hovered over Harry's shoulder, then settled, light and brief. "Brilliantly done." he said under his breath, though in the hall's attentive hush several people still heard it. "Terrible for your future reputation. Excellent for mine." Harry's mouth twitched. "Go on," Sirius added. "You frightened the ministry, insulted the furniture into loyalty, and humiliated a man with soup. I don't want to miss telling Remus." Harry gave a breath that was almost a laugh. Sirius grinned. Then he was gone. Only James and Lily remained. The hall felt it. Even the students who had no private claim on the Potters understood, dimly and correctly, that the room had narrowed now to something more intimate than public witness. A school banquet, however transformed, remained still a school banquet. A great hall could hold politics and ghosts and verdicts with magnificent stamina. But a son and his parents, seen like this, only like this, after 15 years and under rules strict enough to protect them from softness until the very end, that was a different architecture entirely. James rose first. He looked, Hermione thought with a sudden sharp ache, as if he had too much to say and not enough legal space left in which to say it without breaking something all three of them had preserved by force all evening. He came around the table. Harry did not move, not out of coldness, out of discipline. He stood with the stone resting quiet in his palm under the edge of the table, one hand flat on the ledger, face composed in that Addams stillness he had learned so quickly and worn so naturally that most of the school had forgotten it was new. James stopped in front of him. For a moment father and son simply looked at one another. The resemblance was terrible now that they stood close. Not because they looked identical, because they didn't, because the shared shape only made the differences more intimate. James's face held youth with the careless confidence of someone who had never been taught to doubt being loved by a room before entering it. Harry's held caution, humor used sparingly, and that old loneliness of children who grew up learning furniture before kinship. James said something then. Quietly, too quietly for the hall to hear, Hermione saw Harry's eyes widen just a fraction. Then, suddenly, helplessly, impossibly, Harry laughed, a real laugh, not dry, not brief with defense. Not the sharp little bark he gave when reality became too absurd to survive without punctuation. A startled laugh. It broke out of him and changed his whole face at once. The hall heard it and went still in a different way. Ron's breath caught. Ginny, at the living table, looked down at her hands very quickly. Even James looked satisfied by surprise. Harry nodded once in answer to whatever had been said. James's grin flashed, bright, crooked, alive in all the ways the dead should never be allowed to look if the world wished to remain manageable. And then he stepped back. Lily came last. She did not speak immediately. She reached out instead and laid one hand against Harry's cheek. No one moved, no one dared. There are certain silences that become sacred by refusing performance. This was one of them. Lily's hand was not solid in the ordinary way. The gesture did not disturb his skin or drag heat. Yet Harry closed his eyes as if it did anyway, which was perhaps worse, and perhaps the most merciful thing the hall had done all night, allowing touch to mean what it needed to without pretending the rules had changed. Then Lily bent and kissed his forehead. When she straightened, her expression was not soft, not because she lacked love, because love tonight had taken the form of letting him stand where he had stood and not asking him to become a child again to receive it. "Good," she said, one word. Enough. Then she and James were both gone. The hall changed, not emptier, only finished. Harry stood absolutely still. The resurrection stone had gone cold in his hand, not cooling, cold. A stone again, not witness, not summons, not key, just wait. Slowly, very carefully, as if the smallest haste might turn the moment cheap, Harry looked down at it. Then he set it on the black table beside the ledger. He did not pick it up again. No one in the hall spoke. What could be said to that? That the dead had been heard. They had. That the truth was now on record. It was. That boys were not supposed to laugh for the first time all evening because their dead father had said something no one else got to hear. Certainly. And yet here they were. Hermione looked at Harry and thought, with a kind of exhausted horror, that there were prices which did not announce themselves as costs until the correct thing had already been done. Tonight had been right, necessary, exact. She knew that with the clarity of intellect and the ache of affection combined, it had still cost him, not visibly, not in the currency schoolchildren and ministries preferred to count. No blood, no collapse, no dramatic shattering for others to witness and then helpfully misunderstand. But something quieter, something expensive. Across the hall, Cornelius Fudge sat as if dawn had already found him ruined. Dolores Umbridge still clutched her wrist and stared at nothing, privately beginning, perhaps, with Lee Jordan. Peter Pettigrew had not lifted his eyes from the bowl in front of him for several minutes now, and the final line on the broth still shone dark and legible. "I meant what I did." The recorder stacked the completed record, rose, and gave Harry the sort of formal nod one professional offers another after work that will remain in files for centuries. "Properly entered," he said. Then he too was gone. The candles finally relaxed, not dimmed. Relaxed. The negative stars above the ceiling shifted, the white darkness slowly resolving back toward something more like ordinary night. Not immediately. The hall had no desire to hurry its return to schoolhood, but the angle changed. The atmosphere loosened by increments. Somewhere in the walls, the old pleased attention settled lower, like a great house adjusting into sleep after guests have left and silver has been counted. No one moved until Harry did. He closed the ledger, rested both hands briefly on its cover, then looked up at the living. His face had gone calm again, not the same calm, the kind rebuilt after being briefly lost, and therefore more honest than before. "Dinner," he said, into the impossible hush, "may proceed." It was such a monstrously ordinary sentence that for a second no one in the hall knew how to survive it. Then Ron laughed, just once, half hysterical, half wounded. Entirely Ron, it broke the room cleanly enough for everyone else to remember breathing. Students shifted. Silver rattled. Somebody cried openly now that the proceedings were technically over. Nearly headless Nick, still elegantly arranged at the ghost setting nearest the center of the hall, dabbed at his eyes with a handkerchief that appeared to have been designed for exactly such evenings. The fat friar sighed as though a sad and necessary whether front had finally passed. McGonagall stood first among the staff. She crossed the space to Harry not hurriedly, but with the decision of a woman who had waited precisely as long as professional dignity required, and no longer considered delay an educational virtue. She stopped before him, looked at the ledger, at the stone, at Harry's face, and for one heartbeat Hermione thought she might scold him simply because her soul would otherwise burst from lack of familiar structure. Instead, she said very quietly, "Mr. Potter." Harry met her eyes. "Professor?" McGonagall's mouth tightened once, not in anger but in the violent restraint of feeling translated into the narrow channels she allowed it. "You will come to my office tomorrow morning," she said. "Yes," a pause. "And you will explain," she added, "how you have managed to alter the constitutional assumptions of my school in a single evening." At that, something like tired humor moved through Harry's face. "I can try." McGonagall looked at him for another second. Then, to Hermione's complete astonishment, reached out and adjusted the fold of one dark sleeve at his wrist like a mother remembering herself too late to deny the impulse. "That," she said, "will do for now," and went back to her place. Snape did not approach. Snape, however, remained seated long enough after everyone else began to move that Hermione noticed. His black eyes flicked once toward Harry, once toward the place where Lily had stood last, once toward Pettigrew's bowed head. Then he rose, robes whispering around him like controlled violence, and left the hall without a word. That, too, went into Hermione's mental record. Everything tonight did. Because tomorrow the world would demand sequence and explanation and copies, and legal routing and correspondence and owls. And the impossible volume of aftermath that followed any evening in which a schoolboy hosted the dead and made the ministry flinch like bad parchment near flame. Tomorrow she would be useful in all the ways she knew how. Tonight she only watched Harry. He had not touched the stone again. He had not moved the ledger. He stood at the head of the table while the living slowly remembered cutlery and chairs, and the idea that courses existed independently of testimony, and looked not triumphant but very, very tired. Ron reached him first. Of course he did. Ron came up the length of the table with the determined, awkward stride of a person who knows instinctively that words are not the correct tool, but refuses to leave a friend alone inside wrong silence out of principle. He stopped beside Harry, glanced once at the stone, once at the empty witness chairs, and then said, in the exact tone one might use after Quidditch practice or a transfiguration exam gone on too long, "You should probably eat something." Harry blinked, then absurdly nodded. "Probably." "Right," Ron said. "Good." That was all, no speech. No revelations, just a bowl of inheritance broth dragged within reach and a piece of bread placed beside it with the immense seriousness of practical love. Hermione arrived seconds later with her parchment stacks gathered tight against her chest like captured weather. "I've already got distribution lists," she said, because there were some forms of affection more survivable when disguised as competence. "And I want it noted that if any paper misquotes Myrtle, I will personally set fire to their offices." Harry looked at her, tired, marked by the evening, entirely too young and somehow entirely equal to it. "Thank you," he said. Hermione, who had no intention of crying in the great hall under any circumstances visible to Slytherins, lifted her chin. "Yes," she said. "Well, someone has to be alarming professionally." Harry's mouth moved, not quite a smile, enough. Outside the hall, somewhere in the towers and corridors and sleeping stone of Hogwarts, the castle settled around its new knowledge with the faintly pleased sound of an old house that had finally watched a long-overdue family matter conclude in acceptable fashion. Before dawn, Cornelius Fudge would resign. Before noon, copies of the record would be moving through every major paper, through Geneva. Through at least one channel, Hermione continued to decline specifying with a chill that made grown adults revise their assumptions about schoolgirls. Before the week was out, the wizarding world would wake to find that pre-ministry testimony was technically irrefutable, that their legal structures had older roots than anyone liked to remember, and that Hogwarts itself had developed a formal opinion on negligence. All that would come. But not yet. For now there was only the table, the food, the emptied witness chairs, the dark ledger, the stone gone cold beside it, and Harry Potter standing exactly where he had needed to stand all night and discovering, perhaps, that even after a verdict there remained the odd domestic labor of staying alive. He picked up his spoon at last, the hall exhaled with him, and somewhere in fresh black ink upon a new page the ledger finished drying. The wizarding world woke up badly. This was, Hermione Granger thought, the fairest possible phrasing. It did not wake to rumor. Rumor required uncertainty, and uncertainty had been denied the evening before a seat at the table. It did not wake to scandal in the ordinary sense either, because scandal still suggested the possibility of denial, reinterpretation, the usual frantic laundering process by which public institutions turned moral failure into a technical misunderstanding and waited for people to become tired. No. The wizarding world woke to documentation. By 6:30, before the first proper bell for breakfast, and before most of Hogwarts had fully decided whether the banquet had actually happened or whether they had all collectively inhaled something ceremonial and lost a night to Gothic litigation, owls began arriving, not one or two flights. They came in waves across the gray morning sky, beating against the castle like a storm made of feathers, ink, and the sudden collapse of official narrative. The first slammed into the windows of Gryffindor Tower with the righteous hysteria of journalism discovering blood in the water. The second wave struck the owlery hard enough that Hedwig, according to Ron later, looked personally offended by their lack of discipline. The third wave contained no fewer than 4 foreign birds, 2 suspiciously expensive parchment cylinders, and 1 black-feathered owl carrying the seal of a legal body Hermione did not care to identify aloud until she had had tea. Hermione was already awake. This surprised no one. More accurately, Hermione had not truly slept. She had lain down at some point near dawn because Ron and Ginny had physically removed parchment from her hands and informed her, in the tone one used with people on the edge of revelation or collapse, that if she did not shut her eyes for at least 40 minutes, she would begin misfiling constitutional consequences. Hermione had then closed her eyes and spent the next 40 minutes mentally categorizing which testimonies required exact quotation for publication, which for legal submission, and which for strategic release after the first 3 newspapers predictably attempted to soften the language around school negligence and ministerial cowardice. By the time the first owls hit the tower windows, she was seated at the common room table in yesterday's skirt, an old jumper, and the hard, glittering wakefulness of a woman 3 decades older than her official school records allowed. Around her lay order, or rather, the nearest available imitation. 3 stacks of transcripts, 2 distribution lists, a rough draft of what the Daily Prophet would likely try to omit if left unsupervised, an inkpot she did not remember uncapping, 4 cups of tea, all at different temperatures and none of them remotely adequate. Ginny came down the staircase first, stopped halfway when she saw the table, and said, with quiet admiration, "You've built a war desk." Hermione did not look up from the envelope she was sealing. "I've built 3. Ginny came the rest of the way down and lifted the top page from one stack. Her eyebrows rose. "Mechanisms are quieter," she read aloud. "That's Lily." "Yes, you've marked it twice. It should be marked 4 times, but I only have 2 hands." Ginny put the page back down very gently. For a moment she watched Hermione work. Then she asked, with the kind of careful bluntness only younger sisters and very old friends ever mastered, "How's Harry?" Hermione's quill stopped. Just for a moment, it had become a more difficult question than people thought. Not because the answer was bad, because the answer was precise. "He's all right," Hermione said slowly, and hated the inadequacy of it at once. "I think," she set the quill down, "no, that isn't right. He's functioning, calm, tired. He hasn't collapsed, shouted, laughed strangely, or done anything alarming except stop in the corridor earlier to touch the wall near the portrait hole as if thanking it." Ginny blinked. "That's your scale for normal now." Hermione stared at the parchment in front of her. "Yes," she said after a beat. "Apparently." Ginny's expression softened. "Right," she said. "Well, I'll send Ron." This was not, Hermione had learned over the years, a dismissal of her competence. It was an acknowledgement of jurisdiction. Hermione handled systems, records, consequence, and the frighteningly efficient movement of truth through hostile channels. Ron handled food, chairs, weather, and Harry when Harry had become too quiet for anyone else to gauge correctly. It was one of the least acknowledged and most essential talents in the castle. By 7 o'clock, the common room was fully awake and no longer remotely under control. Students flooded down in different states of dress and alarm, each carrying some combination of newspaper, rumor, half-heard corridor report, and the stunned expression of people who had gone to sleep in one legal order and woken in another. The Daily Prophet had produced an emergency morning edition, with the sort of feverish speed usually reserved for royal weddings and dragon outbreaks. The front page bore a headline so large, and panicked Hermione nearly respected it. "Minister to resign after Hogwarts witness dinner pre-ministry testimony throws Wisengamot into chaos. Did the dead legally speak?" Experts, historians, and 3 panicking undersecretaries say yes, someone had included a sketch, not a photograph, mercifully. Wizarding press photography had certain laws around magical witness events, and more importantly, Hermione had already prepared injunction language in case anyone tried to reproduce Cedric's echo on a front page. The sketch, however, was bad enough. It showed the black banquet table, the negative stars above, and Harry at the head with the ledger before him, looking more angular and dramatic than he had in real life and therefore less frightening, which annoyed Hermione on principle. Dean Thomas came down holding the paper in one hand and his tie in the other. "Hermione," he said, "is any of this legal?" Yes. Properly legal? Yes. Dean looked stricken. That's worse. Seamus appeared behind him, already reading over his shoulder. Is it true that Geneva got a copy? Hermione did not look up. Why? Seamus shifted. No reason. Then yes. Lavender sat down without asking permission, clutching her own paper with the fervor of someone who had spent the previous evening dressed for haunting and found herself in the middle of constitutional history instead. Did Umbridge really scream? Yes. Brilliant. Do not, Hermione said, sealing another envelope with the sort of precision normally associated with vendettas, confuse justice with entertainment. Lavender opened her mouth, then shut it again and nodded. That happened a great deal around Hermione before 8 that morning. Not because she was being particularly cruel, because everyone could sense that she was running on no sleep and pure administrative fury, which gave her the brittle authority of a saint who had been accidentally placed in charge of legal distribution. The questions came in clusters. Did the dead really have binding testimony under pre-ministry law? Yes. Could the minister dispute it? He could try and become educational in the process. Was Cedric really there? Yes. Was Harry now some kind of hereditary court of the dead? No, not exactly, and anyone using that phrase in print would get a corrective letter. Had the hall stayed consecrated overnight? Hermione's eyes lifted at that. Yes. There was a hush around the table. Then Colin Creevey, who had somehow found his way into the common room from a place he had no business being and would later be unable to explain the route for, whispered, "Blimey." Hermione returned to sealing envelopes. It was easier than answering the next question everyone wanted to ask, and no one yet had the courage for. What does it mean that Hogwarts itself agreed? By 8:30, the school had begun dividing itself into 3 broad camps. The first treated the whole thing as extraordinary history, and therefore discussed it in breathless detail over breakfast with the reverence of children who had just been personally present for a chapter in future textbooks. The second treated it as something private and aching, and therefore lowered their voices whenever Harry's name entered a sentence. The third, overwhelmingly Slytherin and a worrying percentage of Ravenclaw, treated it as a jurisprudential awakening, and immediately began speculating about what other pre-ministry structures might remain technically alive if only someone fed them proper wording and enough silver. Hermione disliked that third camp on sight. Breakfast itself had been moved temporarily to a side chamber because the great hall had reopened in the night but retained, according to Professor McGonagall's precise morning announcement, an atmosphere not yet suitable for porridge. No one laughed. That, more than the announcement itself, told Hermione how severe the change remained. The side chamber was too small for everyone and too bright after the night before. Students pressed at the long temporary tables with newspapers spread between plates and owls still arriving at open windows. The room smelled of toast, ink, old wool, and the sharp, bright scent of public consequence. Hermione sat near the end with her tea and her transcript copies and attempted to function as a clearinghouse while simultaneously ensuring that no one underquoted Lily Potter, overquoted Sirius Black, or completely failed to grasp the legal significance of the phrase not haunting them, simply knowing. Ron arrived carrying 2 plates. Of course he did. One he set before Hermione. The other he took past her without comment and dropped in front of Harry. Harry, who had somehow entered the room without anyone noticing and was now seated at the far edge of the temporary table where the sunlight from the high window cut across his shoulder, looked down at the breakfast, as if mildly surprised it had survived the night. It was an ordinary plate. Toast, eggs, sausages, a grilled tomato no one had asked for and which Ron clearly believed belonged on all trays by ancestral right. Ron sat beside him. Eat. Harry picked up the toast. There are gestures so small that only people who have lived a long time inside worry know how to worship them properly. Hermione looked down at her papers before anyone could see her face change. Harry ate, not dramatically, not like a person discovering appetite again under soft music. Just a boy at breakfast after a night that had altered legal history, taking a bite of toast because his best friend had put a plate in front of him and expected results. That, more than almost anything else that morning, felt unbearable in the best possible way. Ron poured him pumpkin juice. Only then did he ask, in the exact tone the outline had promised and the story had earned, "You all right?" Harry drank, set the glass down, and thought about it, not the evasive sort of thinking, not delay, real thought. "Yes," he said. Ron nodded. "Good." He pushed the jam closer. That was all. No interrogation, no speech about last night, no attempt to excavate grief with a spoon and good intentions. Harry had said yes. Ron accepted the answer exactly as far as Harry intended it to be accepted, and then made sure there was marmalade within reach. Hermione watched this from 3 seats away, while answering a fourth-year Ravenclaw's question about admissible preministry witness categories, and thought, not for the first time, that Ron Weasley's emotional intelligence had long been misfiled by everyone who only looked at his homework. Harry ate half the plate before anyone asked him anything more serious. That, too, was jurisdictional wisdom. Eventually, Ginny slid into the seat opposite him, looked him over once with all the ruthless affection of a younger sister who had been raised in chaos and knew exactly how to detect the dangerous kinds, and said, "You look dreadful." Harry gave her the faintest edge of a smile. "Thank you." "You're welcome." She stole half his tomato. "Mum's going to write 17 letters by noon. Only 17! Dad will write the 18th and pretend it's practical." Harry nodded once, as if this were a forecast rather than news. Across the chamber, someone shouted because the second emergency edition had arrived and carried a far better headline. "Harry Potter hosts the dead. Minister falls before breakfast witness dinner transcripts already in Geneva. Who sent them?" Officials refuse to speculate. Hermione Granger refuses more efficiently. Hermione lowered her cup very slowly. Ginny choked on tea. Ron laughed into his sleeve. Harry looked over at Hermione. She met his eyes. Neither of them said anything. There was nothing to say, really, except that the world had begun catching up to what had happened, and the world, as ever, was doing it noisily. The first official summons arrived during second period, not for Harry, for Hermione. This offended everyone involved, except Hermione, who had expected it, and was already halfway out of her chair when the school owl landed on the temporary desk in the library, and dropped the sealed note on top of Transitional Governance After Magical Crisis, revised edition. Madame Pince, who had opened the library that morning with the hollow gaze of a woman who had spent the evening among living children and dead law, and therefore no longer considered raised voices a solvable problem, eyed the seal with disgust. "Is it urgent?" Hermione broke it open. The note was in McGonagall's hand. "Miss Granger, bring all copies not already in flight. Mr. Potter is to come to the headmaster's office at noon. Do not let anyone from the Prophet touch your originals." McGonagall. Hermione folded the note and stood. Neville, who had been pretending to read while in fact monitoring corridor traffic the way one monitored weather after a storm, looked up. "Everything all right?" "No," Hermione said. "Which is why it will be." She swept up the packets, transcripts, and cross-reference summaries, and marched from the library like a minor judicial event. The corridors of Hogwarts had changed by then, not dramatically. The outline had been clear on that, and the story had earned its restraint. The castle had not become a hammer horror ruin full of howling and cold spots and melodrama. But it had shifted in the subtler way great old places sometimes shifted when someone finally spoke to them properly. The portraits were more alert, not friendlier. Harry's influence had not transformed the residents of Hogwarts into cheerfully supportive houseplants. They remained vain, nosy, and temperamentally allergic to minding their own business. But they were alert with purpose now, as if the school had remembered that looking at its inhabitants was not the same as merely hanging around them. The staircases, too, had become fractionally more cooperative. They still moved, of course. They were staircases in a magical castle, and therefore bound by both enchantment and personality to a certain level of chaos. But the random cruelty had lessened. One set of steps actually held still for Hermione when her arms were full of legal copies, which she considered either evidence of profound structural change or the first sign she had become important enough to the castle to receive professional courtesy. More unsettling were the smells. The dungeons no longer smelled of mildew, they smelled faintly of firewood, not smoke, not ash. Just the clean, dry scent of stacked logs in winter, as though somewhere in the old stones a hearth no one could see had decided to light properly for the first time in decades. House elves passed through the corridors in visible states of satisfaction. That, more than the architecture, told Hermione that the change was real. She met Dobby near the west stair carrying 2 stacks of folded napkins so black and formal she strongly suspected they were leftovers from the banquet. "Miss Hermione," Dobby said, enormous eyes bright, "the house is very pleased." Hermione shifted the transcripts higher in her arms. "Which house?" Dobby beamed. "Yes," then vanished. By noon, the headmaster's office had become the only place in Hogwarts quieter than the hall had been during testimony. Dumbledore was already seated when Harry arrived. That, in itself, was unusual enough to make him pause by the door. The office remained the office. Silver instruments, portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, citrus polish, layered secrets polished so long they had become part of the furniture. Yet the room no longer possessed its former advantage. Harry felt that before Dumbledore spoke. Not because Dumbledore had diminished exactly. Because Harry had changed his relation to rooms where old men held power and expected their settings to assist them. The office knew it too. The portraits watched through slitted eyes. Fawkes regarded Harry with the unreadable patience of creatures who had personal experience of death and therefore disliked shallow conversation about it. "Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry came forward and sat. No tea was offered this time. That seemed correct. For a moment, Dumbledore simply looked at him. He had done that often in the years since Harry's arrival at Hogwarts. Looked at him as if measuring not just the boy in front of him but the shape of choices converging around him. Usually Harry hated it. Usually it came with too much silence and too much implied structure behind it, as though Dumbledore had already built the conversation in his head and was only waiting for Harry to catch up to the role assigned. Today felt different. Today Dumbledore looked at him like a man who had lost the blueprint. "I read the transcripts," Dumbledore said at last. Harry glanced at the desk. "I assumed you might—" "Yes." A pause. "As, I gather, did most of Europe before breakfast." Harry almost smiled, Dumbledore's hands folded. "It is not often," he said slowly, "that one sees the ministry undone by supper." "That sounds like you approve." "It sounds," Dumbledore said, and the faintest weariness crossed his face, "as though I am too old to lie elegantly when events have already improved upon me." Harry let that sit between them. The office hummed softly with its instruments and old enchantments. Somewhere in the wall to his right, there came a faint, thoughtful creak, as though Hogwarts had elected to attend this meeting from the foundations up. Dumbledore heard it. Of course he did. One corner of his mouth moved. "It would seem," he said, "that the school is proud of you." Harry's gaze shifted briefly toward the wall and back. "It's been more direct than that." "I do not doubt it." The silence that followed was not easy, but it was honest, which made it easier to remain in. Dumbledore drew one hand across the polished surface of the desk, not quite touching the parchment there. "For once," he said, "I do not have the shape of this conversation prepared in advance." Harry looked at him properly then. That admission from Dumbledore was more startling than any of the old man's cultivated mysteries had ever been. He did not say it for effect. Harry was certain of that. He said it with the grave humility of someone discovering that the person before him had stepped far enough outside the expected arc that even wisdom, to remain wisdom, had to stop pretending it already knew the next line. "All right," Harry said. Dumbledore gave a quiet breath that might almost have been relief. "Then let me say only what I know," he said. "I am proud of you." Harry did not answer immediately. Dumbledore continued before he could. "And," he said, "I am somewhat frightened by you." Harry raised one eyebrow. That at least still felt like himself. Dumbledore's eyes, blue and tired and far less shielded than usual, met his. "These are not," he said, "in my experience, mutually exclusive states." Something in Harry loosened, not because the words repaired anything, because they did not try to pride. Fear, both true, neither softened into the other. No attempt to take the edge off what Harry had done by recasting it as precocious but essentially childish mischief. No effort to patronize magnitude down into schoolboy symbolism. Just a man admitting, at last, that a boy he had once tried too hard to manage had become someone whose correctness made old men uneasy. Harry nodded once. "I know." Dumbledore regarded him for another moment. Then he said, very gently, "There are choices I made which I imagine you will want explained." Harry looked down at his hands. They were ordinary hands, thin, pale, ink-stained near the side of one thumb. No marks left by blood quills or prophecy or the 1,000 visible scars people always expected from the wrong kinds of survival. "Yes," he said, "I'm aware." It might have sounded insolent from someone else. Here it was simply precise. Harry lifted his gaze again. "There are choices you made," he said, "that I intend to one day have a longer conversation about." The office went very still, not alarmed. Acknowledging, Dumbledore inclined his head. "I would expect nothing less." For a few seconds neither spoke. Then, to Harry's surprise, Dumbledore smiled, not broadly, not with the twinkling performance the school knew and increasingly distrusted. A smaller smile, sadder, truer, "I suspect," he said, "that future historians will be unkind to both of us for entirely different reasons." Harry gave the shadow of a smile in return. "That sounds fair." It usually is. When Harry left the office, he felt neither absolved nor burdened in any new way, only clearer. Some debts remained. That too was honest. The corridor outside was quiet, the afternoon light already thinning toward evening in the high windows. He had gone only a few yards when someone stepped out from the shadow near the statue of Gunhilda of Gorsimore and blocked the passage with exquisite casualness. Draco Malfoy, of course. He wore immaculate school robes, a tie knotted properly for the first time all year, and the expression of a boy attempting to appear as if stopping someone in the corridor after a legal haunting was an ordinary thing respectable families did between classes. Harry stopped. Malfoy inclined his head the smallest fraction. Potter. Malfoy. For a moment neither said anything. Students passed at the far end of the corridor and very obviously pretended not to look. The statue beside them seemed to be listening with all the stony dignity of a woman who had seen enough pure-blood boys perform diplomacy to know when entertainment was imminent. Malfoy slid one hand into his pocket. It emerged empty, which Harry appreciated. Given the weak, sudden movements toward inside pockets had developed unfortunate connotations. "My grandmother," Malfoy said, with studied casualness so precise it almost qualified as art, "would like to send a gift." Harry blinked. That was not, of the many things he had expected from the corridor outside the headmaster's office, among the top 50. He looked at Malfoy more carefully. The boy was composed, yes, but not mocking. No drawling superiority. No schoolyard cruelty wrapped in lineage and polished into social ease. Just a strange, formal seriousness beneath the casual delivery, as if Draco Malfoy had been handed a family instruction he did not entirely understand and had nevertheless decided to execute it correctly. "I didn't do it for gifts," Harry said. Malfoy's mouth moved very slightly. "She knows that?" The corridor remained quiet. A portrait 2 frames over leaned so far out to listen that it nearly lost its balance. Malfoy continued, still with that careful, detached tone. "That," he said, "is why she wants to send one." It landed between them with unexpected weight. Narcissa, Harry thought at first. Then no grandmother, not mother. Older than school feuds, older than Lucius's political posturing, older perhaps than the current configuration of family pride itself. Some black matriarchal instinct stirred awake by old law, and the sight of a schoolboy seating the dead correctly and humiliating a minister without ever raising a wand. Harry considered. A year ago, hell, a month ago, he might have refused on instinct. Refusal had long been the only clean answer available whenever rich old families offered anything. There was always a cost hidden in ribbon, a claim, a future obligation, the subtle reshaping of relation until gratitude itself became leverage. Now the world had changed shape in ways both small and permanent. Not enough to make pure-blood gifts harmless. He was not stupid, but enough to make the old forms legible where once they had been merely suspicious. Harry gave a slight nod. "All right," he said. Malfoy's expression did not change much, only enough for Harry to see that something in him eased. Good. Another pause. Then Malfoy added, with that same almost formal dryness, "For what it's worth, my father had a very poor morning." Harry's mouth twitched. "I'm devastated." "I'm sure." Malfoy stepped aside. The movement should have ended the exchange. Instead, he said, without looking directly at Harry this time, "Some people notice the assignment immediately." Harry understood. The dinner, the formality. The way certain Slytherins had sat down at once, because blood, for all its many failures, sometimes retained good instincts for old gravity. "I noticed," Harry said. Malfoy nodded once. Then he left, robes whispering behind him. Harry watched him go and thought, not for the first time, that some complications announced themselves very early and still took years to unfold. By evening, the school had settled into the first stage of aftermath. This did not mean peace. It meant organization. Professor McGonagall had seized the flow of official inquiry with the icy competence of a woman who had discovered that if one must oversee the fallout of a dead witness banquet, one would at least do it with proper filing. The staff were in meetings. The owls no longer struck the windows with apocalyptic force, but came in a steady professional stream. The Daily Prophet had published a correction already, this one much smaller and much more frightened, clarifying that no, Harry Potter had not replaced the Wisengamot, only rendered several current assumptions about legal exclusivity temporarily unusable. Hermione, on reading that, had laughed so hard she nearly frightened a third year. Harry found her near dusk at the same common room table where the day had begun, now surrounded by the soft wreckage of successful administrative warfare. Teacups, sand, sealing wax, empty envelopes, fresh headlines, Ginny asleep in an armchair with a newspaper over her face. Ron playing a desultory game of wizard chess against himself badly because he kept glancing up to make sure Harry remained visibly among the living. Hermione looked up as Harry approached. For the first time all day, she did not immediately hand him a document. Instead, she studied him. Harry stopped beside the chair opposite hers. "What?" She looked at the empty place in front of him, then at Ron, then back at Harry. "You should sit down," she said. "I'm too tired to be subtle and I need to look at you properly." Ron snorted. Harry sat. Hermione folded her hands on the table. There were dark circles under her eyes, ink along the side of one thumb. Tea in her bloodstream at concentrations no healer would recommend. Yet her gaze remained bright and exact, the gaze of someone who had spent the day moving truth through hostile systems, and was now finally allowing herself the dangerous luxury of thinking about people again. "I was worried about you before," she said. Harry's posture changed by almost nothing. Hermione went on before he could answer with one of those precise half-deflections he thought resembled reassurance and which had only ever fooled teachers. "I'm not," she said. "Not in the same way." Harry waited. Ron, wisely, said nothing at all. Hermione looked down at one of the morning headlines and then back up. "I used to worry that what happened to you would break you," she said. "Now I worry for you the way you worry for someone who has done something right and costly." The room remained very still. Harry had no practiced answer for that, which Hermione thought served him right. At last he said quietly, "That sounds unpleasant." "It is." Ron reached across the table and stole one of Hermione's biscuits with the solemnity of a man assisting emotional honesty through carbohydrates. Harry looked at both of them, then, after a beat, "I'm all right." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Yes," she said, "and the castle is merely attentive." Harry's mouth moved, almost a smile enough. The common room around them breathed in its now familiar way. Firelight, old wood, the occasional quiet creak from a floorboard that seemed less like a complaint these days and more like an opinion properly timed. Outside the tower windows, the evening had gone silver blue. Somewhere down the corridor, students were still arguing about whether Geneva or the Prophet had been more frightened by the transcripts. Somewhere else, probably the Slytherin dormitories, entire family trees were being redrawn in whispered conversation. The world had caught up, or was trying to. Hogwarts had already moved on to the more difficult work of living with what it knew. Harry sat at the table with his friends, and a cup of tea he had not asked for and realized, in that small, tired quiet after legal earthquakes and dead parents and ministerial collapse, that this might be the strangest part of all. Breakfast still needed eating, tea still needed pouring. Letters still needed answering. The ordinary world had not ended, it had simply been forced to become more truthful before continuing. He thought of the stone, cold now, and left where he had set it down. Thought of the ledger closed and waiting. Thought of James's unheard words, Lily's forehead kiss, Sirius's bright, destructive grin. Thought of Cedric's small nod, if it had been a nod before the chair went empty. Then he thought of the corridor wall he had thanked that morning. The castle, sensing perhaps the shape of his attention turning toward it, gave a soft, settled creak from somewhere overhead. Ron looked up automatically. "See," he said to Hermione, "he's doing it again." Harry glanced at the ceiling. It said, "You missed a bishop." Hermione rubbed both hands over her face. "I am not even going to ask." "That," Ron said, pouring Harry more pumpkin juice, "is growth." And for the first time since morning, Hermione laughed without edge. It turned out that changing the constitutional assumptions of a nation did not exempt one from paperwork. Harry should have expected this. In fairness, he had expected it. He had simply hoped that once the dead had testified, the minister had resigned, and Dolores Umbridge had begun what Hermione described with bright, horrifying satisfaction as a long, intimate acquaintance with memory. The universe might grant him 48 hours in which no one asked for signatures. The universe, being both magical and British, declined. 3 days after the banquet, Harry sat in Professor McGonagall's office with a stack of forms on one side, a black ledger on the other, and the specific expression of a person who had once faced a basilisk and found the current challenge less dramatic, but somehow more vindictive. McGonagall adjusted her spectacles and looked over the top of the uppermost parchment. "This section," she said, tapping a line with the sharp efficiency of a woman who intended the law to behave if properly bullied, "concerns formal record designation within Hogwarts registries." Harry looked at the line. It looked back with all the cold confidence of institutional ink. The form had already filled in half the answer on its own. Potter, Harry James had been struck through in neat, dark script. Beneath it, written in a hand Harry had not consciously used and yet recognized at once, was Potter Peverell. Harry James McGonagall watched him. There had been discussions, of course. Public ones, private ones, speculative ones carried in the corners of newspapers and whispered by students in corridors and murmured by professors who tried to pretend they were discussing legal continuity rather than the emotional shape of inheritance. Some expected drama. A clean break. A theatrical abandonment of the Potter name in favor of something darker, older, more fitting to the new legal weather Harry had dragged into being. People, Harry had discovered, were very fond of renunciations when they happened to other families. He looked at the form for a long moment, then said, "No." McGonagall did not look surprised. "Your objection?" Harry leaned back slightly in the chair. "It isn't an objection," he said. "Only a correction." He reached for the quill. The office had been unusually calm when he entered, but now something in the bookshelves eased. A small, thoughtful creak passed through the wood behind him, as if Hogwarts itself had been listening and approved of not being made to witness another adolescent melodrama when nuance would do. Harry bent over the parchment. He did not cross out Potter Peverell. He did not strike Potter and restore it in solitary honor either. Instead, he added one small notation in the space reserved for clarifying declarations of lineage. and the ink flowed dark and certain beneath his hand. The Addams line is received through Peverell inheritance and entered under host right. It does not erase prior family claim. McGonagall read it, then looked at him. Harry set down the quill. The Addams name, he said, was a gift, not a replacement. McGonagall's mouth tightened by a fraction. Not disapproval, something more complicated and far less comfortable to witness. Emotion translated into the channels of a woman who had made a profession of surviving impossible children by pretending not to love them too visibly. "Quite right," she said. Harry looked at the form again. "Potter Peverell, not Potter alone. Not Peverell alone. Certainly not Addams, because for all the black humor, impeccable dinners, and impossible relief of discovering a family business in death that had somehow turned out to be more welcoming than most of the living, the Addams line had not asked him to become someone else. It had asked him to set a place. The ledger, he had learned the night before, understood the distinction perfectly. He had opened it in his room after midnight, half from instinct and half because silence had started to feel different these days when he did not check what it had done with itself. The book had lain black and closed on the coverlet until he touched it. Then it had opened, not to testimony, not to punishments, not to the newly entered names of ministers, committee chairs, or pink tyrants. It had opened to the family pages. At first, he thought the script had changed only because his eyes were tired. Then he realized the list itself had altered. Where once the entries ran in old dark chains of Peverells, cadet lines, marriages, failures, annotations, and the occasionally hilarious margin notes of dead relatives incapable of leaving solemnity unsupervised, new lines had appeared at the end. Lily Potter, James Potter Potter, House Branch, entered under blood, witness, and claim family retained. Harry had stared at that for a very long time. Then he had laughed once, quietly, because Ron was asleep 2 beds away and because the room did not need noise to understand him. Family retained. The Addams line, he thought with the strange, tired warmth the ledger sometimes managed to produce when not horrifying institutions, had apparently been insulted by the idea that lineage required substitution. The book had kept all of them, dark ink and all. So the form remained Potter Peverell. And that, as far as Harry was concerned, settled it. McGonagall signed the parchment with a crisp flourish. "Hogwarts records will reflect the change by supper," she said. "Thank you. You may find," she added, sliding the form into a separate folder already thick with legal consequences, "that certain ancient houses will interpret this with enthusiasm." Harry thought of Draco in the corridor, of the gift yet to arrive, of whispers moving through the school with the speed reserved for scandal, blood, and successful law. "They'll survive," he said. McGonagall regarded him for 1 second more. Then, because there were some things even now she could not resist saying aloud, she added, "And so I expect, will you?" Harry left her office with the new name entered and the old one kept, which felt oddly appropriate for the week he had had. Hogwarts, meanwhile, had settled, not back. There was no back available anymore. Too much had been said in the hall, too much entered into record, too much old silence turned into useful knowledge for the castle to simply forget itself and resume mildew. But it had settled into a new arrangement with an ease that would have been alarming if it were not also weirdly domestic. The portraits were more talkative, not kinder. Harry wanted that noted with fairness. Portraits as a species had not improved morally because the school had undergone legal haunting. They remained vain, nosy, theatrically self-important, and deeply committed to the principle that privacy was a social flaw to be corrected in public whenever possible. But they were more talkative in the sense that they now treated the castle less like shared lodging and more like family property that had at last remembered its own address. A wizard in the corridor outside Charms, previously content to spend most days pretending his painted urn, required the majority of his attention, now greeted students by name, and had twice informed first years when their shoelaces looked likely to contribute to fatality statistics. The portrait of the medieval abbess near the library had become impossible on the subject of administrative negligence. She held forth daily on the moral decline of institutions, the importance of proper records, and the obvious superiority of convent bookkeeping over ministry committees. A dark-clad gentleman who had not been in the painting before October now stood beside her, and occasionally offered clarifying legal citations. The fat lady had taken to introducing Harry to visitors, with the tone of a woman discovering she had always wanted to live near constitutional consequences and only lately received them. And the staircases had become just slightly more cooperative, only slightly. They were still staircases in Hogwarts, and therefore metaphysically allergic to total obedience. But the school's old delight in arbitrary inconvenience had mellowed into something closer to judgment. The stairs now moved with apparent preference rather than whim. Students carrying books were helped. Students running late for class due to honest disaster found fewer surprises. Students hurrying to inflict pain or stupidity on others occasionally discovered themselves diverted by 3 floors and a landing they did not remember agreeing to visit. Fred and George, upon noticing the pattern, declared the castle had finally achieved sentience in a way worthy of investment, and began testing its ethics by attempting several controlled acts of mischief with varying degrees of moral justification. The castle, Harry learned by rumor, approved selectively. The dungeons had stopped smelling of mildew. This continued to bother people more than it should have. It was not a dramatic transformation. No sacred incense, no occult perfume, no rich ancestral musk drifting up through the stones to flatter the imagination. The damp simply withdrew. In its place lingered the clean, dry scent of split firewood stacked in winter, like an old house prepared at last for weather it could respect. Snape said nothing about it. This was, among those who knew him, considered the loudest possible reaction. The house elves were visibly pleased. That was perhaps the clearest sign that Hogwarts had not been damaged by what Harry had done, but relieved. They moved through the school with the tidy satisfaction of workers whose employer had finally acknowledged the existence of both labor and memory. Trays arrived on time. Linens seemed crisper. Even breakfast porridge carried itself with a little more dignity, as though the kitchens had decided that if the dead could be seated correctly, then oats could at least aspire to self-respect. Dobby, encountered twice in 3 days carrying towers of folded black napkins that no ordinary breakfast required, told Harry with intense seriousness that the house is sitting straighter. Harry had believed him. By the end of the week, the gift from Malfoy's grandmother arrived. It came not in public, but at dusk, delivered by a house elf Harry had never seen before and therefore immediately distrusted as belonging to some old family with standards sharpened into cutlery. The elf bowed, presented a long, narrow box wrapped in dark green paper so fine it barely counted as paper, and said only, "From the Lady Black." Not for him this time. From that mattered. Harry waited until the common room had thinned before opening it. Inside lay a fountain pen of black resin and silver, elegant enough to make ordinary quills feel emotionally underdressed. Its nib, when uncapped, held a faint engraving of interlinked stars and a tiny outstretched hand so small one only saw it when the fire shifted. No note accompanied it. Only a folded card. On the front, in a hand severe enough to wound weaker stationery, were the words, "For the maintenance of record." Inside, nothing at all. Harry considered the pen for a long moment, then set it beside the black ledger and thought, not without dry admiration, that some families had spent centuries learning to imply 14 different things with one object and no sentiment. He did not write back. That, too, felt correct. The unofficial portrait of Cedric Diggory appeared in the Hufflepuff corridor on Friday, not commissioned, not announced, not entered into the school's normal cataloging system, which was how everyone knew better than to ask too aggressively where it had come from. Hogwarts portraits could be commissioned, inherited, restored, moved, misattributed, or stolen. This one had simply appeared in a stretch of corridor between the Hufflepuff common room passage and the broad stair toward herbology. A wall that had formerly held a tolerable landscape involving geese and now held Cedric. He was grinning. That was the second shock. The first shock, of course, was that there was a portrait at all. The Hufflepuffs discovered it just after lunch and behaved with more restraint than Gryffindor would have managed, which is to say they only made 3 people cry immediately and confined the rest of their emotional upheaval to a tense, reverent crowd that kept forming and reforming throughout the afternoon. But the grin that undid everyone, because the school left to its own sentiment would have made Cedric tragic. Noble, yes. Handsome, yes. A little solemn, thoughtful in death, softly lit. The sort of portrait designed to reassure the living that loss, if framed properly, could be made decorative. The castle, or whoever had painted the thing, had no patience for decorative grief. Cedric leaned one shoulder against the painted doorframe of what looked like an invented Quidditch locker room, sleeves rolled once, hair untidy from wind, broom tucked under one arm, grin bright and crooked, and so alive it felt almost rude. His tie was loose. One eyebrow was slightly raised as if he had just heard something delightfully stupid and had not yet decided whether to mock it or encourage it for sport. The Hufflepuffs stood before the frame and stared with the fragile faces of people receiving back the wrong thing and discovering, a second later, that it was also exactly right. Harry did not go that afternoon. He waited until after dinner, when the corridor had quieted, and only the sort of people who belonged to spaces after hours remained moving through them. Cedric's portrait was alone when Harry arrived, not asleep. Portraits slept when people wanted privacy, which was never as often as the living hoped. Cedric, however, appeared to have the tact not to speak first. Harry stopped in front of the frame. For a few seconds neither said anything. Then Cedric looked him over once and said, "You're wearing less black." Harry glanced down. He had, without much thought, put on a dark green jumper that evening. Not bright, not cheerful, not even definitely green unless the light hit it kindly. But green enough, apparently, to be noticed by dead Hufflepuff captains in unauthorized portraiture. "So I am," Harry said. Cedric's grin sharpened. "You look less like a tasteful funeral trying to become prefect." "That is a very specific criticism." "I had time to develop it." Harry looked at the portrait properly then. Cedric's painted eyes were lively, amused, and mercifully free of solemnity. Whatever this portrait was, and Harry had no intention of asking the school too directly, because some gifts deteriorated under inquiry, it was not an echo. Not the legal witness from the banquet, not some consecrated instrument of testimony. This was Cedric as a portrait should be. Self-aware, selective, continuous in the ordinary strange way Hogwarts portraits were continuous, and alive enough to be irritating. It was wonderful. Harry leaned one shoulder against the wall beside the frame. For a moment he considered saying something about the third task, about the graveyard, about the echo, about the banquet, about the fact that Cedric's silence at the table had done more damage to the ministry than half the speeches of the living. Cedric, apparently reading the shape of that thought before it became speech, said, "Don't." Harry looked at him. Cedric shrugged with one painted shoulder. "We'll both get earnest, and I've only just got this portrait. I'd like to establish a reputation first." Despite himself, Harry laughed. Cedric's grin widened in satisfaction. "So," Cedric said, shifting the broom to his other arm, "did you hear Summerby finally made reserve chaser?" Harry blinked once. Then, because that was the correct answer being offered and he was deeply, viscerally grateful for it, he took it. "No," he said. "When?" "Tuesday. Shocked 3 people into dropping a crate of apples." Cedric lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I maintain they've no proper eye for pace on the left flank. Summerby flies like someone apologizing to the air." Harry huffed a laugh, and just like that they were talking about Quidditch, not the third task, not death, not memorials, wind conditions over the pitch. The comparative disaster of current Hufflepuff beater strategy. Whether Angelina still flew like she had a personal grievance against gravity. How Cho handled pressure. whether the school brooms had always sounded faintly insulted when forced into training in damp weather, or if that had developed recently as part of the castle's growing sense of self. Harry stayed for 20 minutes. At the end, Cedric said, with infuriating casualness, "Come back when Gryffindor loses." "I don't know if I should reward that. You absolutely should. It'll be funny." Harry pushed off the wall. "Good night, Cedric." Cedric's expression softened only a little. "Night, Harry." The corridor felt lighter on the walk back, which was not quite the same thing as easy, but it was enough. Saturday evening found the great hall restored, not unchanged, restored. The house tables had returned. The ceiling showed stars again, proper ones this time. No negative heavens, no white darkness, just the ordinary enchanted night high above the school's long appetite for routine. The black banquet table was gone. The witness places no longer waited. The ghost settings had reverted, if not completely, then at least politely enough that nearly headless Nick could drift along the Gryffindor end without insisting every meal now lacked procedural seriousness. Breakfast the next morning would be ordinary, or as ordinary as anything in Hogwarts ever managed. But if one stood in the doorway after hours when the candles were low and the room empty, and the benches aligned in long, familiar lines beneath the floating stars, one could see where the banquet had remained. It was on the east wall. Most people missed it. That was fitting. Peeves had seen it first, naturally, because poltergeists made a profession of spotting changes in places before anyone else, and then monetizing the knowledge through nuisance. He had sung about it from the rafters for half a day in a tune too rude to repeat, until Professor Flitwick threatened him with an educational pamphlet and several uncreative hexes. The house elves, when asked, denied all involvement with a degree of innocence so professionally polished that only complete fools believed it. The portraits along that side of the hall refused to comment except to say that some walls improved when finally treated as participants instead of background. If you looked directly at the east wall in daylight, you saw only stone, old stone, clean stone. The long, plain stretch that had always balanced the room's width with good architectural sense and a healthy indifference to ornament. But if you stood in the doorway after dusk, when the candles were reduced to a few practical flames and the last of the evening's light had begun to turn the high windows into dark mirrors, the relief became visible, not dramatic, a faint carving only. An outstretched hand pressed into the stone so delicately that at first glance it looked like an accident of age and angle. The fingers were open, not grasping, not commanding, merely offering or receiving. The sort of gesture that could belong equally to invitation, witness, or family depending on the room and who had finally learned how to use it. No one knew who had carved it. The house elves did not know. McGonagall did not know. Dumbledore, when asked, had smiled with infuriating sincerity and admitted he had not the slightest idea and was finding that less restful than he preferred. Peeves knew. Peeves would not say. This made everyone assume the answer was either very funny, very old, or both. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at the hole for a long time. It was late enough that the castle had gone inward. Somewhere far above, a corridor door shut. A staircase shifted with sleepy reluctance. Wind pressed softly at the windows. The room itself, cleared for the night and ready for morning, held the ordinary dignity of any school dining hall after service. Benches straight, cups stacked, floor clean, silence settling into the corners where noise would return tomorrow. And yet, the east wall kept its hand. The room remembered. Harry leaned one shoulder against the open door. He had changed again before coming down, not into the black formality of the banquet, not into school robes either. Tonight he wore a dark green jumper over a white shirt, the collar turned open at the throat. Green, one color, barely, but enough that anyone looking for a dramatic lifelong commitment to mourning would have been disappointed. That seemed healthy. The black ledger rested under one arm. He had not meant to bring it. Or rather, he had told himself he had not meant to. The book had been on his bedside table when he left, and in the next honest memory he was carrying it downstairs. This happened often now. The ledger did not force itself on him. It simply made a convincing case for accompaniment by existing where his hand was likely to fall next. Harry came forward a few steps into the hall. At this hour, with the tables ordinary and the walls listening in the quieter way they had learned lately, the room no longer felt like a courtroom or a banquet chamber. It felt like something both more modest and more permanent. A place that had been paid attention to. That was the phrase that kept returning to him. Hogwarts had not needed saving from itself, not exactly. It had needed witness. Needed someone to stop treating it like scenery around human drama, and remember that buildings kept their own records in wood grain, drafts, floorboards, routine, and the way silence accumulated in them over years. The castle knew now that it had been seen. That changed the shape of everything without requiring spectacle. Harry crossed to the nearest table and set the ledger down on it. He opened it. Not because he needed answers tonight, not because he wanted voices. He simply wanted to see the first page properly. The book obliged. For months it had offered him fragments, names, annotations, entry lines that grew darker as he learned how to read them. The very first page, though, had always been strangely reluctant. He had seen the opening line in pieces, enough to carry it in memory, but the page itself had kept more of its ink hidden than seemed strictly necessary. Perhaps the ledger had manners. Perhaps it had timing. Perhaps it was, like several of his dead relatives, only willing to be fully legible when the occasion deserved it. Now it opened to the front. The paper looked older than the rest, not worn exactly, but handled by time in a different way. The ink lay black and matte and utterly certain. And for the first time Harry saw the whole page, not just the line. Above it, in smaller writing, ran a heading, on inheritance below that, in the same fine dark hand. Family is not a grave with one name upon it. Family is a house with doors, an account with additions, a table with more places set than the prudent expect. And beneath that, centered and clear as verdict, this family does not end. It accumulates. Harry stood very still. Then, because no one was there to watch except the hall, and the hall had long since earned his honesty, he let out a slow breath and smiled, not widely. Enough. The room gave a faint, settled creak in answer. He closed the ledger, looked once more at the east wall and its barely visible hand. At the tables where breakfast would happen tomorrow in complete practical disrespect of all the legal and emotional architecture that had passed through them this week. At the place where the host chair had stood. At the ceiling returned to stars. Then Harry raised his hand. The last candles in the hall went out, not snuffed. Not extinguished with showmanship, simply turned off as one turned out lights in a house that had hosted guests properly and was now ready for sleep. The dark that followed was gentle. The stars overhead remained. The windows held a dim wash of night. The east wall hand lingered for one breath longer and then vanished back into plain stone. Harry stepped backward into the doorway. The great doors began to close. They did not slam. They did not seal with magic or pronounce anything in thunder. They swung inward with the smooth, grave certainty of old oak that knew how endings ought to sound when handled correctly. Just before the gap narrowed to darkness, Harry glanced once more at the hole. Then the doors met. And on the other side of them, in black ink that would not fade, the ledger kept the last line waiting. Epilogue: the first winter supper what the house keeps snow came early that year, not heavy snow. Not the sort that buried grounds and turned every practical path into a moral argument between boots and weather. Hogwarts rarely indulged in convenience when atmosphere was available. This snow came in patient layers over several days, enough to soften the battlements, silver the grounds, and hush the world outside the castle, until the windows reflected back candlelight more readily than sky. By December, the school had begun the slow, awkward process of growing used to truth. This turned out to be much stranger than surviving it. The ministry had, in the weeks after the banquet, behaved exactly as one might expect of a government recently informed by the dead that it had paperwork-shaped blood on its hands. Committees were formed with the desperate speed of people trying to outbuild consequence with furniture. Retirements arrived wrapped in euphemism. Resignations multiplied. Certain names began appearing in public less often, which Hermione maintained was proof that shame remained an underused but still promising civic tool. The newspapers called it many things: the witness banquet, the Hogwarts testimonies, the Potter-Peverell hearing. One foreign paper, with admirable vulgarity, had titled its spread, "Dinner with Consequences." Harry disliked all of them slightly. Hermione clipped every headline anyway. The school, however, had moved on in the way only schools could move on from impossible events. By incorporating them into routine so thoroughly that the extraordinary became timetable adjacent, students still had essays. Quidditch still mattered too much. Detentions still existed, though now with a profoundly improved relationship to legality. The house elves continued to carry themselves with the quiet satisfaction of beings whose employer had finally acknowledged that the building itself counted as a participant in history. The great hall hosted breakfast, lunch, and supper exactly as it always had, which was to say noisily, unevenly, and with no regard at all for the fact that several weeks earlier it had contained more binding truth per square foot than most ministries managed in a century. And yet, there were changes. The east wall still kept its hand, not visible by day unless the light struck at a very particular slant, and one was the sort of person who looked at walls as though they might be trying to say something. By candlelight, though, or at dawn, or in those moments after the hall emptied and the ordinary clatter had gone out of it, the faint relief of the outstretched hand returned. Open fingers, no grasp, no command, invitation or witness depending on who stood before it. Some students touched it in passing now, not often, never with fuss, just a brush of fingertips before exams. A palm pressed there once before reading the morning paper. A second-year Hufflepuff, Hermione saw one icy afternoon, pause before it and whisper a name under her breath before hurrying on to breakfast with wet hair and shoelaces half-tied. The school did not advertise this habit. It had simply begun. Portraits had started telling better stories. This was perhaps the strangest improvement of all, not nicer stories. Better ones. The old tendency toward exaggeration remained. The portraits still lied about themselves whenever doing so improved romance, importance, or profile. Sir Cadogan continued to describe 3 separate incidents as single combat that had in fact involved puddles and poor balance. The fat wizard outside the Transfiguration corridor still claimed to have personally advised 3 ministers and a dragon. But when it came to the school itself, to deaths, disappearances, tragedies, things that had previously been softened by repetition into legend or nuisance or badly sorted anecdote, the portraits had grown less willing to play along with decorative forgetting. Moaning Myrtle was no longer merely Moaning Myrtle in public conversation. Students still called her that. Habits took time to loosen. But more and more often, in the quiet after, someone corrected it. Myrtle Warren, a small thing, an enormous one. Harry noticed these changes the way he noticed most things now, not by surprise, but by gradual recognition. The castle had not become sentimental after the banquet. It had become exact. Once seen, it preferred not to return to being used as background for other people's evasions. He liked that. It made the air easier to breathe. Winter term brought other developments. The gift pen from Lady Black turned out to be more than a pen, not cursed. Harry would have respected the family more if it had been cursed openly, but apparently the black matriarchal line favored utility sharpened into inheritance. The pen never ran dry. It refused to write false names when used for witness records. Once, when Ron borrowed it to doodle a highly disrespectful caricature of Percy in the margin of a herbology note, the nib snapped closed until the page was turned to blank paper, and an apology, grudging, badly spelled, but technically sufficient, was issued. Hermione declared this deeply reasonable. Ron declared it classist. Harry kept the pen beside the ledger. The hyphen in Potter Peverell settled more smoothly than people had predicted. There had been, at first, a great deal of discussion from exactly the sort of families who treated other people's names as entertainment. Some pure-blood households approved in the wrong tone. Some disapproved in more interesting ones. The prophet attempted twice to start an opinion column war over whether inheritance through witness should count equally to inheritance through line. Hermione wrote one letter so scathing that the opinion page disappeared the next day under suspiciously vague claims of editorial rotation. Harry himself found he cared less than expected. Potter remained, Peverell entered. The Addams line, true to form, remained content to haunt the margins in style without requiring formal headline ownership. Once, when Harry opened the ledger in a lazy half-sleep after midnight, he found a new note in elegant black script tucked beside the entry on family designation. Hyphens are doors for people clever enough to use them. No signature. He did not need one. Ron continued the quiet labor of making sure Harry remained approximately mortal. This involved food, yes, but also sleep, weather, and the increasingly niche matter of intercepting people who wanted to ask Harry whether the hall would now permit smaller witness suppers for private family issues. The answer was no. Ron had become excellent at delivering it with the flat authority of someone who no longer found absurdity inherently disqualifying and therefore frightened people on instinct. "That's not how it works," he told a very determined seventh-year Ravenclaw. "And even if it was, you are not reopening the dead for your inheritance dispute over a broom shed." "How do you know it's about a broom shed?" Ron stared. The boy flushed and left. Hermione, upon hearing about it later, nodded with grim satisfaction and added a line to her growing unofficial document titled "Things the School Must Never Be Allowed to Normalize." Harry suspected she was enjoying herself far too much. He did not say so. That would have been dangerous. Draco Malfoy became, over the weeks, not friendlier but more precise. The distance between those things remained important. He did not seek Harry out for conversation unless there was something specific to say, and even then only in corridors with enough witnesses to keep dignity from becoming intimacy. Yet the edge had changed. Malfoy no longer spoke, as if school rivalry remained the correct frame for whatever now existed between them. He spoke like someone who had recognized an old category too late and was trying to compensate without using the language of apology. Because the language of apology did not come easily in families built of silver and posture. One evening in late November, he passed Harry outside the library and said, as if commenting on weather, "My grandmother says the old families are split into 3 camps." Harry looked up from the book in his hands. "And," Malfoy adjusted a cuff, "one thinks you're a disaster. One thinks you're precedent. One thinks you're family." Harry considered that. "And your grandmother," Malfoy's mouth moved by a fraction. "She says those are not mutually exclusive states." Then he walked on. Harry stood there for several seconds after, half irritated and half impressed. When he told Hermione, she wrote the sentence down. "Why?" he asked. She did not look up. "Because old women are often the first to say a thing properly, and I collect useful weapons." That, he thought, explained an alarming amount about her. He visited Cedric's portrait twice a week, not by rule. It simply became one of those habits the body acquired before the mind bothered to classify them. The portrait remained unofficial and gloriously untragic. Cedric continued to grin, comment on Quidditch, insult current broom handling standards, and refuse all invitations toward solemnity with the skill of a dead boy who had apparently decided the castle could keep the memorial work and leave him the right to remain irritating. On Harry's third visit, Cedric had said, "You know they still expect me to give them meaningful advice." "Do you?" "Absolutely not. I told a third year to trust his instincts and then watched him choose the wrong keeper drills for an hour." Harry had laughed. Cedric, pleased, had leaned against the painted locker and added, "I'm dead, not responsible." It was the sort of line Ron would have made, or Fred, or George. The kind of irreverence that placed the dead back among the living by refusing to let memory starve them into virtue. Harry was absurdly grateful for it. December deepened. Snow at the windows. Firelight in the common room. The smell of pine from somewhere below stairs where the house elves had apparently decided the season deserved coordination. The dungeon's persistent firewood scent mingling now with cinnamon near the kitchens, giving the whole lower half of the castle the atmosphere of a well-run ancestral home preparing either for Christmas or a highly tasteful inquest. The first winter supper after the banquet fell on a Friday. Nothing official marked it, no decree, no anniversary language, no program of remembrance circulated by the staff. It was simply the first truly cold evening of the term, the first supper at which the snow outside rose high enough at the windows to turn the hall inward, and the first time enough weeks had passed for the school to stop flinching every time the east wall caught the candlelight and showed its hidden hand. Harry went down late. He had no reason for it, except that the common room had been noisy, and the ledger, closed on the table near his elbow while he pretended to do homework, had developed a very specific kind of silence he had learned to interpret as suggestion, not command. Never that. Only the sense that the hall would be worth seeing when empty, so he went. The corridor outside the great hall was quiet. Most students still finishing pudding or lingering over tea. A pair of Ravenclaws arguing softly about charms adjustments near the stairs. One fourth-year Slytherin pretending not to wait for a girl from Hufflepuff, and failing in a way that would have embarrassed him deeply if anyone had bothered to mention it. Harry slipped through the side door. Inside, the hall stood half-cleared after supper, not empty. A few ghosts still drifted near the far end. Nearly headless Nick was in conversation with the fat friar over what sounded like the historical integrity of stuffing recipes. The Grey Lady occupied one shadow near the wall and seemed content to remain indistinguishable from it. At the main tables, house elves moved with quiet speed, collecting plates, straightening benches, clearing goblets, setting the room in order for breakfast. The east wall's hand lay faint beneath the candlelight. Harry crossed to it without hurry. He did not touch it immediately. Instead, he stood in front of the stone and watched the hall in its work mood, after appetite, before sleep. It had become one of his favorite versions of the room. Less ceremonial than the banquet, less raucous than student mealtimes, more honest than either about the labor involved in making common life appear inevitable. An old elf approached carrying a stack of folded black linens. Not banquet linens, just service cloths gone dark under the evening light. He was the silver-eared one, the same who had first asked Harry back in the kitchens whether the host required morning salt in the old measure or the school measure. The elf stopped beside him. For a moment they looked together at the hole. Then the elf said, "First winter sits different." Harry glanced at him. "How?" The elf shifted the linens in his arms with the care of someone rearranging old rank into useful weight. "House no longer braces," he said. Harry looked around again at the benches, the floating candles, the east wall. The ghosts drifting as if they had always belonged among chairs and dishes rather than the edges of rooms. He understood. Before the banquet, the castle had held itself like something perpetually expecting mishandling. A great old place taught, over years, to survive being taken for granted. Now that tension had eased, not vanished. Hogwarts would never be soft, but the bracing had gone. "Good," Harry said. The elf nodded once. "Yes," he made to move on, then paused. Ledger says first page clearer now. Harry turned fully. "It does." The elf's eyes flicked toward the black book tucked under Harry's arm. "House sees when books settle." A beat. "Good settling." Then he went on with the linens. Harry stood very still. Then, because the evening had already decided his next movement before he admitted it to himself, he crossed to the nearest table and set the ledger down. He opened it, not to the first page. The book chose that for him. The paper there looked older than the rest, though less resistant than it had once been. The ink lay matte and dark and entirely willing now, as if some inner piece of business had indeed settled enough to permit full reading without coyness. He had seen the line before. He had not seen all of it. Now he did. The heading stood there in elegant black on inheritance below it. Family is not a grave with one name upon it. Family is a house with doors, an account with additions, a table with more places set than the prudent expect. And beneath that, centered, steady, and so true now it no longer sounded like an epigram but like architecture. This family does not end. It accumulates. Harry read it once, then again. The hall gave one soft creak from somewhere high in the beams, the kind that might have been nothing at all had he not spent the autumn learning the difference between settling and answer. He closed the ledger, not to hide the words, to keep them. There was movement beside him. When Harry looked up, he found that the bloody Baron had drifted from his usual shadow at the far end of the hall and now stood a little way off, silver-slashed and silent as ever. Beside him, unexpectedly, hovered nearly headless Nick, rough immaculate, expression more solemn than usual. The fat friar remained half in the doorway, all broad kindness and patient watchfulness. None of them spoke. They did not need to. Harry inclined his head. Nick returned the gesture immediately. The friar smiled. The Baron, after a pause just long enough to matter, placed one hand over the breast of his tarnished armor and bowed. It was not much. It was enough to make Harry's throat tighten. He looked away first, because some kinds of gratitude became dangerous if allowed to gather speed in public rooms. His gaze found the east wall's hand again. This time he lifted his own and pressed his palm lightly to the stone. The relief did not glow. The wall did not open. No voice rose from within demanding a final line worthy of narrative closure. The stone was simply cool beneath his hand. Then, under his palm, faint as breath against glass, the hall answered. Not words. Recognition. Home, perhaps, if home were a castle old enough to have standards and strange enough to express affection through improved stair behavior and less mildew. Harry let out one slow breath. Behind him, the house elves continued clearing dishes. Somewhere outside the hall, footsteps ran, laughter followed. Someone swore because an assignment had been forgotten, and the whole ordinary machinery of school life went on in complete indifference to the fact that the world had shifted and kept going. That was the strangest part, he thought. Not that the dead had come, not that the ministry had broken, not even that he had laughed when his father said something no one else would ever hear. The strangest part was that all of it had happened and breakfast still kept needing to be made. He liked that. It made the truth livable. At last he stepped back from the wall. The ghosts remained where they were. The house elves worked. The last candles along the lower tables burned with their practical evening flames. Above, the enchanted ceiling showed winter stars caught in clear black. Harry tucked the ledger under his arm. He turned toward the doors, then stopped, because the room felt unfinished by the smallest degree and the feeling was specific enough to deserve respect. So he crossed back to the head of the center aisle, not the head of the banquet table because that was gone, but the place where it had once begun. He stood there for a moment under the winter stars and looked down the length of the hall, ordinary tables, ordinary benches, a school again, and not. He lifted one hand, the nearest candles went out, then the next row, then the next, not dramatically. Simply in order, as though the hall preferred lights extinguished the way records were entered, cleanly, properly, one after another until completion became visible. The ghosts faded with the dark, not vanishing, merely withdrawing into the sort of half-presence old houses afforded those who belonged there without requiring attention every hour. The east wall's hand lingered a heartbeat longer than the rest, then settled back into stone. By the time the final candles died, the hall held only starshine from above and the dim winter blue from the windows. Harry stepped backward toward the doors. They began to close, smooth old oak. No slam, no seal, no spectacle. Just the grave certainty of a house going to sleep after keeping what it meant to keep. Before the gap narrowed completely, Harry glanced once more into the dark. Then the doors met. and somewhere behind them, in black ink that would not fade, the first page waited exactly as written. This family does not end. It accumulates.